Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Konoha, Uchiha, Lie Flat. Chapter 81. Fugaku, as autistic. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the corners of his mouth were twitching fiercely. He feels that he is quite conservative and cautious among the Uchiha clan. But, I never thought about it. The opinions I put forward were just slapped in the face. Although he has a relatively easygoing temperament, he is a little embarrassed now. But, no way. If you think about it for a moment, you will know that Uchiha Jin is really not lying. As people say, it's really impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to do this alone. But, I am the clan leader. Can't you give me a little face? That's okay. Fugaku's head was full of black lines, but he still nodded and said, Jinjun is right, but I thought wrong. In that case, let's put this matter on hold for now. It seems that the current Uchiha can only maintain the same status as the village. Everyone present was silent. Yes, although everyone knows that Uchiha Jin is right. But it's still a little hard for everyone to accept. This is normal. After all, they are proud Uchiha, and it is understandable that it is difficult to accept such a big blow suddenly. But, same thing. Although they are arrogant, they are not stupid. After Uchiha Jin's words, they instantly understood that the current Uchiha was really not the village's opponent. If you don't remain silent, what else can you do? Therefore, following Fugaku's opening, the entire shrine instantly became extremely quiet. Uchiha Jin looked helpless. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at these rather unconvinced guys, he hesitated for a while before speaking. Clan leader, and everyone else. Originally, I didn't really want to deal with these bad things about Uchiha. As for the reason, everyone knows it, so I won't explain it. But, now, since you elected me to be an elder, you even made me the police minister. Then in order to live a more comfortable life in the future, I have to give you a little reminder. Maybe my tone was a bit unpleasant, so I would like to apologize to everyone. But I also hope everyone can be more sensible. In fact, what I said just now is enough to save Uchiha's face. Don't be unconvinced. Do you know the true background of Konoha? I can tell you directly that these experts in the village are actually nothing at all. The true heritage of the village is the Hokage's sealed book. Remember second Hokage Senju Tobarama? He invented a technique called impure world reincarnation. What if the village is really pushed into a desperate situation and Sarutobi Hiruzen uses this technique to directly summon the dead strong men like Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Hitaki Tsukumo directly from the Pure Land? Do you think Uchiha can fight it? You know, the Uchiha clan doesn't have reanimation jutsu. Hiss. As Uchiha Jin spoke, almost everyone in the entire Nanga shrine took a breath of air. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat. Everyone's entire backbone is basically cold now. Reanimation jutsu, perhaps most people have never heard of it. But, Uchiha is different. As the founding family of Konoha, it was difficult to hide any secret from them. How could they not have heard of this technique created by Senju Tobarama specifically to target Uchiha Madara? Only, due to the death of Senju Tobarama, many groups don't care much about it. Now, after Uchiha Jin opened his mouth, they naturally thought about it again. Impure world reincarnation. Although the village claims that this technique has not been fully developed, who can guarantee that Senju Tobarama is not lying? What if it's true? Think about it. When they went to war with Sarutobi Hiruzen, a large number of dead people such as Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Hitaki Tsukumo stood directly in front of them. Uchiha. Good guy. Thinking of the people here, they finally became completely exhausted. Actually, don't talk about them. Even Fugaku couldn't help wiping his hands at this moment. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he naturally has the authority to view many secrets in the family records. Impure world reincarnation. Thinking of this, he sighed quietly. Everyone, stop it. I give the order of Chief Uchiha to suspend the counterattack on the village. Until a confrontation with reanimation jutsu is found, all Uchiha tribe members are strictly prohibited from talking about this matter. Especially you radicals, have you heard this? Fugaku, with a serious face. Maybe he had other ideas before, but impure world reincarnation is terrifying. Let him kill all the little thoughts in his heart almost instantly. Everyone else nodded. Even if they Uchiha are arrogant, they don't want to fight against the Senju Hashirama brothers. You know, now, Uchiha there is no other Uchiha Madara. Although Jin turned on Mangekyo, in everyone's eyes, he was still far away from Madara. Fugaku is very satisfied with this. Seeing that this matter was finished, he immediately spoke again. Okay, everyone, now that we've finished talking about the first thing, it's time to discuss the second thing. I think through what I said just now, the Yin family has gained a little understanding of Taijin. I'm not afraid of everyone laughing. I feel that in terms of general trends, I am indeed far behind Lord Jin. The police department is in direct contact with the villages and villagers, but it has become increasingly corrupt under my management in the past few years. If you want to change the police department, I can't do it. Since Jin-kun has this mind and is even more powerful than Mangekyo, I think he is fully capable of becoming the Minister of Police in a true sense. I believe that with Lord Jin's efforts, we can truly change the reputation of the police department and resolve the conflicts between Uchiha and the villagers. Everyone, let's discuss this. After Fugaku finished speaking, his expression became tense. Obviously, the first topic just discussed is actually the old tune. We have discussed it countless times. If we could reach a consensus, it would have been resolved long ago. Otherwise, would not have been delayed until now. That's just a cover-up. What Fugaku didn't expect was that the appearance of Uchiha Jin could actually unify the opinions of the clan. It can be considered a good thing. But his real purpose in opening the clan meeting tonight was to convince the clansmen and let Uchiha Jin ascend to power. We can even say, after Jin's words just now, he became more convinced of this. Having this kind of overall view is a real talent. Uchiha, what is most lacking are brain-eating people. I agree with this. I have no objection either. The patriarch is right. Elder Jin has a good view of the overall situation. We never thought before that the village's heritage could be so terrifying. Yes, I believe that under the command of Elder Jin, all ministries will become stronger. All the Uchiha spoke one after another. Obviously, most of the simple-minded Uchiha, except for senior officials like the elders, think very simply. Uchiha Jin's words just now have proved his ability and overall view. Since he is strong enough and has enough brains. Isn't that normal for a senior police minister? Only, the radicals. The leader Uchiha didn't speak, and none of them dared to say anything. Radicals, what about you? Seeing this, Fugaku said directly, do you agree or not? Speak quickly. If you feel there is a problem, just ask for advice. Don't say anything, what do you want to do? All of a sudden. As Fugaku opened his mouth, everyone looked towards the radical group. The radical Jonin now couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Do you agree or not? Even if they are simple-minded, they still know that Elder Jin's parents were die-hard fans of Chiakyo. Even when Elder Jin's parents died, even if they didn't do it themselves, they could still faintly sense that it was their leader, Uchiha's hand quietly moving behind Satsuna's back. In this case, Elder Jin and their leader are absolute mortal enemies. What Uchiha Jin did just now proved that their idea was correct. So, what to do? Although they are sure in their hearts that Elder Jin has good abilities, if he becomes the Minister of Police, then maybe he really has the ability to solve the police department's reputation problem. But the police department is a stronghold of the radicals, so a person like Elder Jin, who has a grudge against the leader of the radicals, should be put in his position. If they agree, how can they explain it to the leader Uchiha Satsuna? I agree. At this critical moment, Uchiha Tiehuo spoke first. Even after finishing speaking, he also turned to look at the others and said in a low tone, my fellow tribesmen, stop fighting. Uchiha's enemies are too strong. If we can't unite ourselves, we will collapse without the village taking action. Let's unite, only in this way can we have hope. Since Elder Jin has this ability, why don't we support him? Others, silent. Then after some thinking, everyone began to nod. Yes, except for the real senior executives, Uchiha's mind is basically very simple. As long as Uchiha can be great again, they are even willing to sacrifice their lives for the glory of Uchiha. Since Elder Jin has this ability, just like Tiehuo said, why don't they support it? And the other side. When Fugaku saw this, a smile finally appeared on his lips. Good, very good. Since everyone has unanimously agreed, I now solemnly declare that from now on, as the leader of the clan, I will only be responsible for the general direction of the clan. As for the police department, Elder Jin is fully responsible. He was really happy. Obviously, Fugaku also knew in his heart that his experience in power struggles was not good enough. Over the years that he has been in charge of the police department, Uchiha's increasingly bad reputation is enough to prove this. In the past, that was impossible. Now that there is a master like Uchiha Jin, he certainly has no intention of suffering in the position of police minister. Everyone present also applauded. Then when he looked at Uchiha Jin, his eyes were full of reverence and awe. Yes, from this moment on, Uchiha Jin begins to look different. If we talk about the former Uchiha Jin, although he had a series of titles on his head, in fact he only had empty status. To put it bluntly, it's just a mascot. But starting from today, everything begins to change. Uchiha Ember will become a real powerhouse. If he is willing, it won't take long to recruit a force comparable to the radicals. Uchiha Jin, he was stupid. I was in a daze for a while. Why did it suddenly change so much? Minister of Police, it's okay to just show up, but if you really want to go to work. He doesn't want to. Originally, I could become stronger just by staying at home, so why would I want to go to work? If you travel to the historical direction or a world with low martial arts, it will certainly be a surprise to be able to take power. But, this is the Hokage world. In this world that advocates personal force, rights are really dispensable. Not to mention, his system advocates staying calm, and he himself is also an otaku. Isn't this necessary? I can just keep my name. How can I compete with the team leader? The police minister is also the head of the clan, right? Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. Without any hesitation, he immediately wanted to leave it. Only, Fugaku heard this but spoke on the spot. Since the establishment of Konoha, the police department has been the exclusive domain of Uchiha, and the position of minister is entirely determined by Uchiha's internal decisions. Since all Uchiha agree, and it's me, the clan leader, who proposes it, there's no need for Lord Jin to feel pressure. Do it according to your idea. No matter whether it is successful or not, the clan will not blame you. Actually, seriously, it's also because of my limited ability as the leader of the clan. Since I took over the police department, not only have I not made any achievements, but my reputation has become worse and worse. But I believe you have this ability, Mr. Jin, so the police department is entrusting you. Fugaku, looking serious. His tone was very serious, and he bowed slightly after finishing speaking. As a clan leader, he actually bowed to Jin, which was quite a show of respect. This is also true. As Fugaku bowed, other Uchiha, although they did not speak, also bowed slightly. Uchiha Embers, a black thread. Exposing himself to Mangekyo Sharingan was enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen nervous. If you are in control of the police department, you won't be able to predict the next second, and you have to monitor the base 24 hours a day. By the time, who knows what methods Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nabekage Danzo will use to get at themselves. But, no way. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku has spoken up to this point. He even admitted his shortcomings and his attitude was so low. If you refuse, it's really a bit shameful. This. Hey, forget it. After sighing helplessly, he rubbed his brows and could only speak in frustration. Clan leader, there is really no need for this. Actually, you're doing a pretty good job, so there's no need for me to do it. But you've brought your talk to this point, and I can't make it right if I don't answer it. So forget it, I'll just take this position. However, some ugly things still have to be said. Since I have been asked to take over as the Minister of Police, I must follow my rules. Because of the tense relationship between Uchiha and the village, I wanted to avoid letting the village know my intentions in advance. So if you don't understand something, you must follow what I said. If you don't understand, you have to obey my orders. If the clan leader agrees, then I'll have no problem. Uchiha Jin, his tone was solemn. Yes, although he is an otaku who likes to lie flat and hates trouble, since he can no longer refuse, he must ensure absolute authority. You want him to be responsible, but you don't want to obey. If anyone dares to do that, don't blame him for being cruel. He has said ugly things beforehand, so he will have legal principles for doing things in the future. Yes, I agree. Fugaku nodded and said solemnly, I am the first to express my opinion that I absolutely trust Lord Jin. And Mr. Jin is right. Uchiha is being closely watched by the village. If everything is explained to everyone, then it will be equivalent to the whole village knowing. So, please keep this in mind. From now on, in the police department, as long as it is Lord Jin's order, it must be accepted and implemented regardless of whether you understand it in your heart. Otherwise, I, Fugaku, will never be lenient. In Nanhei Shrine, everyone frowned slightly. They are a little conflicted. Because Uchiha Jin made it clear that he didn't trust these people. This is absolutely a shame for them. But, I have to admit it. Uchiha Jin's thinking is also right, especially the police department, which directly faces the village and villagers. It's okay to be cautious. I accept. I don't have a problem either. Elder Jin made the right decision. It should have been so long ago. In the past, our Uchiha management was a bit too loose. Isn't it true that Hokage knew the contents of the first clan meeting that night? Everyone present spoke one after another. Everyone expressed their acceptance of Uchiha Jin and Fugaku's requests. Subsequently, after confirming this matter, the issue of Uchiha industry began again. Finally, half an hour later, this clan meeting is finally over. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. Today, Uchiha Jin got up early and took a shower. No way. Who allowed him to have Itachi as his apprentice? I was delayed all day yesterday, so I have to get up early today no matter what. Since you have accepted someone as your apprentice, you must be responsible. But, it's a pity. Although he felt that he had gotten up early enough, when he opened the courtyard door and saw Itachi who was already practicing, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Good guy, isn't this child too diligent? He rubbed his brows with a headache, and then said helplessly. Itachi, you are still a child. For a child, getting enough sleep is the most important thing. Because you are growing up, and only when you are in deep sleep will your body begin to detoxify and convert the meals you eat during the day into the nutrients your body needs. You must have noticed that when you get enough sleep, you feel refreshed when you wake up the next day, but otherwise you feel tired and dizzy, right? I can't control what other people think and I don't care. But as you are my disciple, I must be responsible for you. Don't think you are diligent. In my opinion, you are squeezing and overdrawing your future. Maybe you feel like you are getting stronger every day now, but when you truly become an adult, you will find that you will never make any progress after encountering a bottleneck. If you want to go far enough in the future, you must understand that your main task now is not cultivation. But take good care of your body and spirit. Only the more stable the foundation is, the further you can go in the future. It is the work of fools to encourage the growth of young people. Uchiha Jin, his tone was stern. Yes, he really looked down upon Uchiha Itachi's behavior. In the original work, he seems powerful, but he always looks weak. Although Mangekyo's abilities are powerful, his eye power was exhausted in a short period of time. The root of it is here. Moreover, the ninja world is different from the normal world because the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan led to the sudden arrival of chakra. Simply put, before I even learned to walk, I immediately learned to run. This leads to the fact that people in the ninja world don't understand what foundation is at all. It's all about squeezing, especially Might Dai and his son. Although they seemed extremely powerful in the original drama, their strength was only short-lived due to the unlimited pressure on their bodies. He didn't bother to care about the others. But as the soul of a flower grower, Uchiha Jin has an extraordinary understanding of the word, master. Once a teacher, always a father. This is no joke. Now that he has accepted Uchiha Itachi as his apprentice, he must be responsible for his apprentice. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Honestly, he actually did not agree with Jin's remarks. But Uchiha Jin was his teacher after all, so he nodded slightly. Okay, teacher, Uchiha Itachi said slowly. I will pay attention to it in the future. Only, although he said so, he was not prepared to do it. Just practice secretly at home without letting the teacher find out. Uchiha Jin, of course not stupid. After all, Itachi is just a child, and many things show on his face. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. You kid, you are dishonest. Uchiha Jin said quietly. Don't think I'm lying to you. Let me take myself as an example. I think you should know about my daily behavior. Among the Uchiha clan, I am basically the laziest. When I was studying at the ninja school, I couldn't even get into the elite class. Even in the regular class, I'm still at the bottom of the class. But, what now? Most of my classmates are genin now, and those who become chunin are considered elite. But I opened Mangekyo and directly became the clan elder and police minister. Hitaki Kakashi, who was the strongest in my class back then, didn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Even Shisui, the genius of our clan who is 1 year above me, is no match for me. So, got it. Young geniuses are the least valuable, the most important thing is accumulation. Before the age of 10 is the time to lay the foundation. The stronger your foundation is during this stage, the more power you can unleash when you become an adult, far beyond your imagination. So, don't give up eating because of choking. It doesn't matter if you were called a loser a few times when you were a teenager. When you really explode as an adult, I guarantee you will surprise everyone. How Jiao. Uchiha Jin, with a serious face. Although his success actually depends on cheating, what he said is absolutely correct. Itachi was a genius to begin with, but if he was too squeezed when he was young, his future would definitely be brighter. So, as his teacher, he would never allow chaos to arise. And, the other side, Itachi, who didn't care at all before, now really started to listen. Because Jin's words seemed to make sense. Thinking about this teacher, he was called a waste in the clan before. All the tribesmen believed that he was a disgrace to Uchiha. While at school, even if he is a teacher in an ordinary class, he is definitely at the bottom of the class. But, what then? He barely graduated from the 5th grade, but suddenly exploded on the battlefield. Awakening Uchiha's ultimate power, he used the Mangekyo Sharingan to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen. Okay, I understand, Uchiha Itachi said solemnly. I promise, I will listen to the teacher. Very well, come in. Seeing that Itachi had indeed listened, Uchiha Jin showed a faint smile. Immediately afterwards, when the two of them arrived in the small courtyard, he continued to speak. Itachi, have you eaten? After eating, teacher, nodded slowly, I can start practicing directly. Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes. But, this time he didn't say much. As long as he didn't squeeze or overdraw his body, the rest didn't matter. Jin's small courtyard is indeed not big. But at this stage, he didn't want Itachi to practice ninjutsu, just some basic physical training. So there is no need to go to a special training ground. First, Zamabu. After nearly 15 minutes, Itachi's horse stance was quite stable. This made him feel that the physical fitness of ninjas was indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people. In a previous life, it would have taken an ordinary person a week to finish it, but Itachi could finish it in just 10 minutes. To know, Uchiha is strong in Sharingan, but her physical skills are pretty average. If it were Might Dai and his son, it might not even take 2 minutes. Why? After sighing helplessly, Uchiha Jin slowly spoke. I know, you don't understand. In order to allow you to practice well, you are doing your best to stand on your horse, and I will explain it to you. In my opinion, the body is the basis of everything. Only when your body becomes stronger, you can extract more chakra, and you will have more ways to deal with the enemy. Zamabu cannot make you stronger quickly, but as long as you persevere, it can make you stronger more steadily, and it will not affect your foundation at all. So starting from today, you must walk for at least 2 hours every day. Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly. Although he still couldn't fully understand it, he also knew that Jin would not harm him. Slowly, although it was easy at first, as time went by, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and they began to become sore and painful. Sweat slowly began to appear on his forehead. However, his expression remained unchanged. Still persisting. After about 5 minutes, after getting through the most uncomfortable stage, I suddenly felt a surge of energy in my body. Although I was still straddling my body, I still felt comfortable all over. Very good, you should feel it. This is the secret of Zamabu. With your persistence, I believe you will like it. BFDD. I'll take advantage of this time to teach you something else. Let's talk about Sharingan first. After my long-term research, I believe that Sharingan's pupil power is essentially a kind of yin escape energy. As for Senju Hashirama's wood style, in my opinion it is the Yangtong no area. It's no different from the basic wind, earth, thunder, water, and fire styles. Uchiha does not have yin escape training methods, so after opening Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan believed that the power of the pupils is fixed, and once it is exhausted, they will become blind. However, I have tried to create a set of concepts, but to be honest, I am not sure how effective it will be. Now, I'll teach you. There is also a set of physical skills. There are 6 styles in the West. They are shave, iron body, paper arts, moonwalk, tempest kick, finger pistol. Uchiha Jin, his tone was calm. After finishing speaking, without any nonsense, he directly started to perform in the small courtyard. Itachi directly turned on his 2-tomo Sharingan and carefully observed and recorded Jin's explanation. His face was full of shock. These 6 moves are so powerful that every move cannot be copied. Especially the powerful destructive power really frightened him. And there are also the contemplation method and Zama step. The Uchiha clan believes that once the eye power is exhausted, it will be gone. I have never tried or thought about whether it can be increased through practice. But Jin is different. Not only did he think about it, he even came up with a calendar. This kind of behavior that is not limited to the predecessors and dares to bravely open up the way forward really gave him a huge shock. Especially Zamabu. At first glance, this thing seems boring. But as time went by, he could feel more and more that his body was getting stronger. Although the speed is very slow, it is not comparable to other physical techniques. But don't damage the foundation. This is the most powerful thing. Itachi could feel his cells cheering. There is no trace of the tired feeling all over my body that I had when I was practicing before. My teacher is simply too powerful. Also, precisely for this reason, he felt more and more that he had been too short-sighted before. I thought the teacher was lazy, but I didn't expect this to be the teacher's way of cultivation. Now, this moment, he finally trusted Uchiha-jin completely and decided to practice strictly according to the teacher's instructions. Okay, that's about it, Uchiha-jin said slowly. I won't get involved in the training of ninjutsu, weapons, etc. After all, you are the son of the clan leader, so you are not lacking in this aspect. My only requirement is that you can practice ninjutsu and weapons for at most 1 hour a day. Chakra extraction, 2 hours before bed every day. 2 hours of practicing the 6 postures, at least 2 hours of Zama step, and 1 hour of visualization every day. To add it all up, the daily practice time is no more than 8 hours. Itachi, you have to remember. You are still young now, and there are only 2 things that matter most. Eat well 3 meals a day to supplement the nutrients necessary for cultivation. Besides the first time, it's work and rest. Work. If there are no unexpected circumstances, you must go to bed before 10 o'clock in the evening. Weasel nodded solemnly. Different from being perfunctory just now, he is very serious now. Regarding Jin's arrangements, the decision must be strictly implemented. Subsequently, Itachi started practicing in the small courtyard, while Jin moved a deck chair and began to bask in the sun again in the small courtyard. I have to say, this little day was really nice. But it's a pity. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Uchiha Iron Fire came up. Sir, I'm sorry. Taihuo bowed and saluted. There was an accident in the police department. Today we caught a thief in the commercial street. The thief admitted at first, so we took him to the police department. But now the thief's family came to make trouble, and then the thief suddenly changed his story and refused to admit it. Even the victim was unwilling to come forward and identify himself. We have no ironclad evidence. How can we handle this matter? Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. He has a headache. Why did you come to me for such a trivial matter? Horse riding. Does a mere thief need someone of his level to come forward? He had thought that Uchiha's police department was terrible, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. How did the Fugaku clan leader handle this problem before? Uchiha Jin couldn't help but ask. Taihuo looked calm and said directly, the thief will be imprisoned for 3 years and the situation will be posted to the public. We solemnly state that Uchiha, as the strongest ninja clan in Konoha, will use his credibility to ensure that there will never be an unjust, false or wrong case. The glory of Uchiha cannot be slandered or humiliated. Violators will be arrested. Uchiha Jin, people are stupid. Good guy, isn't this processing method too simple and crude? Heck, if you use Uchiha's reputation to guarantee it, you can guarantee that you will be a hammer. Didn't you look at Uchiha's reputation? Has it been completely ruined? Now he finally fully understands how Uchiha ruined the police department. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly spoke. Well, cheating. With your way of playing, you haven't ruined the police department yet. This is really gratifying. You guys. Are really a group of talents. Uchiha Iron Fire, a black line in an instant. He is not stupid. Of course you can tell that Uchiha Jin is mocking. Only, he was just following orders, and it was Fugaku who gave the orders. Well, Elder Jin, Taihuo said helplessly, you'd better go over and handle it yourself. Uchiha Jin nodded. No way. Now that he has taken over this position, he must do something. He didn't even dare to control the remote control. Otherwise, with Uchiha's brain circuit, there's no telling what kind of trouble might happen. So, forget it. Itachi, practice well. I'll go to the police department and have a look. You can just go home after practicing here. If there's anything you don't understand, just come to me. Uchiha Jin faintly opened his mouth. He was very relieved about Itachi. This guy wouldn't be lazy at all. On the contrary, we should be more worried that he will practice more secretly. So he just reminded him briefly, and then went straight to the police department with Taihuo. Here, at this moment, countless Konoha villagers gathered, and the parents of the thieves, who were the leaders, stood there and kept crying. Our children are always safe and sound. How could he be a thief? Everyone must believe me. Our child was wrongly accused. Now their police department can't produce any evidence, which is enough to prove everything. The leading woman cried hoarsely. The countless villagers who were watching also sympathized with her. On the contrary, they were filled with unspeakable anger towards the police department. Yes, I can't provide any evidence, so I just arbitrarily accuse others. How can they not be angry? So, that's why. The guy stood in the distance and started pointing at the police department. And the other side, the various Uchiha in the police department were nearly blown out of their lungs. It was obvious that they were responsible, and the thief had admitted it before. But, he is riding a horse. Who would have thought? When things came to a head, this guy actually retracted his confession. What made them even more angry was that even the owner was unwilling to identify the owner, so he simply acted like a coward. You fart. It's obvious that your son has already confessed, but you guys came here to make a fuss, and he just temporarily retracted his confession. And you, Komiya Shingshu. Forget it about others, you are my minister. Our police department makes the decision for you. Are you embarrassed to be a coward now? Everyone in Uchiha roared angrily. Their faces were ashen. His whole body was shaking with anger, and even Sharingan was so angry that he burst into tears. As for the owner, Komiya Shingshu, he was trembling with fright, but he never dared to speak out to refute. And, at this moment, suddenly someone in the crowd spoke. The police department is unfair. They can't produce evidence and start to scare people. Yeah, it's too much. You must find Hokage-sama. Uchiha is going too far. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. They all pointed at the many Uchiha. And, the police department. Many Uchiha's faces were livid with anger. Even if this was not in Konoha village, otherwise they would all want to activate Sharingan and kill all these guys. Police department, entrance. When Uchiha Jin came over, the situation almost got out of control. He frowned slightly. I didn't expect that this group of Uchiha would be such a waste, that they could turn such a trivial matter into such a big scene in front of them. Taking a deep breath, he walked straight over. Everyone, calm down. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Jin, the current Minister of Police. I must give everyone an explanation for today's incident. He has a smile on his face. Although I have never been an official in my 2 lives, I have never eaten pork and have never seen a pig run away. There were so many movies and TV shows in his previous life, and he was even better than Uchiha at taking advantage of cats and tigers. This is also true. Although Uchiha Jin is relatively young, he is still the police minister, a high-ranking official with absolute significance in the eyes of civilians. As a leader, they all talk to you with a smile and even express their position. I must give you an explanation. In this case, it would be inappropriate to make a fuss. So, the situation calmed down, and everyone looked at Uchiha Jin, wanting to hear what the leader had to say. Please give me flowers. As for saying, do you doubt Jin's identity because of his young appearance? Absolutely not. First of all, this is the Hokage world. Teenage geniuses are too high. Isn't Hitaki Kakashi Jonin? As a wealthy family, Uchiha has 1 or 2 geniuses, which is completely normal. Not to mention, there were so many Uchiha at the scene, and they didn't even deny what he said. This in itself is enough to prove everything. But, it's a pity. Just when everything was going well, Uchiha Jin was ready to open his mouth to solve the problem. An accident happened. Suddenly someone spoke in the crowd. How can such a young Uchiha be the police minister? Uchiha is such a person, how can such a young person be the police minister? That's right, this is irresponsible to Konoha. Condemn, must condemn. Uchiha Jin, his eyebrows jumped. For a moment, he completely realized that this little incident that happened today seems very unusual now. Someone is doing this to themselves. After thinking of this, his eyes flashed sharply. Tai-Huo, catch them. Uchiha Jin spoke sharply. Uchiha Tai-Huo looked confused. He was about to say something when he saw Jin's gloomy face. Immediately, he thought of what Uchiha Jin had said at the clan meeting last night. As you command. Without any hesitation, he kept waving his hand. 7 or 8 Uchiha tribesmen rushed towards the crowd without any hesitation. Yes, for an ordinary Uchiha, they would not even think about whether there is a problem with this order. An order is an order. As a ninja, you just have to follow the orders of your superiors. Almost instantly, the person who was hiding among the crowd and fanning the flames was instantly caught by Uchiha. Countless villagers were shocked. Obviously, no one expected how ruthless Uchiha would be, arresting people as soon as he asked. This is the time when the leaves are trapped. What do these Uchiha want to do? The crowd began to panic, their eyes full of fear. As a group of civilians, fear is the norm. And, at this moment, Uchiha Jin spoke again. Dear Konoha villagers, there is no need to be afraid. Please calm down and then take a good look at these 3 people. Who among you knows them? Uchiha Jin, his face calm. Even though he had just given the order to arrest someone, he still had a warm smile on his face. Obviously, for him, he really didn't take such a small scene seriously. Want to do it yourself? I really thought he was one of those stupid Uchiha. Yes, although there has been no investigation yet, he has already determined in his heart that the 3 guys in front of him are either Hokage Anbu or from the roots of Danzo. In this case, what a thing to be afraid of. Just catch him. Anyway, everyone has become enemies a long time ago. Even if it is within the rules, he is not afraid of fighting with the Hokage family. He really didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to break up with him. And, the other side. Perhaps because of the warm smile on Jin's face, the people of Konoha village who were still in panic began to slowly calm down. Subsequently, 387. When everyone looked at the 3 people who were arrested again, they immediately started talking about it. I don't know these 3 people. I haven't seen it either, how about you? Do not know. The people of Konoha village spoke one after another. Everyone began to shake their heads, and no one present recognized the 3 arrested people in front of them. See this scene. The corner of Uchiha Jin's mouth also outlined a slight smile. Everyone, you must have seen it. Uchiha Jin said quietly. I felt very strange just now, it was just a thief. Whether the arrest is right or wrong, there shouldn't be such a big fuss. When things go wrong, there must be monsters, and these 3 guys I arrested are the guys who just kept stirring up dissension in the crowd. We'll talk about the thief later. I now suspect that these 3 guys are most likely spies from the enemy village. So I want to interrogate these 3 people first, and I hope the villagers can understand a little bit. He had a smile on his face. The words he said were quite polite, which almost gave everyone face. Countless Konoha villagers naturally nodded their heads. They are not unruly people. In a world like Hokage, ninjas are the privileged class. Uchiha is even more wealthy. Perhaps behind the scenes and with the support of the village, they dared to speak ill of Uchiha secretly. But, on the surface, no one dares to ignore Uchiha, let alone Uchiha Jin, Uchiha's senior leader, the Minister of Police Department. Being able to talk to you in a harmonious voice is already quite flattering. Yes, I support it. I just felt something was wrong. It turned out to be a spy from the enemy village. Asterisk asterisk. The people of Konoha village nodded repeatedly. After getting everyone's consent, he turned his attention to these three people. The tone was very bland. Tell me, who are you? Uchiha Jin said softly. As long as you can prove that you are citizens of Konoha village, I, Uchiha Jin, will personally apologize to you. But, silence. Facing Uchiha Jin's opening, none of the three people who were captured had the intention to speak. At the same time, they did not panic. Even the eyes he looked at Uchiha Jin were full of disdain and ridicule. Only, they didn't know, and Uchiha Jin didn't expect them to speak. Just looking at their calm and confident attitude, I felt completely sure. These three people are not spies. Either the Roots or Anbu. It seems that I guessed it right. Today's seemingly farce-like incident of catching a thief was deliberately caused by the Hokage family. But, what's the purpose? Test yourself, make a fool of yourself. But even if they succeed, what will they gain? His brain began to work crazily, thinking about what would happen to him next if he screwed up today's matter. Okay, got it. Regardless of everything else, Uchiha Setsuna will definitely come to make trouble for himself. So, put it this way. The purpose of the Hokage series is to make Uchiha fight among themselves. Hehe. After sneering, he showed disdain. After thoroughly understanding the matter, he had no intention of arguing with these three people. As soon as he rolled his eyes, he spoke quietly. Since you can't tell, it must be a spy. Iron Fire, lock it up. I allow the use of any torture, and they must be made to give an honest account. We must prove to the village that even without the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, I, Uchiha, am still no worse than the torture squad. 4. Uchiha Glory. Following his order, all the Uchiha seemed to be in a state of excitement. Uchiha Tiehuo had an even more serious look on his face. Casually, wave your hand. 7 or 8 Uchiha tribesmen ran over, their eyes full of excitement, and dragged the three people directly towards the police jail. Obviously, they really thought these three people were spies. And they are so simple that they keep encouraging themselves. We must dig deep into the secrets in the hearts of these three people. They Uchiha are no worse than a copycat. All for the glory of Uchiha. But, on the other side, the three people who were arrested were immediately stunned. This processing flow is wrong. According to normal procedures, the police department is not qualified to intervene in espionage cases. This kind of matter should be left to Anbu. Yes, as long as they follow the formal procedures, this matter will naturally be settled after they enter Anbu. This is the real reason why they still don't panic even if they are caught. But, he is riding a horse. Uchiha-jin, don't talk about martial ethics. For bullshit Uchiha glory, they will definitely suffer later. What to do? There was cold sweat on their foreheads, and the leader spoke angrily. Uchiha-jin, I advise you to let us go. Uchiha-jin, his eyebrows twitching slightly. Of course, no problem, are you ready to explain? Excuse me, we are. The other party was about to speak. But, it's a pity. Before he could finish his words, someone else stopped him. Shut up, you waste. Although the man looked helpless, he could only remain silent in the end. Uchiha-jin, full of disdain. Too lazy to talk nonsense to these three people, he immediately waved his hand. If you don't explain, then take it away from me. I allow all torture, as long as it doesn't kill people. Beat me to death and make them explain who they are. For spies there is no need to pay attention to human rights, just beat them to death. Snort, Uchiha-jin, with a look of disdain. Since you dare not reveal your identity, then blame him for being ruthless. If you dare to provoke yourself, you must pay the price. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is unhappy, unless he dares to reveal the identities of these three people, even if he is Hokage, he will get it. Certainly, even if it is really exposed, Uchiha-jin is not afraid. If you didn't tell me earlier, I wouldn't know. I thought he was a spy. It's just a misunderstanding. What else can be done? And, the other side. As you command. Everyone in Uchiha immediately agreed with a bang. Originally, everyone was feeling angry because of today's incident. Oh my god, just in time. Since you have such a good punching bag and can prove Uchiha's glory, of course you have to entertain these guests, well. The 3 spies who were causing trouble were reluctantly taken away. You can imagine, waiting for their ending will definitely not be good. Uchiha Jin didn't bother to worry about this matter. Immediately, he turned his gaze to everyone again. Okay, everyone, the spy has been caught, let's talk about the thief. Whoever is in charge, please come forward. Uchiha Jin faintly opened his mouth. As he spoke, the onlookers stopped making noise. Obviously, after the spy incident just now, everyone's trust in Uchiha Jin has been initially established. So, naturally, they will not comment on the matter until it is dealt with by Uchiha Jin. And Uchiha stood up and bowed directly to Jin. Minister, my name is Uchiha Shinichi. Uchiha Shinichi said in a respectful tone, I handled this matter. The thief's name is Kambei Manyo. Everything was normal when we first arrested him. He also confessed to the theft. But when his mother came to the police department to make trouble, his attitude changed completely. Due to time constraints, we do not have evidence. He looked angry, but Uchiha Jin's strength and ability to handle things have just been proven. So, naturally, he did not hesitate and told the story directly. After hearing this, Uchiha Jin's face remained calm. Bring out Kobe Manyo. Probably, after a while. As Jin opened his mouth, Uchiha Tiehuo personally came forward and directly brought the thief out. Are you Kobe Manyo? Yes, my lord. Did you steal Komiya Anju's money? No, sir. Very good, it's okay, don't get excited. After a brief conversation between the two, Uchiha Jin looked to the other side. Are you the owner, Komiya Kyushu? It's me, sir. Xiaomong Xingshu walked out. Although he was shaking slightly, there was cold sweat on his forehead. But, same thing, he was also really afraid of Uchiha Jin. As a party involved, he looked more carefully. Perhaps others can only be shocked that Uchiha Jin has the ability to directly catch spies. But, he is different. Because of the evil in his heart, he could only see how ruthless Uchiha Jin's methods were from what happened just now. Let him be shocked. But, no way. Thinking of the master who secretly visited him late last night, no matter how scared he was, he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Well, don't be afraid. Uchiha Jin said in a calm tone. You are the owner, what are you afraid of? Now tell me, is Kobe Manyo a thief? The small palace apricot tree trembled slightly. But after taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. No, it's not. Uchiha Jin, eyes dark. Silence. Along with his silence, Xiao Yishang became more and more frightened. Just when he was almost unable to bear it any longer, Uchiha Jin spoke calmly. Very good, I understand. Then it seems that our police department made a mistake. You can take out the money the police department gave you last night. Because the money given to you was obtained from Kobe Manyo. Since he is not a thief, the money must be returned to him. As for your stolen money, our police department will increase manpower to search for it. Is this okay? Hearing these words, Komiya Shingshu was dumbfounded. Give the money back. This won't work. This is your own money, why should you give it back? But sir, this. Komiya Shingshu tried to speak. When Uchiha Jin heard this, his mouth was full of weirdness. What, you want to say this is your money? Komiya Shingshu swallowed, but remained silent in the end. But, about this, Uchiha Jin did not let him go, and immediately spoke directly. Why are you so hesitant? Anyway, this money was taken from Kobe Manyo. If it's your money, just tell me. In that case, you can take the money and we will catch the thief. If not, then there's no need to be afraid. Our police department will definitely investigate later. Of course, you have to understand. The police department has a lot to do, and the village doesn't provide much funding every year, so you definitely have to wait for a while. How's it going? Have you thought about it? The apricot tree in Xiaomiya is only silent. He wanted to speak countless times, but still didn't dare. So, he could only grit his teeth and take out the money, almost crying. This is his money, but he still had to take it out, and then looked at Uchiha Jin with his own eyes and gave the money to the liar again. Horse riding. Is this justified? But, no way. Although he was extremely angry, he couldn't blame Uchiha Jin. After all, they wanted to make the decision for him, so he didn't dare to identify the liar. Ah, very good. For Kobe Manyo, on behalf of the police department, I solemnly apologize to him. And I would like to seriously criticize Uchiha Shinichi, who is responsible for this matter, and remove him from his post and go home to reflect on it. As for when the position will be restored, it is to be determined. Kobe Manyo, release on the spot. As for Xiaomiya Shingshu, you don't need to worry. Our police department will not let the murderer go, and will definitely investigate the matter severely in the future. All you need to do now is wait patiently. Okay, let's disperse. Uchiha Jin, his tone was calm. After directly characterizing the matter and announcing it directly, he took the lead and walked towards the police department. Countless Uchiha couldn't help but look at each other. They are all angry. Only, considering Uchiha Jin's power, they still chose to wait for the time being. Anyway, let's talk about it in private. As for all the villagers who were watching, they fell directly into a carnival. They all began to admire, thinking that the police department was finally saved. The newly appointed ministers are very satisfied with their conduct. If it were Jin's previous life, he wouldn't be shouting, "Master Qingtian," now. The thief Kobe Manyo was even more excited. He never expected that just by being tough with him, he would actually let the owner take out the money obediently. This is so cool. His eyes rolled around, still thinking in his mind. Next time, where are you going to commit the crime? Only the real owner almost fainted in the toilet from crying. Lord Qingtian, I can go to hell. Obviously that person is the thief, and the money is his. There is no distinction between right and wrong, King. Certainly, he only dared to whisper behind his back, and no one dared to say these words. After all, who is to blame? Uchiha has obviously caught the thief. As long as he comes forward to identify him, this matter can be solved easily. His money can also be renewed. But, who makes him unwilling? So even if he had to blame, he could only blame himself. Office of the Minister. Uchiha Jin, with a leisurely look on his face. I made myself a cup of tea casually and looked like I was enjoying myself. Minister, this can't work. Uchiha said with a headache. Although the people of Konoha village are happy, we have fired a cannon at the murderer. Also, Junjin, he was wronged. I can testify to Shinichi-kun that he works conscientiously on weekdays and will never make such low-level mistakes. It's so unfair to punish him like this. He is sincere and sincere. There was some anger in Uchiha's eyes. Yes, although last night, Uchiha Jin had already said hello in advance. But now, after actually encountering the problem, he was still quite uncomfortable. Why should Uchiha suffer for the sake of the villagers? If Uchiha Shinichi is really wrong, then this matter will be over. The problem is, they are right. It is precisely for this reason that Taihuo certainly disagrees. Yes, Minister, Uchiha also said directly, I did nothing wrong in this matter. That Kobe Manyo, I am sure he is the murderer. Although there is no evidence yet, I promise that I will definitely find it. Obviously, he was also quite unconvinced by Uchiha Jin's handling. And, the other side. Uchiha Jin, still calm. After Taihuo really finished speaking, he spoke calmly. Okay, I know. That Kobe Manyo is the murderer, but so what? No suspicion of guilt, understand. From now on, in the police department that I am in charge of, as long as there is no conclusive evidence, all crimes will be treated as innocent. As for Shinichi, I know you feel aggrieved, but for the glory of Uchiha, you must aggrieve. You also know that Uchiha has a bad reputation, and the Fugaku chief asked me to be the police minister, that is, to change Uchiha's reputation. So, do you understand? I'm not here to solve the case, I don't care who the murderer is. Of course, to you, everyone is Uchiha, and I won't let you suffer in vain. I will talk to the clan leader in the evening and give you a volume of B-level ninjutsu, and then I will reward you 100,000 taels. Go back and practice hard. Even if you don't come to work, your salary will still be paid as usual. Just keep it in your heart. I, Uchiha Jin, will not let my own people be wronged in vain. Since you are taking the blame for the clan, you will definitely be rewarded. Hiss. Tiehuo and Shinichi were both dumbfounded. Obviously, none of them expected that they would get such an answer. It turns out that's the case. Minister Uchiha Jin knew that he was wrong. Is it just for the glory of Uchiha that you let him take the blame? And this blame was not in vain, and a lot of benefits were given. From this perspective, is this still a good thing? The two of them were stunned. It seems a bit incomprehensible. How can things be solved like this? All of a sudden, neither of them knew what to say. Shinichi, how are you? Uchiha Jin said with a smile. Are you satisfied with my handling? Ah, satisfied. Uchiha Shinichi nodded quickly. Are you kidding me? How could he be dissatisfied? To know, he is just an ordinary Uchiha who relied on his own hard work to join the police department after graduation. He is short of money. Advanced ninjutsu is even more lacking. He was able to get so many good things by simply taking a scapegoat for the clan. He felt that he could just carry a few more scapegoats. Ah, that's good. This matter is settled. Shinichi, go back and practice hard. As for the clan members, there is no need to hide it. Just tell the truth. Uchiha Jin nodded. Since Shinichi is satisfied with this, then the matter is settled. To this, Shinichi bowed solemnly to Jin, and then left happily. When he walked out of the minister's office, he was naturally stopped by a group of Uchiha who started asking about the outcome of the matter. They are all worried. Shinichi is unlucky today, if he can't solve it well. Next time, what if they meet? Uchiha Shinichi didn't hesitate. He immediately told the whole thing directly. After all the Uchiha tribe members heard this, they were all stunned. Good guy. For the sake of Uchiha's glory, he takes the blame for the clan. Moreover, it is not in vain. Although he was reprimanded and punished on the surface, he was given a lot of benefits behind the scenes. Paralyzed. After hearing this, everyone was sour. I was originally worried about Uchiha Shinichi, but now I have directly turned into envy. Yes, they also want to take this kind of blame. And the other side. Police Department, Chengli office. After Uchiha Shinichi left, Tiehuo couldn't help but say, businessman, is it okay to handle it this way? Why not? Uchiha Jin said faintly. Do you still remember what I said last night? Since you let me take control of the police department, you must do what I say. Taihuo looked helpless. Although he still disagreed a little, the Fugaku clan leader nodded, and the clan council approved it by a show of hands. Unless the clan guild is opened again and Uchiha Jin is removed. Otherwise, within the police department, you must listen to him. Why? With a helpless sigh, Tai Mietuan spoke again. Shinichi's matter is finally settled. But what about the thief? It's hard to find evidence for something like this. Even if we know that Kobe Manyo is a thief, according to your theory, it will be difficult to arrest him. Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. He finally discovered it. Guys like Uchiha are born with a single mind. It's really hard to understand. Shaking his head helplessly, he said directly, catch the fart, just let it go and drag it away. Not arresting. Taihuo looked confused. We are the police department, how can we not arrest the thief? This doesn't make sense, does it? He is difficult to understand. Uchiha Jin's way of doing things simply shattered his outlook on life. Nanos. As a member of the police force, can you really do nothing? Isn't this just occupying the latrine and not taking a shit? Judging from the education he received, he really couldn't accept this. And the other side. Uchiha feels a headache. People like Uchiha are so simple-minded that it's scary. Very beginning, he was too lazy to explain the matter and was going to force Taihuo to do it as he asked. He doesn't need to care about the rest. Anyway, last night he had already brought the ugly words to the forefront. Don't change. Considering the radicals last night, Tiehuo was the first to support himself. After pondering for a moment, he spoke calmly. Originally, I don't need to explain this to you. After all, I already mentioned my ugly words at the clan meeting last night, and I don't need to explain to anyone. But, forget it, I can explain to you this time, but it is also the last time. If you still can't accept it, then I can only ask you to be transferred from the police department. Uchiha Jin, tone serious. He wasn't kidding. He was originally asked to be the police minister, but he was very reluctant. If you do something casually and someone comes over to ask why, then don't do anything every day and use all your time to explain to them. The key is, as long as they are all smart people like Narakazama, he can guess it just by mentioning a few words. Uchiha, you're stupid. Even if he explains word by word or sentence by sentence, these guys can't understand it. Okay, no problem. Tiehuo looked sincere and said directly, please ask Elder Jin to clear up the confusion. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Iron Fire kneeled down on one knee. Obviously, he himself knows that his behavior is not good. After all, they made an announcement in advance at the clan meeting last night. But, no way, he was really panicking. He had to know this, otherwise he would not be able to do anything in the future. So in order to express his apology, he directly expressed his utmost sincerity. Get down on one knee. You must know that for an Uchiha, unless he truly agrees with it from his heart, he will not kneel even in front of the clan leader. Iron Fire is willing to do this. In essence, he basically agreed with Uchiha Jin's handling just now. Although the thief was not caught, the villagers were quite satisfied. Even Uchiha Shinichi also benefited. And, the other side. Uchiha Jin, who originally had a lazy face, couldn't help but become serious when he saw Taihuo kneeling on one knee. Yes, if everyone has achieved this, what else can he say? Taihuo, get up. Now that you've made it this far, it seems I really have to teach you a lesson. Of course, how much you can learn depends on your own understanding. First of all, the first question is, as I said just now, do you think there is something wrong with this matter from beginning to end? As I said outside just now, how can a simple thief cause such a big scene under normal circumstances? Uchiha Jin asked. Taihuo was a little confused. But looking at Jin, who became serious, he couldn't help but become serious. After a while, then he said in confusion, isn't it because those 3 spies caused trouble? Haha, are you taking it seriously? Uchiha Jin, the corner of his mouth twitching. I deceived the villagers, those 3 people are not spies. Hearing this, Taihuo was shocked. Not a spy. Of course not. Uchiha Jin shook his head and said calmly, every spy is precious. It takes a long time to gain a foothold in other villages. Are you willing to use such a precious spy on a mere thief? Iron Fire, silence. Even though he was being stupid, he noticed something was wrong. Think of this. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and his whole body was dripping with cold sweat. He obviously noticed something was wrong. There is a problem with this matter today. I didn't notice it from beginning to end, but I was reminded by Uchiha Jin, and then I realized something was wrong. It is precisely because of this that he understands better. The power of Uchiha Jin. After pondering for a moment, he spoke in confusion. I still can't figure it out. Since they are not spies, why didn't they refute just now? And since you know they are not spies, why did you ask us to interrogate them? Uchiha Iron Fire, I feel a little headache. Yes. He couldn't figure it out. My head is about to explode. He couldn't understand Uchiha Jin's behavior at all. To this, Uchiha Jin didn't hide anything, and immediately spoke coldly. I've said it all, but you still don't understand. I'm talking about being more careful. I didn't realize that after we caught those 3 people, they were not afraid at all and even dared to try to provoke us. Even if they treat me as the Minister of Police, all 3 of them look down upon me and are not afraid of me at all. You, think about it carefully. Who among us in Konoha has the right to despise Uchiha and despise me, the head of the police department? Hiss. At this moment, Taihuo finally understood it completely. He was covered in cold sweat. Bfee. Tiehuo trembled and said doubtfully, they are Hokage Anbu. But why? Wait, no, since they are Anbu, we cannot execute them. I have to tell them quickly. He was confused. His eyes were full of panic, and his words were even less expressive. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Jin shook his head slightly. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted him directly. Forget it, you are useless. I'd better tell you directly. I have long known that these 3 people are Anbu. I caught them on purpose and had them tortured on purpose, just to teach Hokage a lesson. I just took office today, and they deliberately found trouble for me. You really think I'm easy to bully? As for why the Hokage family did this, there are two reasons I can think of. The first is to suppress Uchiha. Let Uchiha's reputation be as bad as possible, so as to create a gap between Uchiha and the village. Even if Uchiha is going to be in chaos, as long as Uchiha has a bad reputation, no ninja clan or civilians will be willing to support Uchiha. Secondly, let Uchiha have civil strife. Think about it with your pig brain. If I can't handle this matter today, will Uchiha give up this opportunity? When the time comes, he will definitely attack me. And as long as Uchiha and I fight in an instant, no matter who wins or loses in the end, it is Uchiha's internal strength that will be lost. All ninjas and civilians are hostile to Uchiha externally, and there are various fights among Uchiha internally. Only in this way can Sarutobi Hiruzen secure his position as Hokage. The so-called thieves and owners are just minions, pawns used against Uchiha. It doesn't matter if it's true or false. This is not important at all. So you idiot, do you understand? It doesn't matter whether the police department does something or not. It doesn't matter whether it can investigate the case. They are just some civilians. Even if he dies, Hokage doesn't care. As long as we can hit Uchiha, we can hit the police department, and let Uchiha's reputation gradually get worse. As long as this can be done, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will make a profit. So, be smart. The daily work of the police department can only be done by fooling around and ensuring that the villagers are satisfied. The truth is not important, and neither is justice. Even if the security of the entire Konoha becomes completely chaotic, it doesn't matter. The patriarch asked me to come to the police department just to save Uchiha's reputation. As long as I can withstand the calculations and pressure of the Hokage family, I can even cause Sarutobi Hiruzen to suffer. That's enough. Uchiha Iron Fire, the whole person was stunned. Yes, after Uchiha Jin's explanation, his outlook was completely shattered. He never imagined that simply catching a thief could involve so many things. Thinking of this, he trembled all over. He had never been able to figure it out before. Why is the police department working hard but its reputation is getting worse and worse? But now, he understands. It turns out that it's the higher-ups in the village who are trying to suppress and discredit Uchiha. Think of this. His head was covered with cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling slightly. So, that's it. Uchiha was fierce, his eyes full of murderous intent. The height of the village is too high. How could they use such despicable methods on Uchiha? No wonder Uchiha's reputation is getting worse and worse in the village. Elder Jin, I understand. I will completely obey your command from now on, all for Uchiha. Yes, Uchiha's mind is that simple. He joined the radicals before simply because he looked down on the moderates. But, these years, Uchiha only talks about it for a moment, but actually achieves nothing. Uchiha hasn't changed at all in the village. He has been unhappy with Uchiha Setsuna for a long time. He has not taken any action in these years, it is just that he has no choice. Now, it's different. Uchiha Jin's sudden rise gave him new hope. Forget about awakening Uchiha's ultimate secret, Mangekyo Sharingan, the key is Uchiha Jin's brain, which is what he truly admires. It's just such a small thing, but I can instantly detect something wrong, and then find the truth in a few seconds. What's even more valuable is that Uchiha can still fight back. This is so awesome. In addition to last night's clan meeting, Uchiha Jin's words. It also proves that he has a clear understanding of Uchiha's situation beyond ordinary people's understanding. In conclusion, strong strength, clear mind, and ruthless methods. He even began to think about whether Jin could change the situation within the clan if he became the clan leader. So, nothing was said. He knelt down on one knee to Jin again. Different from the time before, this time he offered his loyalty. Instead of playing with the radicals, he wants to hang out with Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin. The corner of his mouth twitched. Looking at Taihuo kneeling on the ground again, he really didn't know how to complain. Good guy. Taihuo is an elite jonin in the Uchiha clan. Especially among the radicals, it has a strong appeal. Basic, so to speak. Taihuo's loyalty to him can attract a group of people. But, it's really not necessary. He is just a salty fish who wants to lie down. Even when he became the minister of police this time, he was just trying to catch up. So seeing this posture, he wanted to suggest Taihuo to go directly to the upper water layer. It's so great to be a hands-off shopkeeper, why do you have to do it yourself? But wait, what if he also formed a faction, and then fell out with Shisui and the two of them started fighting in the ring? Couldn't Shisui use this as an excuse to keep asking for help from Sarutobi Hiruzen? Himself has been exposed. Even if he stays at home, Sarutobi Hiruzen will kill himself. On the contrary, the more he chose to remain silent, the more Hokage became worried, fearing that he was secretly plotting something. In this case, it is better to just work on the flag. In this way, not only can Sarutobi Hiruzen rest assured, Shisui will also use the excuse that he can't beat him, and then fight for various resources from Hokage. Anyway, the village's finances, even if I don't fight for them, will eventually flow into the major ninja clans. So, might as well get Uchiha. What's even better is that the more fiercely Uchiha fights, the more relieved the village will feel. The village relaxed, and Kazama's plan was easier to implement. As for the issue of Taihuo's loyalty, Uchiha Jin is the least worried. Uchiha guys, let alone forbearance and dormancy. Anyone with a normal mind would not be bullied to this extent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. A bunch of solid eyes. Since he said he wanted to be loyal, he must mean it. Thinking of this, he nodded slowly. Okay, I get it. Since you have no problem, just follow my instructions. The 3 guys we arrested today will continue to be punished as spies, as long as they are not beaten to death. I expect that the Hokage will come to ask for someone tonight at most. Taihuo nodded slowly. Now that he knew Jin's true thoughts, he naturally felt confident. For the Hokage series, they really need to be taught a lesson. I understand, sir. Taihuo pondered for a moment before he couldn't help but say, I will handle this matter myself. Please give me flowers. But if we deal with Anbu like this, can the Hokage really come to terms with it? Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes. Looking at the iron fire in front of him, his eyes were full of wetchin. Can't understand this. Shaking his head helplessly, he couldn't help but ask, do you know those 3 people or Anbu? Ah, I understand. Taihuo nodded. Uchiha Jin said directly, when Hokage comes to ask for someone, I will naturally come forward in person. Taihuo nodded and prepared to leave. Uchiha Jin couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw this. His expression became serious. Looking at the iron fire in front of him, his brain began to work. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Taihuo, wait a minute. 0. Since you have chosen to follow me, then make arrangements according to my instructions. In the police department that I'm in charge of, don't be so active in solving crimes, just leave them to me. Anyway, the village does not belong to Uchiha. Even if the security of the village is completely disrupted, the first person affected will be Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage. If the villagers come to ask for an explanation, it's just one word, drag. Of course, those in our police department who are responsible for receiving villagers should have a smile on their faces and a good attitude. If that doesn't work, they should bow and apologize. Working anyway, just wait, you can find any reason at will. The case is complicated and difficult to investigate. You can just think about it. If you really can't find a reason, then say that the police department has not allocated funds, and our Uchiha has not been paid for several months. So members of the police department have gone to take on tasks or do odd jobs to earn living expenses. Anyway, the village has been delaying funding for the police department for several years. Even Hokage can't fault this reason. By the way, I am explaining to the villagers that in the past few years, the Uchiha clan used their own money to subsidize the police department. But now, Uchiha has no money. When this matter becomes a big deal, I'll write a report to the Hokage. Ask about the debts owed over the years and when they can be paid. If we don't pay them, the police department will have no choice but to be disbanded. After all, people like us in the police department have to eat and support their families, right? Then spread the word and let the people of Konoha village know that the security disorder in the village has nothing to do with our police department. It's simply because the village doesn't allocate funds. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 91. Uchiha Iron Fire, gasped. This is a reverse threat Hokage. In the past, Uchiha was a radical. Despite all the boasting, no one dares to do such a thing. More importantly, even if Uchiha Jin did this, no one could find fault with him. This reason is too formal. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is unhappy, unless he dares to remove Uchiha, he can only bow his head and admit defeat. As for Uchiha, what a joke. Uchiha hasn't done anything wrong. Even if he is Hokage, he can't do this. You must know that when people were in charge of the police department, you Hokage did not allocate a penny. Instead, Uchiha used his own money to maintain it. What is this called? Even if it spreads, it can only prove one thing. Uchiha, for being a good person. Even if the village does not allocate funds, people still use their own money to do things for the village. Even if you take a step back, really remove Uchiha. But, what then? No matter which ninja clan comes to power, no one will do it if you don't allocate funds. Not to mention other ninja clans, not even the Sarutobi clan. As for appropriation, that won't work either. During the Uchiha period, the village was short of money, including no funding from the police department. If it were another ninja clan, he would suddenly be rich. If word spreads about this, how will the common people view him as Hokage? After thinking about this, Taihuo was shocked. Uchiha Jin, too strong. This method shocked him. Okay, I understand. I'll arrange this right away, but does it have to be done secretly? Uchiha Jin frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he still shook his head, with a sneer on his lips. No need, just make a big fanfare. As long as we hide it from the common people, there is no need to hide it from the Hokage family or other ninja clans. This is a conspiracy, so what if you know? Yes. He just wants to slap Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face openly. Tell him plainly that I, Uchiha Jin, just want to cause trouble. Are you angry? Angry? Hate me so much? At this time, Shisui should also appear. This is a good chess piece with the will of fire, but I, Uchiha Jin, don't like it. Now I want to recruit a group of Uchiha to compete with me, Uchiha Jin. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly get money and resources to support Shisui? As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen chooses to do this, Uchiha Jin will dare to fake the match, and then let Shisui cash out crazily. Regardless, it's not a loss anyway. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen will be fooled, Uchiha Jin, no worries. Because before they really break up, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only fight back within the rules of the game no matter how angry he is. If he wants to instigate other ninjas to kill Uchiha, no one will support him until he has the right to do so. Unless, use Danzo. But the problem is that this kind of off-market move cannot be left in the sun. As long as he dares to be so late, that means. Even if Uchiha Jin fights back, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only stare. Okay, I understand. Uchiha Taihuo bowed respectfully. I'll make arrangements right away. This time, although he didn't understand the reason, he didn't ask. Uchiha Jin has proven his ability, and for Taihuo, just follow orders and do things. Others, he doesn't care about. He believes that Uchiha Jin has the ability to handle everything. Hokage Building, 3rd floor. Late at night, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, still sits behind his desk and handles official duties. At this moment, an Anbu appeared. He knelt down directly on one knee and began to report in a calm tone. Master Hokage, something happened. The 3 Anbu who performed the mission today are now detained by the police department. The reason for detention is that he is suspected of being a spy. Due to the special nature of the mission, the identities of the 3 Anbu cannot be revealed. Especially when Uchiha shouted on the spot that the Yamanaka clan would dig out the secrets of the spies, so the interrogation and torture department could not intervene. How to resolve this matter, please leave it to Mr. Hokage to decide. Hiss. After hearing this report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed slightly. Immediately, silence fell. Yes, just as Uchiha Jin guessed, the group of thieves was arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. There were even 3 Anbu who cooperated for this purpose, just to damage Uchiha Jin's reputation. He is too strong. As an awakened Mangekyo Uchiha, there is no will of fire in him. Since it cannot be obtained, it can only be destroyed. Let him fight the radicals. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. As long as Uchiha's strength can be consumed as much as possible, it is enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, it's just waiting. As long as there is a chance, then set up a trap to kill him. But, I never thought about it. You actually told me that I failed such a simple task. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke quietly. Okay, I get it. You are not responsible for this, please step back. Upon hearing these words, Anbu bowed and slowly exited the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, lost in thought. His brain began to work crazily, thinking about what to do about this. After a long time, he spoke softly again. Black Crow. Lord Hokage. A ninja wearing a crow mask and hiding in the darkness appeared quietly in the room. He knelt down on one knee. His expression was very respectful, quietly waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's order. You take action now and contact the spies lurking in Uchiha. What happened within the police department today, especially what happened with Uchiha-jin? It's all in detail, I want to know right away. This Anbu, no nonsense. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, it immediately turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Obviously, what stands here is just not a shadow clone. Time passes slowly. About half an hour later, Anbu, named Black Crow, walked into the room again. Kneel down on one knee and speak calmly. Lord Hokage, the situation is not good. Looking at the information from the spies, Uchiha-jin has confirmed the true identities of the three Anbu. But he still did not choose to let them go. Instead, he ordered the police department to beat the three Anbu severely. It was nominally tortured for information, but judging from the investigation, Uchiha had no intention of interrogating the situation. Instead, it was more like beating for the sake of beating. Except for hanging on to their lives, those three Anbu are already useless. And, speaking of which, this Anbu was slightly hesitant, not sure whether to continue. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said, continue. Yes, Anbu lowered his head. Then, stop talking nonsense. At that time, Uchiha-jin's arrangements were all explained in detail. Because Uchiha-jin had no intention of hiding it, the spies he planted certainly knew it in detail. After finishing speaking, this Anbu's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. He is not stupid. What does Uchiha want to do, and what does this order mean? Of course he knows, but just because he knew it, he became more and more afraid. Actually, don't talk about him. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time couldn't help but gasp. Actually, don't mention this Anbu. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked shocked now. Good guy, what does this Uchiha-jin want to do? Listen to these commands. The entire police department was strictly ordered to fish, and no one was allowed to do practical work for the villagers. If the villagers come to your door, then you should use a gentle tone and find various excuses to evade. Are you going to do whatever you can to cause chaos in the village? If things really get serious, they will issue a statement saying that the village will not allocate funds, so the police department will be helpless. Members of the police department also have to live. So after the police department couldn't pay their wages, they all went out to take private jobs to earn extra money. Have to say, looking for this reason, I really can't fault it. This is to conquer your own army. And, it must be admitted, if Uchiha really did this, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would not be able to hold him accountable. Because they are right, the village has indeed not allocated funds in recent years. We can even say, except for the first few years when the police department was established, when second Hokage Senju Tobarama was in office, funding for the police department was relatively sufficient. After Sarutobi Hiruzen took office, the funding for the 15th police department became increasingly scarce, and in recent years it has been completely gone. In the past, it was quite good. Anyway, Uchiha is stubborn. As long as he complains about difficulties, what can these short-minded people do? But, I never thought about it. Today's Uchiha, but there is an Uchiha Ember. This person is really wicked. Instead of blocking the door and asking for money, he chose to mess up Konoha and use the anger of the villagers to put pressure on himself. Paralyzed. A mute eats Coptis chinensis and cannot express the pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had eaten shit. His face was ashen and he could only shut up and sulk. What to do? For a while, he really had no choice. Compared with this incident, the incident of the three Anbu was nothing. Boom. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, the door was suddenly kicked open. Subsequently, Shimura Danzo walked straight in with a cold face. Hiruzen, you are too soft. Why Uchiha Jin is so arrogant? It's all because of you. Now they dare to detain Anbu and even plot to disrupt the village. For this evil Uchiha, we must not let him grow, otherwise he will destroy Sleepy sooner or later. Trust me once and leave this to me. He looked arrogant. Danzo never paid attention to Uchiha Jin. We can even say, don't talk about him Uchiha Jin, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, he doesn't like it a bit. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen, so weak. An important task like protecting Konoha should be left to his roots. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree or refuse Shimura Danzo's words. He is thinking, is it true what Tuan said about Uchiha Jin before? If he had taken action directly earlier, perhaps this mess wouldn't have happened today. What to do? Is this going to be left to Danzo? After pondering for a moment, he took a deep breath. Danzo, I believe you once. I'll leave this matter to you, and you must handle it beautifully. Especially, those 3 Anbu. Quote, we must rescue them. We cannot afford to be embarrassed. Do you know? Shimura Danzo looked surprised. Yes, he actually said a few more words casually, but he didn't actually think that Sarutobi Hiruzen would really agree. But, I never thought about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been timid and cautious, actually agreed this time. From this point of view, this guy Uchiha Jin really made Sarutobi Hiruzen angry. This is a good thing. Danzo, who was full of surprise, immediately issued a military order. Hiruzen, don't worry, even if I can't kill Uchiha Jin this time, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The village cannot tolerate provocation, otherwise you must pay the price. Especially for an evil Uchiha like him, death is the greatest contribution to the village. Just wait and see, General will complete this mission. This time, let the roots protect Konoha. Finished. Shimura Danzo, who was full of excitement, didn't bother to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without waiting for the Hokage to speak, he immediately turned around and left quickly. This shows his excitement. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately lit his pipe. After puffing for a while, he let out a sigh. For Danzo, he was disdainful. Although they are brothers in name, they are actually just his sword. A knife hidden in the dark to do bad things for yourself. Hokage, can't be a little bit. Just like what happened this time, is Uchiha Jin really that easy to deal with? That's Mangekyo. This time, Danzo's failure will not affect him. If he succeeds, it will still be him, the Hokage, who will benefit the most. So, to put it bluntly, Danzo may win, but he never loses. On the contrary, it doesn't matter if Danzo fails, it won't affect him as a Hokage at all. And his choice to let Danzo take action was actually a test of Uchiha Jin. Look at what this Uchiha is like. Are you qualified enough to compete with yourself? Alright, now that the roots have taken over, this matter ends here. But, same thing, Anbu cannot relax and closely monitors the root members. If something unexpected happens, notify me as quickly as possible. Black Crow nodded slowly. Immediately, he left the Hokage office, went back to gather people, and started looking at the roots and tips. Danzo didn't care when he saw this. He also understood Hiruzen's concerns, but he didn't care at all. In his opinion, even if a mere Uchiha Jin is strong, how strong can he be? To put it bluntly, just a 12-year-old boy. This time Genbu dispatched countless strong men, is he still a Uchiha Jin? Even if it's Mangekyo, Danzo doesn't care. It's not like you haven't dealt with it before. Back then, Uchiha Kagami was still a kaleidoscopic jar, right? With a wave of emotion in his heart, Danzo went straight back to his roots. After gathering all the people, he spoke in a cold tone. This mission, the target is the customer department. Main target Uchiha Jin, watch out for him turning on Mangekyo. Kill this person at all costs. Whoever dares to stop him will be killed by Relu. Of course I'll go to the police prison and rescue those 3 Anbu fools. Take action. With Danzo's order, the whole Yami turned around. Countless root ninjas had expressionless faces and started to perform tasks mechanically. They are extremely fast. It only took half an hour to arrive at the entrance of each department. A total of 9 elite root teams gathered, and each team was composed of all Jonin. The leader is wearing sunglasses. He glanced at the police department in the dark night, and then casually looked at the people. Do it. Police department, office of the minister. Even though it is already late at night, Uchiha Jin, who advocates lying down, strangely did not leave today. He has a relaxed demeanor, sitting lazily on the guest sofa, drinking tea and chatting with Fugaku. Yes, catching a thief is a small matter, but the notice issued by Jin has a huge impact. After Fugaku learned about this, he naturally couldn't sit still. As for Fugaku, the clan leader, Uchiha Jin certainly didn't hide anything. He immediately told the cause and effect, as well as his plans and arrangements. This is impossible. Now that I have made up my mind, I will fight match fixing with Shisui. In addition to providing cover for Narukazama in the future, he must do his best now, all in order to lie down more safely in the future. Jin's idea is too sinister, isn't it? Fugaku frowned slightly and couldn't help but say, if you provoke Master Hokage like this, we will have no way out if something goes wrong. So, are we discussing it? I believe there must be a better way. Yes, Fugaku hesitated. He himself has an indecisive temperament, so after hearing Uchiha Jin's plan at once and not directly stopping it, it was quite a loss of face. He doesn't want to take risks and just wants to be safe and sound. Clan leader, you are thinking too much. Uchiha sighed quietly. What kind of provocation am I doing? And you don't seem to have an accurate positioning of Uchiha at all. We and the village's senior officials have been fighting to the death for a long time, right? Uchiha, so strong. Even if Uchiha behaves submissively, the village must destroy Uchiha. On the surface, the upper management of the village is Senju Tobarama's apprentice, and dealing with Uchiha is passed down from Senju Tobarama. But in fact, this is just a slogan. Whoever becomes Hokage will deal with Uchiha. Even Uchiha can only be ranked second. The first ninja clan that the village dealt with was Sarutobi Hiruzen's teacher, the Senju clan of Senju Tobarama. Patriarch, please open your eyes and take a look. Where are the huge Senju clan now? On the surface, the Senju clan has integrated into Konoha, but the question is, can this slogan be believed? If there is a way, are the Senju clan really willing to give up? What kind of life do ordinary people live? When you enter a ninja school, you will only be taught the basic three-body technique. Then if you want to accumulate merit and obtain a ninjutsu, you have to pay the price of blood. If you were the leader of the Senju clan, would you be willing to disband the Senju clan? And don't forget, the order to disband the Senju clan was not a decision made by Senju Tobarama, but a decision made by Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito before his death. Just to make it sound better, we say that this was Senju Tobarama's decision when he was still alive. But, actually, if Senju Tobarama had really made this decision when he was alive, how could Uchiha, as a top wealthy family, not know even a single clue? So, why? To put it bluntly, the Senju clan has no choice. If they don't do this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, will not let them go. Not even Uzumaki Mito, the first Hokage's wife, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can stop this kind of thing. She can't stop the Uzumaki clan from being destroyed, and she can't protect the Senju clan either. Uzumaki Mito may have a high status, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and others will respect him, but it is still useless when it comes to interests. Think about it carefully. When Sarutobi Hiruzen first came to power, did he really deal with Uchiha? No, because before destroying the Senju clan, he didn't care about Uchiha at all. When was Uchiha targeted by the village? Chief Fugaku, think about it, is it after the Senju clan was destroyed? So, do you understand? The village's dealings with Uchiha have nothing to do with good or evil, right or wrong. You can even deal with the Senju clan who are teachers, so what does a mere Uchiha mean? And I can also say that after Uchiha is destroyed, the next one will be the Hyuga clan. Hiss. Uchiha Fugaku gasped. This was the first time he listened to Jin's analysis, which completely shattered his outlook. So, is that so? In the past, he just felt that the village's ill will toward Uchiha was because Uchiha Madara left Konoha. But I have never thought about the profound meaning in these things. However, think about it carefully. What Jin said makes sense. The real target of Uchiha seems to be the Senju clan, after they completely announced their integration into Konoha. He was trembling all over. If this were the case, wouldn't it prove that all his previous efforts were in vain? Uzumaki is exterminated, and Senju retreats. Fugaku murmured. Uchiha is targeted, Hyuga is next. I am indeed too naive, Lord Jin, you were right. From today on, I will support you unconditionally. The Uchiha legacy will never be destroyed for thousands of years. Uchiha Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Having Fugaku's support is indeed a good thing. After pondering for a moment, he felt that Fugaku couldn't put too much pressure on him. After thinking for a moment, you spoke quietly. Patriarch, don't worry. I will only play within the rules of the game with Sarutobi Hiruzen and don't have to worry about him flipping the table on Uchiha. He doesn't dare. As the strongest ninja village in Konoha, which battle would not be 4 against 1? If the village has no righteousness and forcibly declares war on Uchiha, other Hu tribes will not help. Worker. Even if we have a battle and the village really destroys Uchiha, I will suffer heavy losses. When the time comes, will other ninja villages miss this good opportunity? At that time, could Konoha still be able to attack the 4 great ninja villages? So, it's okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid and would not dare to push Uchiha into a desperate situation. Indeed, it is. Following Jin's words, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Earned by money. After he relaxed, he couldn't help but ask, "That's right, Lord Jin. It's so late now, why don't you go home?" Uchiha Jin said in a faint tone, "I'm waiting for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" Fugaku asked in confusion. "I don't know myself." Uchiha smiled and said, "Maybe it's Hokage, maybe it's Danzo. After all, I have imprisoned 3 Anbu. If this Hokage doesn't show up, will Anbu dare to do things for him in the future? I just didn't know that he would come to discuss with me and find reasons and excuses to pick up these 3 Anbu. Let Danzo, the Black Glove, take action and forcefully rescue this Anbu." So, wait, it seems that the result is there. There are 7 root teams, and the auras of them all are Jonin. This is the root elite team. It seems that our Lord Hokage has made his choice. Is this a test? Fugaku, confused. But before he could ask, Uchiha Jin stood up, opened the window and jumped out. Outside the police department, on the street. In the dark night, Uchiha Jin's face was calm. Looking at the group of root ninjas in front of him, he couldn't help but cross his chest with his arms and a slight smile on his lips. Haha, that's really interesting. I didn't expect that our Hokage-sama really gave us a surprise. It seems that Danzo, this idiot, was plotted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He looked arrogant. Facing the group of root ninjas in front of me, I even felt like pointing fingers. Fugaku, who had just arrived, couldn't help but become serious after hearing Uchiha Jin's words. Roots. Even if he is pointed out by Uchiha Jin, he understands that Uchiha and the village cannot reconcile. But facing the group of root ninjas in front of him, he still subconsciously said, "You root ninjas, do you want to start a war with me, Uchiha?" Also, at this time, Uchiha, who was on duty at the police department, also heard the noise and rushed over. After seeing Jin and Fugaku, he stood behind them and faced off against the root ninja. Execute Mission Regiment. The leader of the ninja wearing sunglasses, Aburame Mie, spoke coldly. As a ninja at heart, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Uchiha. Strictly executing Danzo's orders is the meaning of their existence. His hands kept making secrets, and endless insects flew out of the black robe. Secret technique. Parasitic worms. Upon seeing this, the other root ninjas also began to mobilize the people. Water style. Great Falls technique. Fire style. Fire bullet technique. Lightning style. Ground walk. All the root ninjas took action instantly, without paying any attention to the others, and turned to kill Uchiha Jin directly. Yes. The first task they received was to kill Uchiha Jin in front of them at all costs. In Danzo-sama's words, things like Mangekyo should not exist in this world. Faced with this scene, Uchiha Ninja was all angry. But, before they could take action, he was directly stopped by Uchiha Jin, and then launched his Mangekyo. The strange prismatic yin-yang fish Mangekyo opens, and a burst of ultimate bloody scarlet fills the air, and the powerful aura of yin and evil bursts out. You all, stop. Since Lord Hokage has made a move, I must also take the move. BFEI. So it's time for everyone in Konoha to feel the power of Mangekyo again. Mangekyo technique, hollow, boom. As Uchiha Jin moved, the prismatic yin-yang fish in his right eye began to spin crazily. Immediately afterwards, he felt that the pupil power in his right eye was disappearing rapidly, and it took nearly 1/5 of it to gradually form his special pupil technique of Mangekyo. Almost instantly, the many rude ninjas who rushed towards him quickly began to collapse. Accompanied by screams, before they even got close, the entire body was torn apart and turned into pieces of meat on the ground. Even the strongest Aburame fell 1 meter in front of Uchiha Jin. Police department, outside the gate. The bloody smell filled the sky, whether it was Anbu hiding or Uchiha in front of him. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and cold sweat fell from their foreheads. Horrible. Even until these rude ninjas died, they didn't really see clearly how Uchiha Jin moved his hands. They couldn't even understand this extremely weird ability, let alone how to stop it. This is Uchiha's ultimate power, Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiding Anbu, his whole body was trembling. They didn't want to come into contact with this weird enemy at all. Captain, what should I do? They could only turn around and circle towards their captain. The leader wears a crow mask and is clearly a close associate of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Black Crow, but his eyes also showed fear at this time. Yes, he couldn't figure it out before. Why is the village so defensive about Uchiha? I get it now. This group of Uchiha is so scary, especially after awakening Mangekyo. This weird ability is simply unexplainable. How to deal with this? You won't even feel it, there is chakra flowing in the air. Other ninjutsu. Even if you can't beat him, you can still hide. But faced with this weird pupil technique, they couldn't even hide. Judging from Anbu's investigation, each Mangekyo awakened by Uchiha has completely different abilities. How to deal with this? After taking a deep breath and thinking for a moment, he gave the order. Withdraw. After saying that, he turned around and left. Anbu was relieved when he heard this. After all, even if they were hiding in the dark, looking at Uchiha Jin, they felt unsure of themselves. As for the other side, outside the police station gate, there are many Uchiha. After seeing the scene in front of him, although he was shocked, he immediately fell into a sea of cheers. Elder Jin, you are too strong. This is my Uchiha's Mangekyo, whose power is simply like a god. I don't know when I will be able to activate Mangekyo. With Elder Jin here, we Uchiha can finally rise. Many Uchiha now spoke one after another. They are venting. Ever since Uchiha Madara left, their Uchiha began to fall into despair. Later, although Uchiha Kagami emerged, he was a disciple of Senju Tobirama, so his behavior was too gentle. But now, Uchiha Jin, but different. He has nothing to do with the Hokage family, although he is usually seen as casual. But when it comes to critical moments, he acts very domineeringly. Even though he knew he was facing the root, he still dared to kill directly. This is what everyone thinks Uchiha should look like. Only, Fugaku. He took a deep look at Uchiha Jin, and then whispered, "It's better not to use Mangekyo. This kind of eye power is very special, and there is no way to recover it. Don't drive Mangekyo unless absolutely necessary." Uchiha Jin, with a smile on his face. He could see Fugaku's concern and thought for a while before speaking with a smile. "Don't worry, it's okay. This time I chose to use Mangekyo, actually just to show Sarutobi Hiruzen. I must respond strongly to Master Hokage's temptation and tell him that I have the ability to turn the table over. Only when you prove your strength will others be willing to negotiate with you. We can't break up at this stage, so we have to play like this. And I'll tell you quietly. I have figured out a way to restore Mangekyo's eye power. But I still have to explore for a while to see if it can take shape. But as long as the clan leader knows this, don't spread it out for the time being. Otherwise, the hostility of the Hokage family towards Uchiha will definitely rise to a terrifying level. At that time, maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen will really choose to fight our Uchiha to the death at all costs. Now, I'm taking action. I'm very curious, how will Hokage respond?" Uchiha Jin spoke softly. Through this period of contact with Fugaku, he discovered that although his clan leader was indeed not very capable, but his character is pretty good. As long as your argument is reasonable, he will choose to support it. He is also his apprentice's biological father, and he has a good relationship with him now. More importantly, he has a very strict mouth. As a time traveler, of course he knows that Fugaku has most likely awakened Mangekyo. But, until now, he still held back and didn't say anything, even his wife and son didn't know. Such people, even if you tell him a little secret, the impact will not be big. This is also true. Fugaku's face changed slightly after hearing this, and he glanced at Uchiha Jin in surprise. But, then he nodded slightly, and then did not continue to ask, as if he had not heard. Jin-jun, this is the matter in front of me. Fugaku pondered for a moment, then said in a deep tone, I'm afraid it's not easy to explain. Those who were killed today were all Konoha shinobi. Hokage, have you thought about how to explain it? More importantly, Danzo, Jin-kun, you may not know much about him. Danzo is extremely difficult to deal with, and he is also close to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He will never reveal this easily. When he said this, his tone was serious. Although Danzo is an elder of Konoha, his presence in the village is not high. He often hides in the dark and rarely appears in public. But, same thing. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku is very afraid of Danzo. After all, when it comes to dealing with Uchiha, Danzo is the vanguard of Konoha's top brass. Considering that Jin is still young and has traveled far away from the clan before, he may not know Danzo, so he explained it in detail. It's okay, Patriarch, don't worry. Uchiha shrugged. Since I dare to do this, I am naturally well prepared. When the Hokage came over later, the clan leader didn't say anything. Just leave everything to me. Fugaku was a little hesitant when he heard this. But after thinking for a moment, he nodded. Yes. He was slightly worried. After all, the impact of this matter was too great. The relationship between Uchiha and the village itself is tense. If there are rumors that Uchiha kills ninjas from the same village, especially this time it is Danzo's roots. Thinking of this gave him a headache. On the contrary, Uchiha Jin. He now looked relaxed and didn't take this matter seriously at all. And, the other side. While Jin was chatting with Fugaku, Anbu, who was leaving, also sped up. This news was reported directly to the Hokage building. What? All the elite at the root are wiped out. And no other Uchiha intervened, just Uchiha Jin doing it himself. How could he be so strong? Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo Sharingan, didn't you feel the chakra fluctuations, and those Anbu's bodies collapsed instantly? Really, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face gloomy. After listening to Anbu's report, in addition to anger, he was more frightened. Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo, so tough. Even if he is known as a doctor of ninjutsu, he can't think of a way to target Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo unless he pays his life. Yes, it was just fear, but far from fear. Because as long as you are willing to pay the price, it is really not difficult to kill Uchiha Jin. There are many methods. Konoha's heritage is really great. Seal of corpses, adamantine sealing chains, 4 red yang formation, 4 elephant seals. Similar to forbidden technique, there are many in Konoha. Just wanting to use these forbidden techniques would cost too much, and Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't want to use them unless it was absolutely necessary. If you really push him hard, just do impure world reincarnation. Find the 2 brothers Hashirama and Tobarama, find 2 cage-level strong men at random, and directly use the words of sage art Mayayanman. Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't believe that he can't kill an Uchiha Jin. As for cage-level experts, Konoha really has no shortage of them. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru's 3 apprentices, any one of them can help me. Konoha's reputation as the strongest ninja village is not in vain. This is also the reason why Uchiha Jin, even though he is so strong, still chooses Go. If you want to truly compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must at least have the strength of Pain 6 paths. He is still far behind now. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidence to dare to touch Uchiha. Don't look at the original work, it's Uchiha Itachi who does the trick. That's just because doing so costs the least. It's not that without Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen won't do anything. What a joke. Would the Senju clan back then be worse than Uchiha? Wasn't he played to death? Konoha has declined a lot in recent years, but a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. A mere Uchihajin does seem to be very difficult. But it was far from scaring him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Immediately notify the Sealing class, the Jonin class, the major ninja clans, and the 2 elders. Gather everyone and head to the police department. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke indifferently. There was a cold glimmer in his eyes, and his whole body was gritting his teeth. He hates it. My own action against Uchiha ran smoothly all the way. Idiots like Uchiha are even more fooled into being confused. But, who would have thought? Uchiha is a stupid ninja, but at this critical moment, a strong man comes from the sky. Paralyzed. It's just that. The most important thing now is to solve the matter at hand. He would rather meet this new elder of Uchiha in person. Yes, Black Crow bowed and exited, and then arranged for Anbu to do things. Just 10 minutes. Except for those on the front lines, all the principals of the major ninja clans have arrived. Sealing class, Anbu, torture department. All the strong men who stayed behind in Konoha are now following orders. They, although determined, but in the face of this posture, no one dared to speak first. Hiruzen, what's wrong? It's late at night, is there a sneak attack on the ninja village? Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were both a little confused at this time. Unlike others, they were closest to Sarutobi Hiruzen, so they naturally asked without any scruples. Especially when looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing a combat uniform, their eyes began to grow serious. No time to explain. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, everyone, target police department. Set off. Everyone, gasped. Police department. Isn't that Uchiha? Could it be said that Uchiha has rebelled? But at this time, they couldn't think too much and could only follow behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just a few minutes. A large number of Konoha elites directly surrounded the police department. Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing at the top. Behind him were 2 elders and masters of the major ninja clan, standing directly opposite Uchiha Jin. Uchiha, I want an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke indifferently. Outside the police department, the atmosphere was delicate. The top management of Konoha confronted Uchiha, many ninjas' eyes flashed, and everyone's expressions were not good-looking. Especially the broken limbs and broken arms all over the place, as well as the scarlet blood flowing, the whole place was filled with the stench of blood. What's going on? Except for Uchiha and Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone else looked blank. After all, they were called urgently by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they still don't know exactly what happened. Who are these people who died in front of me? Chief Fugaku, can you explain me? Udatane Kaharu pushed up her glasses, her eyes looking very sharp. Who are these dead people? Mitokado Homura also looked serious. After taking a deep breath, his eyes were fixed on Fugaku. This point is very important. For the stability of 017, Konoha, the police department must make an explanation. Otherwise, his tone was cold. Yes, although he didn't know exactly what happened for the time being, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nervous posture, he still had some vague guesses. Although the other senior ninja clan members did not speak at this time. But they frowned and still looked at Fugaku nervously. They need an explanation. As for the grudges between Uchiha and Konoha's top brass, Toshi said that they did not want to get involved. Just the same, if Uchiha cannot give a reasonable explanation, then in order to resist other ninja villages, it is necessary to maintain the basic stability of Konoha. Even if you are reluctant in your heart, you must side with the Hokage family. Fugaku, slightly nervous. Even though Jin gave him reassurance in advance, he still felt a little guilty after seeing this scene. There was cold sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't help but swallow. But before he could speak, Jin patted him on the shoulder, and then stood up directly. Looking at the people in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Hey, what a surprise. I didn't expect that the police department only arrested some spies, but it actually alerted Lord Hokage. But this battle is really big. It's just a few spies. How can we use so many Konoha elites? But, no matter what, as the Minister of Police, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Hokage on behalf of Uchiha. Thank you for your help. As a member of the police force, Uchiha is confident that we will defeat all invading enemies. Uchiha Jin, with a smile on his face. Even when facing a group of Konoha high-level officials and powerful ninja clan members, his expression remained calm as usual, and he even spoke in official and cliché terms. As for these people who died, he directly defined them as spies. Anyway, whether you believe it or not, anyway, I believe it. Oh, spy, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a cold tone, it's really interesting. With so many spies invading, the sealing team didn't notice it, and Anbu didn't notice it either. Instead, Uchiha did. If that's the case, Konoha still needs to thank Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the sun-faced taunt. Obviously. He didn't believe a word of what Uchiha Jin said. Others also frowned. No one who is not stupid will believe Uchiha's explanation. But, it doesn't matter. As long as they can barely make it through, they will turn a blind eye. On the contrary, everyone is more interested in Uchiha Jin in front of them. I have long heard that Uchiha has emerged as a genius, and even awakened Mangekyo just after participating in the war, and even killed the 7 Zunin people in one battle. Now that they saw the real person, everyone was even more shocked. When facing Hokage, he can tell lies with his eyes open, and he can even show such a loyal look. Paralyzed. Is this really an Uchiha? And, at this moment, another team came over from a distance, and the person leading it was none other than Danzo. At this time, his face was livid with anger, especially his eyes showed endless murderous intent. Uchiha-jin, you fart on horseback. Konoha is protected by us, how can it be a spy? This is your Uchiha conspiracy, Hiruzen, we cannot continue to tolerate Uchiha. Let's do it. He had a sinister face. I hate Uchiha even more. There were so many elites at the root, but now they are all gone. You must know that these elites in front of you were all cultivated by him through frugality and misappropriation of public funds. What now? Uchiha Jin killed him without even a splash. Thinking of this, his heart was as sharp as a knife. In addition to anger, he was more frightened. Uchiha Jin, so strong. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't come forward, he wouldn't have dared to show up so easily. No way, he is so scared. Others Uchiha is okay, even for those radicals. He didn't dare to attack an elder like him easily. In Danzo's opinion, they were all a bunch of cowards. Uchiha Jin is different. This guy really dares to kill him, and the pieces of corpses in front of him are enough to prove it. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This kind of unreasonable Uchiha cannot be allowed to live. Use all your methods to kill this guy. Hiruzen, what are you waiting for? Danzo couldn't help but said, hurry up and do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard this. What move? There's something wrong with your brain. The blame cannot be placed firmly on Uchiha. Who do you think these ninjas will support? After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. Uchiha Jin, right. The words you just said cannot convince me, let alone everyone. I'm giving you a chance to tell the truth. What on earth is going on? So many people have died in the village. You can't fool them with just a few words. As Hokage spoke, the others nodded slightly. Indeed, it is so. After all, so many people have died. If Uchiha can't give an explanation, this matter cannot be easily fooled. So, everyone once again focused their attention on Uchiha Jin. Everyone is very curious, how will Uchiha Jin respond? But, it's a pity. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Uchiha Jin's face still looked very calm. This is unjust. Uchiha Jin began to perform. These guys are spies. If Master Hokage doesn't believe it, do your best to investigate in the village to see if there are any ninjas who have lost their homes. These ninjas are all jonin. Even in our Konoha village, there are countless jonin. It's easy to investigate. And, again, a ninja from a normal village would raid the police station at night. Even if I take a step back, although these ninjas here are dead, their heads are still intact. The Yamanaka clan happens to be here. If we check the memories of these ninjas, everything will be revealed. Isn't it? Uchiha Jin, with a smile on his face. It was as if he didn't hear the faint threat in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Joke. He likes to plan things before he decides. Since he chose to attack and kill, he naturally had already thought of his words. And through this incident today, he was going to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen. He's not one of those stupid Uchiha, so you want to deal with Uchiha. No problem. But you have to follow the rules of the game. If you are playing dirty tricks, you will do this tonight. #B%. If you dare to stretch out your claws, then I dare to chop you. What are the roots of Konoha? A group of shady things hidden in the stinking ditch, which do not even belong to the Konoha shinobi sequence. This kind of stuff cannot see the light of day. Just like today, right now. I just killed these people, but do you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dare to investigate? Even if you dare to investigate, after you find out, do you dare to announce it in the village? Root. There is no such organization in Konoha's administrative hierarchy. Although Konoha's top brass and even the major ninja clans have acquiesced in the existence of this organization. But, again, the roots can only be buried underground and are never allowed to see the light. Like, now, there was a raid on the Uchiha police department today. Sarutobi Hiruzen, can you come up with a reason? Can this kind of thing be said openly? No matter how much you want to kill Uchiha in your heart, on the surface Uchiha is from the Konoha shinobi tribe, and the police department was established by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama and is a regular department under the administrative order of Konoha. Why did feudal dynasties in previous lives have to go to war before going to war? 4 words, justifiable. Although such things as righteousness may seem inconspicuous, you must not live without them. Why would a root that doesn't even have a sequence attack Uchiha's headquarters? Who gave the order? What was the reason? Do you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dare to take responsibility for this? Don't dare, then shut up. This is what Uchiha Jin means now. And the other side. Following Uchiha Jin's words, the thoughts of the major ninjas present instantly became ambiguous. Many people even quietly took half a step back. Obviously. There are basically not many idiots who can become high-level people. Uchiha Jin didn't mean it clearly, and they basically understood it instantly. The dead person is the root. The reason for their death was the attack on the Konoha police department. They don't care about the reasons, but everyone understands one thing. Regardless of whether this was authorized by Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo's private behavior. But this matter cannot be exposed. Otherwise, there is no need to take action at all, and Anbu can come over openly during the day. In this case, Mie loses. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to protect Danzo, we can't delve into this matter. That's the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He took a deep look at Uchiha Jin and thought for a long time before speaking quietly. So, that's it. Uchiha has made great achievements in uncovering spies, and he would like to commend all members of the police department. By the way, I also heard that the police department also arrested 3 spies. How about giving this outfit to the examination department? It's not that I don't trust the police department, it's just that professional matters are better left to professionals. Jinjin, what do you think? Sure enough, so, as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, the Keton ninja clan looked at each other secretly. Guys, you guessed it right. Danzo was the only one, and his face was livid with anger. The whole person looked ferocious. He lost 7 elite teams and more than 20 elite jonin. Such a huge loss was passed lightly with such a simple sentence. My uncle can bear it, but neither can my baby. Hiruzen, you. Danzo couldn't help but speak. But, it's a pity. Before he could finish speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly interrupted. Danzo, shut up. But, Danzo still wanted to argue. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke coldly. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo heard this and snorted coldly. Finally, he gave Uchiha Jin a cold look, then ignored the Hokage and turned around and left as if there was no one around. Yes, as an elder of Konoha, he controls the roots. In all of Konoha, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he didn't take anyone else seriously at all. Uchiha Jin, eyes dim. After a while, there was a trace of ridicule at the corner of his mouth, and then he replied to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, no problem. Since it is Hokage-sama's order, of course the police department will comply with the order. We, the Uchiha clan, completely obey the Hokage Lang Lang. Iron Fire, let them go. No nonsense. After expressing his loyalty first, Uchiha Jin spoke immediately. Not even bothering to take the opportunity to make requests. After all, the character he is creating now is that the great loyal minister of Konoha completely surrenders to Hokage, right? For a little benefit, it's not worth destroying the character. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not in a good mood right now. Even if he opens his mouth, people will not give him any benefits, and they will only give him some verbal praise. From now on, the days are getting longer. Not in a hurry. Let's just play slowly. Anyone who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, and in this ninja world without complete experience in power struggle, is basically at the level of being a quackery. Also accompanied by Uchiha Jin's opening, Uchiha Iron Fire certainly didn't talk nonsense. He immediately went to the police cell and led people to force the 3 spies out. Seeing the miserable appearance of these 3 people, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into anger. Paralyzed. These 3 people are Anbu. But, no way. He still couldn't get angry. Otherwise, how could he explain that Anbu deliberately caused trouble to the police department in broad daylight? If this matter continues, what will happen to his reputation as a Hokage? Uchiha Jin knows not to destroy his character, and his character of Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot be destroyed. So, after taking a deep breath, he slowly waved his hand. Then several Anbu came out and took the 3 spies away. Uchiha Jin, you're fine. I was always worried before that if you suddenly ascended to a high position at a young age, you would cause problems with the police department. Now, I'm relieved. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a faint tone. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Uchiha Jin to speak, he turned around and left. With the departure of Hokage, the matter has been concluded today. Just a quarter of an hour. All major ninja clans and Anbu ninjas turned around and chose to leave. In front of the police department, calm returned again. But, everyone in Uchiha did not take any action. Instead, everyone looked at Uchiha Jin, waiting for their minister's order. Obviously, after tonight's incident, the vast majority of Uchiha recognized Uchiha Jin. Strong in strength and sharp in means. Even if Hokage came in person, he would leave feeling defeated in the end. Uchiha, the mind is very simple. Since there is such a corrupt person in the clan, why not show your loyalty quickly? And the other side, Uchiha Jin, his eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes were looking towards the Hokage building in the distance, and his brain was running and thinking crazily. After a while, when he turned around and saw many Uchiha, he couldn't help but smile and speak. Thank you for your hard work today. Dispose of these corpses, and then go home and sleep. Chief Fugaku, let's go too. Late at night, in my own courtyard. Uchiha Jin and Fugaku were sitting in front of the tea table in the living room at home. Clan leader, how do you feel? After pouring a cup of tea for Fugaku, Jinren couldn't help but smile. Fugaku, a wry smile. He shook his head helplessly and let out a long sigh. Yes, what he saw just now was really eye-opening. Even he couldn't help but think about what it would be like to put himself in Uchiha Jin's position. So what solution can he think of to solve this bad situation tonight? He thought for a long time and felt that he had no choice but to give in. Honestly confess your mistakes, sincerely apologize to Hokage, and pray for Sarutobi Hiruzen's forgiveness. Finally, high probability, agree to Sarutobi Hiruzen's excessive demands and pay a huge and tragic price. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen considered that if Uchiha was really pushed into a desperate situation, it would not be a good thing for the village, so naturally the matter would end there. Uchiha paid the price and was grateful to the Hokage for his kindness. This is the only solution Fugaku can think of. But, I never thought about it. Today it was Uchiha Jin, and the situation became so big. He is obviously a root member, but Sarutobi Hiruzen dare not admit it. Finally, they could only be forced to admit their identity as spies, and even have to praise Uchiha for his merits, and then they hastily settled tonight's matter. Even the 3 Anbu members who were captured during the day were beaten so miserable by Uchiha that they would not even be able to become ninjas in the future. But, what then? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I still have to endure it. Jinjin, why? Even though it happened right in front of me, I still couldn't understand it. Obviously, with a little investigation, the matter can be found out. Why didn't Hokage do the investigation instead of just admitting it? You know, Uchiha today is so arrogant that he doesn't take Hokage seriously at all. More than 20 members of Jonin Anbu were beaten to death. At the beginning, before Lord Hokage arrived. His anger and murderous intent even made me think that Hokage was going to attack Uchiha. But then, why did it become like this? I'm not afraid of your jokes, Mr. Jin, I still haven't figured it out until now. There is even an unreal feeling, and I still feel uneasy. Fugaku looked confused. Although he is not very capable, he is very humble. Don't be ashamed to ask, it can still be done. Since I couldn't figure it out, I naturally asked. Uchiha Jin, nothing to hide. He directly explained the doorway here in almost detail. Then, Yu spoke. The truth is that simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial posture was actually just to scare us. As long as we have a guilty conscience and start to panic, it will be easy for us to expose our flaws. And once the Hokage finds a flaw, we will be the meat on the chopping board, and we will have no choice but to let him, the Hokage, manipulate us. Essentially, he is cheating. After all, if you think about it, you will know. Does he dare to admit that it is the root? Why did Genbu raid the police station at night for no reason? Did Uchiha really commit any crime? Also, the same goes for Anbu. Once it is admitted that those three people are Anbu, then Hokage must explain why the three Anbu started a fire in the crowd during the day and tried to frame the police department. Without a proper reason, does the Hokage still have prestige? So, that's it. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is a Hokage, you still have to follow the rules. I'm telling you this to the clan leader today because I want to remind you that when you meet with the village's senior officials in the future, don't panic regardless of the situation. Think clearly before speaking. If you are not sure, then just act dumb and ask me again. Those high-level officials in Konoha are not ordinary dirty people. Clan leader, you are an honest man, but please don't be fooled. From now on, all matters such as dealing with the village will be left to me. As long as you can stabilize the situation within the clan leader, and don't let people with bad intentions cause trouble for us. Yes, Uchiha-jin, don't do useless work. Since he didn't sleep at night, he told Fugaku this just to wake him up. Through what happened tonight, he could see the gap. Knowing how dirty the methods of Konoha's top brass are. The core meaning is very simple. Patriarch, you are too simple and incapable of dealing with Yer. So, be open-minded. From now on, Uchiha and Konoha's affairs can be left entirely to him, Uchiha Jin. You are responsible for stabilizing the clan and not letting some guys cause trouble. Simply put, don't make a mess. What he fears most is that he just made some achievements today, and Fugaku will kill someone the next day. Don't doubt it, not only Fugaku, but Uchiha as a whole, is brainless. I was cheated and I had to help count the money. Uchiha Fugaku. The corner of his mouth twitched. Jin made it clear, if he didn't understand, he would really become an idiot. If you don't make it clear, you just despise yourself. However, think about it carefully. He is indeed not good at this position. Facing these old silver coins, he is really no match for them. So, forget it. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku shook his head helplessly. Jinjin, don't worry. From now on, I won't even leave my clan unless necessary. Is this okay? And promise to keep an eye on the radical faction and never let them cause trouble for you. From now on, even if the Hokage holds a meeting, you will represent Uchiha in attendance. But be careful, those guys like Sarutobi Hiruzen are dark-minded and ruthless, and they are really not easy to deal with. We, the entire Uchiha, support you. Uchiha Fugaku spoke slowly. Yes, he is not an iron-headed boy and does not value power. He did not want to take the position of clan leader King Zhao. Rather, it was the moderates and radicals who fought against each other and supported each other. Since Uchiha Jin has this ability, and it looks like he can really save Uchiha. So what's there to hesitate about? Just support. Uchiha Jin, Lu also laughed out. All his talk was finally not in vain, and all his hard work paid off. With Fugaku's support, it will be easier in the future. Thinking of this, I immediately spoke. Thank you very much, Chief. As long as the radicals don't cause trouble, my side will be much more relaxed. By the way, Long. The police department is going to be in bad shape over the next period of time and will have a bad reputation for a period of time. You have to be mentally prepared. When the time comes, the radicals will take the opportunity to cause trouble if they can't. At that time, I had to be busy dealing with the high-level officials of Konoha, but I didn't have time to deal with those guys. Then I would have to rely on you, clan leader. Fugaku left, with a little bit of sadness, but mostly happy. Uchiha can give birth to a genius like Jin, and he is also the most powerful person their clan lacks. As the leader of the clan, he can finally feel more at ease. As for within the clan, without the interference from Konoha's top brass, he was quite confident. Even if it cannot be completely solved, there is no problem in suppressing it temporarily. After all, he still bears the title of clan leader. Neither the radicals nor the moderates dared to be too presumptuous towards him. After Fugaku left, Uchiha Jin also washed himself and lay down on the bed to rest. And, the other side. Jin and Fugaku were asleep, but the atmosphere in the Hokage building was solemn at this time. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing away his words. He is thinking. He actually didn't care about the small loss today. Just 3 anbu. As for those roots, he didn't care even more. Even without today's incident, he had to personally take action and plot against Danzo. After all, he is too strong. As his own sword, if Danzo is too strong, he, the master, will not be able to hold it. Uchiha Jin's move saved him even more trouble. What he is thinking about now is the Uchiha-jin district. Yes, from the beginning of the thief incident, he planned it from beginning to end. His purpose is to test. As for suppressing Uchiha and causing civil strife in Uchiha, it is actually a side matter. The core purpose is just one, to test Uchiha Jin. It's not even specifically for Uchiha Jin, it's just a normal operating procedure for Hokage. The reason is also simple. Uchiha Jin, now that he is the Minister of Police. So whether he wants it or not, he will be a high-ranking member of Konoha from now on. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows too little about Uchiha-jin, and the two are destined to deal with each other for a long time in the future, so he must fully understand Uchiha-jin's true nature. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer a loss. Know yourself and know the enemy. As a qualified politician, this is considered a routine method. But, alas, even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself didn't expect that he would directly detect the case of Great White Shark after just a little probing. Paralyzed. Uchiha Jin's ability shocked him. But, it's still acceptable. After all, Uchiha, it's normal for a strong person to emerge. But what really surprised and even scared him? It's his method. Strong, ruthless and fearless. Even if they knew it was Anbu and Genbu, they still dared to catch and kill them. Forget it. Just a strong Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen still looks down upon. But, it happens. This guy is cautious and considers everything. He doesn't have the innocence of young people, he doesn't even have the courtesy, justice and shame, not to mention the will of fire. This way of handling it is simply like an old silver coin. Yes, not bad. Although there were some twists and turns, the goal was achieved. Uchiha Jin's character and methods are now understood in his mind. Although this character is a bit troublesome, since it has been detected in advance, it will not have much impact. At least, it's better than not knowing anything and getting tricked by being careless, right? It seems that things like testing must be done frequently in the future, otherwise it will be difficult to tell whether it is a human or a ghost. Haha, interesting. I really didn't expect that a ninja like Uchiha could produce a character like Nara. The next step is to make a secret plan. What a pity, Shikaku is still on the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. After thoroughly thinking about this, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He is in a good mood. The test brought out Uchiha and weakened Danzo's roots. Good. And just when he was about to get up and go home directly to sleep, the office door was opened. Transfer to bed BFFH Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Shimura Danzo. The 3-person series has arrived. Hiruzen, you have to be careful with that Uchiha. Yeah Hiruzen, that's definitely a dangerous person. Uchiha is already troublesome, and now that such a man who knows how to use tactics appears, we must find a way to suppress him. The 3 of them spoke one after another. Yes. Uchiha Jin's methods today really scared them. Uchiha is already troublesome, but with the addition of such a person, wouldn't it be even more difficult to deal with in the future? They forgot. Even Danzo slapped the table. Hiruzen, why don't you listen to me? Uchiha Jin has been surrounded just now. As long as he pays a little price, he can definitely be killed directly. Why, yes. Danzo, very angry. This time the root loss was so great that he couldn't even accept it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking calm. He glanced 3 times and then said in a faint tone, Uchiha, did you make any mistake? What reason did you use to kill people? Do you really think those ninjas listen to us? Danzo, shut up. Mitokado Homura nodded. Hiruzen is right, Danzo, you are too impulsive. Although I can't kill Uchiha Jin, I can't let him go easily. Udatane Kaharu said in a cold tone. Baijin, I suggest you send the hand Chia furnace to the battlefield. Wherever there is danger, let him go. Uchiha Jin has already awakened Mangekyo anyway, so suppressing him won't do much. His strength is in Mangekyo. And every Uchiha's eye power is limited, so use the battlefield to consume his eye power. I suggest that he be transferred to the front line of grass country. Following Udatane Kaharu's words, the whole room fell into silence. Immediately, a moment later, whether it's Mitokado Homura or Shimura Danzo, they all nodded directly. This method is great, only, after Sarutobi Hiruzen listened, he said quietly. Well, that's a good idea. But in what name? Don't forget one thing. When Uchiha Jin was promoted to elder, he automatically quit the ninja sequence. So under normal circumstances, the village has no right to recruit people. As an elder Uchiha, even if you come to ask for help, they have the right to refuse. As for threats, runs, deception and other means, you have seen it with your own eyes today. Uchiha Jin is not someone who is easy to deceive. For such people, we can only induce them, but cannot force them. If you want him to go to the battlefield in person, you must give him enough benefits for such a long time. Even if he is asked to go to the battlefield and command the camp from the front, Uchiha Jin has the right not to accept it. As an elder Uchiha, I can make my own decisions even if I go to the front line. Is it really worth paying such a high price? Think it over carefully and let's continue talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a faint tone. He glanced at the 3 people present indifferently, then picked up his pipe again and started puffing away. As for these 3 Konoha elders, they are all silent now. Yes, everyone was dumbfounded. After being reminded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, they finally realized that Uchiha Jin had withdrawn from the ninja sequence. Konoha Village. It is not a centralized approach, but more like a federal franchise system. After all, the establishment of Konoha Village is based on Senju and Uchiha. Then Ino Shikacho, Sarutobi, Hyuga and other ninja clans responded to the call, and countless small ninja clans joined in, thus slowly forming a village. In this case, the village's top officials resembled Emperor Joe. The major ninja clans under its jurisdiction are not considered subordinates of the village, but more like major vassal states. According to the agreement reached by the various ninja clans when Konoha was building the village, the elders of each ninja clan and other high-level officials have autonomy and do not need to accept recruitment from the village. You can even retain some of the elites and not join the ninja sequence and only serve the family. The authority of the village's top management is only in major administrative departments such as ninja schools and hospitals, as well as administrative power in public areas such as civilians. Even in times of war, they only have the right to command the ninjas of the ninja sequence. The major ninja clans are governed by themselves within the clan. The village has no right to interfere. In this case, Uchiha Jin quit the ninja sequence, and the village naturally could not force him. We can only discuss and call on others. But whether people are willing to accept it or not, it is not the village that has the final say. Even if someone responds to the call and is willing to join the war, you can't command them once they go to the battlefield. People can refuse orders. Hitaki Sakumo was able to commit suicide because of the failure of the mission. That was because he accepted the mission not as the leader of the Hitaki clan, but as Captain Anbu. The village cannot control Chief Hitaki, but it can control Captain Anbu. But this trick had no effect on Uchiha Jin. Although he holds the title of Minister of Police, the police department is only responsible for the security of the village and does not have any responsibilities such as external assassinations or intelligence collection. As an elder of Uchiha, I automatically quit the ninja sequence. Even if he does participate in the war, it will be a help from the ninja clan. This is also the reason why the 3 Konoha elders in front of them are completely dumbfounded now. It's really hard to master Uchiha Jin. Silence. The entire Hokage frowned slightly and fell into thinking. Probably 10 minutes later, Sarutobi finished smoking a pipe of cigarettes, and after stubbing out the tobacco, he spoke quietly. Okay, let's watch the show. It seems unrealistic to kill Uchiha Jin in a short time. Especially Uchiha Jin's temperament is completely different from other Uchiha, and it feels more like a Nara to me. This kind of guy is difficult to deal with. So we guys must be prepared for a long-term struggle. Put aside the idea of killing Uchiha Jin. Now Uchiha Jin has given me a big problem. You'd better help me think about how to handle this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, nothing to hide. He had absolute trust in these people present. So, I told him everything about Uchiha Jin's test today and Uchiha Jin's prepared counterattack. Udatain Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Shimura Danzo. The 3 of them looked at each other and were all dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, and they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen by mistake. Yes, they couldn't believe that this was Uchiha's brain. What a bad idea he could come up with. Isn't this possible? Udatain Kaharu said with astonishment on his face. How could these Uchiha come up with such a bad idea? Mitokado Homura took a deep breath and said solemnly, we must stop this, otherwise once it ferments, it will cause an extremely serious blow to Hiruzen's prestige. Danzo also fell silent. Although he didn't speak, his brain started to work rapidly. Yes, don't look at the constant fighting between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, but that is limited to their own internal affairs. When facing foreign enemies, especially Uchiha, he can still distinguish priorities. After a long time, he then gritted his teeth and spoke. This bunch, Uchiha, it's all your fault, Hiruzen, for being too soft-hearted. When Senju was destroyed, we had the highest prestige in the village. We should take advantage of that moment to kill Uchiha in one go. You just don't listen to me, huh? Yes. As early as when Senju announced his retirement and fully integrated into the village, he proposed to kill Uchiha directly. But, it's a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't listen to him, which of course made him angry. It's just right. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only remain silent and didn't bother to talk to Danzo at all. Okay, Danzo, Mitokado Homura said directly. When the Senju were destroyed, everyone in the ninja clan was in danger. If we deal with Uchiha forcefully, it will only make all the ninjas fear and speculate on us. We all agree on the strategy of boiling a frog in warm water. Udatain Kaharu nodded slightly. For this, I can't really say it's Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. After pondering for a moment, she spoke coldly. I agree with Yan, Danzo, you are going too far. The most important thing now is to find a way quickly and defeat Uchiha's conspiracy. I think it's better to spread rumors. Just like how we dealt with Hatake Tsukumo, as long as all the ninjas are hostile to Uchiha, no matter what Uchiha does, no one will trust Uchiha. Only, regarding Udatain Kaharu's method, Mitokado Homura shook his head directly. Impossible, there are no paintings. Danzo also sneered when he heard this, and said with disdain, this trick works for others, but not for Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. He quite agrees with Danzo's words. After pondering for a long time, he reluctantly spoke. Uchiha's reputation is now bad enough thanks to our promotion. Even if we are black, what can we be black about? Uchiha's reputation is already so bad that even if he criticizes others, it won't make any difference. Uchiha is so embarrassed, so shamelessly pretend not to have heard. What can you do? Unless Uchiha rebels directly now, mere gossip will be of no use. Everyone, silent. At this time, they really felt a headache. Uchiha, it's really difficult. Just like the entertainment industry in the previous life, if a movie star who usually has a good image suddenly comes out with negative information and his personality collapses, it will naturally attract everyone's attention and condemnation. But, what about changing to black and red? It is already completely dark, so what can you do if you are still dark? On the contrary, you can only send traffic to others. If Haihong learns about it, how could it be so good? Please like and subscribe. Chapter 101. Uchiha, that's the black and red one. Even if Konoha F4 doesn't know what black and red are, they also know that relying on rumors alone is of no use to Uchiha. He is originally covered in shit, but how can he do it when he splashes it? Don't be afraid of wearing shoes if you are barefoot. It was precisely because they understood this that Konoha F4 all fell silent. How about opening the Jonin Council? Uchiha Kaharu said. Let the Jonin class vote, but Uchiha can't do it if they want to save face. Konoha is everyone's Konoha. Even other ninja clans will not agree to let Uchiha harm our village like this, right? Mitokado Homura and Shimura Danzo nodded quickly when they heard this method. This is a good idea. To put it bluntly, it is just to transfer conflicts. The method Uchiha Jin came up with was to directly transfer the conflicts between the villagers and the police department to the top management of Konoha. 7:30. And now, Uchiha Kaharu directly transferred this contradiction to all the ninja clan. You don't want Uchiha to mess around like this, right? If the village is really messed up, will you ninjas not suffer any loss? I agree. Mitokado Homura nodded. Although Danzo did not speak, he agreed with Uchiha Kaharu's proposal. It's just a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. After looking at the three of them lightly, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, and then lit the pipe again. He started to puff away, but Danzo and the other three were stunned. Hiruzen, isn't this okay? Danzo couldn't help but say. Well, no, Sarutobi Hiruzen said quietly. Jonin meeting, I just thought about it. But I still rejected it because there is a high probability that it will not work. I just said, don't underestimate Uchiha Jin, he is different from other Uchiha. I told you just now that Uchiha's banner this time is that the village has not allocated funds to the police department for a long time. If the Jonin meeting is really held, will the village be able to get this money out? Konoha F3, once again dumbfounded. Paralyzed. Why doesn't it work? Is this Uchiha Jin so difficult to deal with? For a while, these three elders all fell silent. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shook his head slightly. This is a conspiracy. Uchiha Jin didn't hide anything at all, he just showed it out so openly, not afraid of us investigating. Why? Just because of this situation, even if you know it in advance, there is no way to crack it. Everyone go back and think about it, how can we break the situation? We still have time, so there's no need to rush. As for sending Uchiha Jin to the battlefield, let's settle the matter at hand first. It's getting late, everyone go back. Yes. Through the postures of the three people in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew in his heart that his three friends were very crotch-stretching. If you want to take down Uchiha Jin, you can't count on them. So, here comes the thought. Naturally, he didn't want to talk nonsense with them. After a few simple explanations, he started to chase them away. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other and turned away. Only, Danzo. After the two of them left, he spoke coldly. Hiruzen, I am different from you. You can endure when you suffer, that's why you are called a hero. I cannot do it. The roots have suffered too much today, and I will definitely come back with revenge. I don't want you to stop me, farewell. After finishing speaking, Danzo turned around and left. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated a little before speaking. Danzo, I can't force you. But I still advise you to be careful, Uchiha Jin is not an ordinary Uchiha. As long as you break the rules of the game and resort to assassination, Uchiha Jin will definitely retaliate against you in equal measure. If you dare to assassinate Uchiha, he will assassinate Shimura. In that case, I can't stand up for you. You, think about it. Yes, although I only met Uchiha Jin once, they only chatted a few words with each other. But for a politician like him, seeing the big from the small is a basic skill. He also has a basic understanding of Uchiha Jin's temper. Danzo, not to mention. He knew better than anyone else what kind of temper his old friend had. In addition, the roots suffered heavy losses tonight, and he did not want the roots to be damaged too much. But, on the other side, regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's kindness, Danzo remained silent for a while. Finally, he turned around and left without saying a word. Why? Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. After shaking his head helplessly, he knew that he couldn't help it, so he sighed and didn't bother to bother. After all, it's going to rain and my mother wants to get married, so there's nothing he can do about it, Hokage. I took a puff of cigarette and looked at the night outside the window. After a long time, he leaned over and wrote a letter, and then Anbu came. Black Crow, go to the country of grass. Give this heart to Nara Shikaku and ask him to reply to me as soon as possible. Go ahead. Yes. For this kind of brain-intensive thing, the one he most wanted to find was Nara Shikaku. Although Ino Shikacho is not considered a die-hard, this clan is a traditional Hokage faction. Who is the Hokage and who is loyal to? As long as he remains in Hokage's position, Nara is trustworthy. And, the other side. Danzo returned to the root chamber and smashed the table. He has never suffered such a big loss since he became the elder of Konoha and the leader of the roots. The more you think about it, the angrier it becomes. The more you take a step back, the more you think about it. He can't bear it. Uchiha, I won't let you go. Someone is coming. As Danzo spoke, a root kneeled down on one knee. Lord Danzo, starting today, I will withdraw all frontline members. Danzo pondered for a moment, and then said in a cold tone, comprehensive surveillance of every member of Uchiha, and direct assassination whenever there is an opportunity. I remember that on the front line of Grassland, Uchiha's genius ninja Shisui seems to be still on mission there, right? Inform all members of the Grass Country front line and launch an assassination operation against them. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes. I want Shisui dead. And, starting from today, as long as you are from the Chia clan, no matter if you are a ninja or a civilian. Kill them all. Danzo's tone was cold and he waved his hand. Big picture. Rules of the game. He couldn't care less. In short, he just wants revenge and wants King Uchiha. Fear, non-existent. Because he knew that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen was still Hokage, no matter how much trouble he made, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to do his best to protect him no matter how reluctant he was. The reason is simple. He has to do a lot of dirty things. Really kill yourself, Lee. So, even if this matter really makes a big fuss, the only way to survive is to remove the elder position, or at the worst, remove the root leader position. How big a deal is it? It was time to take a break. As long as the gaffe subsided a little, he would still be the elder and leader of Konoha. It is precisely because of this that he has no scruples. Uchiha, he's going to kill him. Konoha village. Still quiet, still peaceful. Although more than 20 Jonin died that night, Genbu did not cause any ripples in the village. Because these ninjas themselves do not exist. As soon as they joined the root, the ninja files were completely deleted, and they were just a group of ghosts who did not exist. Even death is unknown. Don't even think about entering the memorial monument or anything like that. He couldn't even be laid to rest. That night, he was buried by the Uchiha with an earth style, and the blood was washed away with a water style. Only the top management of Trapped Leaf. Even the major ninja clans began to secretly be on guard. Yes, no one is stupid. Everyone could see it, in front of the police department that night. It's the battle between the village's top brass and Uchiha. As for the broken corpses and pieces of meat all over the ground, it was enough to prove the cruelty involved. Uchiha, you dare to kill people. This is not a good sign. Who knows what those Uchiha will do if they get crazy. So, even though the village is still peaceful, the atmosphere within the ninja clan has suddenly become tense. As for the Uchiha clan, of the 5 people who know the truth, only a few high-ranking people know the truth. The lives of ordinary tribesmen were basically not affected. Uchiha moment, but want to make trouble. But, this time. But before Uchiha-jin could take action, Fugaku, the clan leader, suppressed him. Yes, the evil-eyed Fugaku is not just for fun. In the past, he was hesitant, wavering, and undecided. That was because whether the radicals or the moderates, their plans were quite crude. Fugaku could not see the possibility of success at all. But Jin is different. First of all, he is powerful, and secondly, he has enough brains. He is especially able to see the general trend very accurately, and he can also figure out the mentality of the village's top leaders. Even many old cases can be restored to the truth through his analysis. The plans and goals he made were also staged and hierarchical, and even the plans for each step were quite detailed, and basically no mistakes could be found. What about the other side? The moderates advocate reconciliation with the village, but what are the specific plans? Nothing. Radicals, too. Although they are clamoring for rebellion, what are the specific plans? No bullshit. In this case, who should Fugaku believe? Is it even necessary to consider? So, nothing was said. Even when Uchiha Setsuna tried to stir up trouble and even alerted Uchiha Jin, Fugaku was directly suppressed. As a clan leader, he still has basic abilities. It may not have changed Uchiha's ability in the village, but it's nothing against Setsuna. He directly took out some dirty information about Momo, then scolded him, and then asked him to go back and think about it behind closed doors. Anyway, maybe you can't kill him, but you can put this guy under house arrest in disguise and won't let him go out to cause trouble in a short period of time. It's still very simple. Time passes slowly. What Uchiha Jin explained began to slowly ferment. Under Taihuo's organization, Uchiha began to fail, and the plan was slowly progressing. Of course, in this, there are also many clan members who do not accept it and even want to go to the clan leader Fugaku. Fugaku was very confused about this. However, after he had a deep talk with Uchiha Jin, he rejected them mercilessly. Then Uchiha Jin issued a ministerial order to directly expel them from the police department and sent Fugaku to guard the Uchiha caravan. In Jin's words, what we are doing now is equivalent to rebellion. Absolutely not, a woman's kindness. Since we can't convince every clan member, we can only unite the majority, and the small group can only choose to give up. Otherwise, if you leave it alone, bad things will happen. If what the Uchiha clan is doing now fails, the entire clan will be doomed. Therefore, people with different intentions are absolutely not allowed to mess around. Fugaku was convinced. Then the group of people who were unconvinced were naturally equivalent to exile. Most of the people who stayed in the police department had seen Jin Daifa Kamui, so they naturally became his die-hard fans. Even the radicals, after being put under house arrest in Momo and Taihuo's various attempts to win over them, most of them became Jin's supporters. After the stumbling blocks were completely cleared, the plan began to be implemented. Then, the entire police department has completely changed. So Uchiha started to become lazy, either not practicing every day, or taking on private work. In short, no one was responsible. Very beginning, all the residents of Konoha village cheered, thinking that the mountain weighing on their heads had finally been completely removed. Yes, under the propaganda of Hokage and other high-level officials, as well as Uchiha's brutal law enforcement, the lower-level villagers have no good impression of Uchiha. I even think Konoha would be better off without the police department. Now that they finally got what they wanted, what reason do they have to be unhappy? But, it's a pity. They soon stopped laughing. Along with the failure of the police department, there are many family conflicts, neighborhood disputes, fights. They all popped up. This is not the worst, the main ones are petty theft and land hooligans. The damage caused by these guys instantly worsened Yi's security. At this time, everyone suddenly came over. When there was a police department in the past, Konoha was not like this. This time, everyone began to miss how good the police department was in the past. Although Uchiha is unkind and a little rough, he still protects their safety. But, what now? Although you can't see those hateful Uchiha, everywhere is unsafe now. This time, everyone remembered how good Uchiha was, and even felt that the previous Uchiha was quite kind. Half a month later, the police department announced. Countless villagers blocked the door and all started shouting. My money was stolen, and the murderer is Tominagawa Nozomi. Why didn't your police department arrest him? Yesterday Yuki Yabuki beat me, your police department will give me justice. The day before yesterday, someone refused to pay me for a meal and trashed my pub. The police department must seek justice. Countless villagers spoke one after another. The entire entrance to the police department was basically blocked. Everyone is making trouble. They all hope that Uchiha can return to his past and continue to bring justice to them. Even if the law is enforced roughly, it will still be better than now when no one cares about the smell. And amidst their noise, Taihuo came out after about half an hour. Looking at the surging crowd outside, he thought about Uchiha Jin's instructions, coughed and shouted loudly. Villagers, please be quiet. I know everyone is very dissatisfied with the police department, but our police department also has difficulties. Just like what this villager said about the thief, although you named the murderer, we don't have the evidence yet. So, be patient and wait for cool. You must believe that our police department will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. As for the villager who was beaten, you don't need to worry. You first go to Konoha Hospital for an injury assessment, and then our police department will collect evidence as soon as possible. However, all this will take time, so please trust us. As for those who don't pay for meals, please provide us with valid evidence. We will arrest them when we are sure. If there is no evidence, don't worry. Please give our police department some time. We will definitely investigate and collect evidence as soon as possible. In summary, our police department knows everyone's urgency and promises to help everyone solve it as soon as possible. The police department would like to apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone. Everyone, Bo, Uchiha Iron Fire, some dry mouth. After finally finishing what Jin taught him, all the villagers quickly began to bow. The other Uchiha were, of course, reluctant to do so. But, no way, their boss has already bowed, how can they go through this? So, come on. And, the other side. The residents of Konoha village, who were originally noisy, couldn't help but look at each other. Confused, Uchiha apologized. This is really a rare thing. What to do? Although the matter was not finally resolved, which made them feel very unwilling, but the strong Uchiha even apologized, they were really embarrassed to continue to struggle. Yes, this is called contrast. What does it mean to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately? Why is it easier for people to feel deeply about the most ruthless person and his prodigal behavior? The reason is here. The worse the publicity for Uchiha is on weekdays, the more powerful it is when Uchiha bows his head and apologizes. At last, all the villagers cursed and left, leaving only chicken feathers in front of each department. Okay, let's disperse. Uchiha Iron Fire breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He felt that talking nonsense was more difficult than fighting on the battlefield. He waved his hand casually and let the others disperse. He came to the land of the Uchiha tribe and found Uchiha Jin again. The door to Jin's small courtyard is now open. After Tai Huo walked into the small courtyard, he saw Weasel who was practicing, and Jin who was lying on a chair basking in the sun with a look of laziness and enjoyment. Sir, the operation went smoothly. Those villagers who came to make trouble have followed your instructions and have now gone back. But even though I was persuaded to go back, I can still feel that they are actually not satisfied. Uchiha Iron Fire bowed and spoke. Hearing the sound of iron fire, Jin opened his eyes. First, he was asked to sit down, and after a few words of greeting, he said with a smile. That's for sure. After all, they suffered losses. No need to pay attention, just follow our rhythm. The next time the villagers block the door, Uchiha's difficulties can be explained. Of course, during this period, we will keep a close eye on the Hokage and report any clues immediately. Next, let's see how Ying responds. Uchiha Jin, with a smile on his face. He actually didn't care about the situation among the villagers. What he really cares about is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't think that the other party would make no move and just watch him mess around. But, the problem is, what will Sarutobi Hiruzen do? He was indeed curious about this. If we talk about the previous thief incident, it is about Sarutobi Hiruzen's temptation of Uchiha Jin. Well, this time, that was Uchiha Jin, the test of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, although it may seem like such a big fuss, it is still a trial in nature. This is normal. Even if Uchiha Jin succeeds in the end, it will not only embarrass Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also slightly affect his reputation. What else? Gone. Even with Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige in Konoha, as long as he shows his craftsmanship, spirit, apologizes to everyone, and even allocates some funds to the police department. And then, no more. This matter is over here. The reason why Uchiha Jin did this was, firstly, to retaliate against Sarutobi Hiruzen's temptation, but more importantly, he also wanted to test how experienced Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power struggles. After all, this thing is not explained in the original work. In addition to knowing that this guy is in the ninja world, he can be regarded as a master of power struggle experience. But it's hard to say what level this name would be in the previous life, in a world with old silver coins per capita. So, now that they have become enemies, it is naturally necessary for him to thoroughly understand this guy's ability to fight for power. Test this wave and see how he handles it. By then, Uchiha Jin will basically have an idea. And, the other side. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his office, looking at the noisy crowd outside the window, and couldn't help but light up his pipe again and started puffing away. He frowned. His eyes kept flickering because his brain was working crazily. At this time, he really had a headache. He couldn't let the village continue to be in chaos, he had to find a solution as soon as possible. But, how to praise it? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time had no good solution for a while. Yes, there had indeed been chaos in Konoha before, but there was no ninja clan causing trouble, which was completely opposite to the situation this time. More importantly, because we are currently in the midst of a war, most of Konoha's masters and even Anbu have been sent out in large numbers. He simply doesn't have the manpower to handle such small matters in the village. The only way I can think of is to ask the major ninja clans for help and ask them to replace Uchiha. But there are two problems that cannot be solved. First, other ninjas have no experience in dealing with the grassroots, even if they are allowed to take over in such a hurry. Without a period of exploration, they may not be able to do it well. Although Uchiha made a big fuss this time, it was still within the rules of the game, and other ninjas might not intervene. Because this was a fight between Uchiha and the top management of Konoha, Uchiha did not provoke them. If they interfere, they will completely offend Uchiha. Ninjas are not stupid. This kind of thing doesn't bring any benefit at all, but only causes embarrassment all over. None of them will do it. At last, even if he could convince the ninja clan, he couldn't let the Sarutobi clan take over. The biggest question is whether to allocate funds. And if he chooses to allocate funds, Uchiha can still cause trouble. Good guy. When I, Uchiha, took charge of the police department, the village was in dire straits and the only good thing was that there was not a penny of funding. Why was the village so chaotic before? Why didn't Uchiha have anyone to deal with it? To put it bluntly, there is no money. Now if it were another ninja clan, they would suddenly have funds. You're fooling the devil by burning newspapers in graves, right? By the time, if his Hokage doesn't have a reasonable explanation, his reputation will still be ruined by Uchiha. What to do? At this moment, an Anbu walked in. Hokage-sama, this is Shikaku Jonin's letter, please read it. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Then the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of listening. Just right, he quickly took the letter and asked Anbu to step back before quickly opening the letter. But, the next second, after actually seeing the words on the letter, his face instantly dropped. There is a lot written in the letter, but the meaning expressed is very simple. Give me money. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked unhappy. Doesn't he know such a simple truth? If it was just like this, why would he still need to find Nara Shikaku? But, although he felt extremely unhappy, out of trust in Nara Shikaku, he still endured and read on. Then, there is silence. Only after he actually read the letter did he understand what Nara Shikaku was thinking. In Shikaku's words, depriving the police department of funds is a mistake in itself. The reason why nothing happened before was just because of Uchiha. Other ninjas will not complain for Uchiha, so of course there is no problem in doing so. But, it's different now. The emergence of Uchiha Jin completely changed this. In this case, the length of the fight is not important. The most important thing is to make up for your shortcomings and make yourself weak. So, it doesn't matter if the funding for the police department is replenished as soon as possible, or even if the attitude is lowered. Because, that's the only way. Only by completely eradicating this weakness will he naturally become much more calm when dealing with Uchiha in the future. If not, even if there are many plans now, even if the situation can be finally broken. But, so what? The shortcomings are still there, and his Hokage is still flawed. Even if Uchiha loses this time, he will still make plans for the second, third, or even the countless times in the future, taking advantage of this weakness. Take a step back and the sky will be brighter. Those who do not plan for the eternity cannot plan for a moment. Those who do not plan for the overall situation cannot plan for one area. This is actually the same as playing chess. The shortest time is the most stupid thing. So, the more you do, the more you make mistakes. In this case, Uchiha has already taken the lead. This is their home court. The most taboo thing in combat is fighting in other people's territory. Since admitting defeat will not affect you too much, on the contrary, it will only cost you some money, then why not just admit defeat quickly? Hurry up and admit defeat and end the war. Then plan carefully and prepare for the next battle. After the layout is completed, let your opponent enter your home court to fight, so that you can be calm and at ease. And there is another benefit to doing this. That is to make the opponent relax his vigilance and think that we are nothing more than this, so that the opponent's vigilance will become lower. When planning in the future, the probability of success will be higher. Throw in the towel. It's for greater success. That makes sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, BFAB said, I'm really stunned. For such a trivial matter, I almost walked into a dead end. As expected of Nara Shikaku, I am truly convinced. Shikaku is right. Since this road is blocked, just find another way. The days will be long from now on. Uchiha Jin, I remember you. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with emotion. After he figured this out, he suddenly became enlightened. Have a happy day, both physically and mentally. Sitting behind his desk, he continued to puff away for a while before speaking lightly to the air. Call the 3 elders. Follow the order. A figure of Anbu appeared, knelt down on one knee, saluted, and then left the room. Time passes slowly. About an hour later, the elder came belatedly. Hiruzen, it's a complete mess. Uchiha went too far. What they did was irresponsible to the villagers. Must deal with them. Uchiha Kaharu looks ugly. She really had a severe headache these days, especially looking at the messy village. She really wanted to rush to the police department desperately and kill these indifferent guys directly. What a waste. If you Uchiha are dissatisfied with the village's top management, then confront us openly. Disrupt the village and provoke the villagers to attack the higher-ups. Isn't it lacking in virtue? Yes, this is called double standards. When they used this trick to frame Hitaki Tsukumo, they were not as angry as they were now. Kaharu is right, I fully support it. Mitokado Homura immediately said. These Uchiha, they are the cancer of Konoha. We must find a way to completely kill the group of Uchiha. His face was ashen. Obviously, what Uchiha did during this period really made him angry. The key is, even if he had suppressed his anger, he couldn't vent it out to Uchiha. Are you saying you're not angry? But, right now. Danzo, who was most familiar with Sarutobi Hiruzen, couldn't help but speak directly. Okay, Hiruzen, looking at your appearance, there should be something you can do. We are all our own people, so stop pretending. If you have any ideas, please tell me immediately. I've been unhappy with Uchiha for a long time now, and now I want to kill them quickly. Danzo, with a determined look on his face. Yes. The first time he came in, he discovered the problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen, so stable. He is quite familiar with this state, which is a sign of confidence. And, the other side. It was with Danzo's opening that Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura discovered this belatedly. The two of them couldn't help but speak immediately. Hiruzen, say it quickly. I'm also very curious, what is the solution? For a while, the three of them looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with burning eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had a wry smile on his face. Now he is really not pretending, but although he has thought it through in his heart, he has accepted Nara Shikaku's method. But, he is riding a horse. This decision was so frustrating, and he really couldn't accept it. But, no way. The matter must be dealt with, otherwise, as Luju said, the longer this thing is delayed, the worse it will be for him. Thinking of this, I let out a long sigh. Don't rush me, I said. Although I do have a solution, it is definitely different from what you think. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to accept it, so I'm just thinking about it here. Since you all said so, I will say it directly. I'm ready to admit defeat. Start the Jonin meeting directly and admit your mistake directly to Uchiha in front of everyone. Then make up for all the money owed to the police department over the years. Hiss. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Danzo the third person was completely dumbfounded. Obviously, they never expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen, a Hokage, would come up with such a bullshit idea. Hiruzen, are you on duty? I absolutely disagree. How can I give in to Uchiha? No, absolutely not. Almost instantly, the three of them started arguing instantly, and they became very excited. Especially Danzo. When he heard these words, he almost smashed Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face calm. He had anticipated this before saying these words. So, nothing surprising. Subsequently, no nonsense. He immediately took out Nara Shikaku's letter, and then said in a faint tone. This is Shikaku's letter. Don't be angry first, just read the letter and then talk. Danzo and others frowned slightly. But even though I was very confused, I still picked up Nara Shikaku's letter and started to read it quickly. After a long time, there was silence. They understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, and they also felt that Nara Shikaku was right. Now the battle with Uchiha has actually become a quagmire. Even if we can win in the end, what's the point? Shikaku is right, I agree with this plan. Mitokado Homura was the first to speak. Let Uchiha laugh for a while, and we will settle accounts with them after the next war. You detain Kaharu, slightly confused. Obviously, she actually knew in her heart that Nara Shikaku's idea was right. As a high-level person, you cannot be limited to the gains and losses of one city or one place. But, I'm really unwilling. Who among them had put Uchiha down before? A bunch of brainless guys, just make them round or flat as they please. What now? The rise of Uchiha Jin directly changed this. Uchiha Jin, what a person. We can admit defeat to Uchiha this time, but this guy must be killed. He is too dangerous. Even if we pay the price, we must kill him. Udatain Kaharu spoke coldly. Yes, as a qualified superior, she certainly understands what is important and what is important. So even if she felt aggrieved, she admitted it. Only, Uchiha-jin. This Uchiha made her feel uneasy, but the strength was second to none. It was just Mangekyo Uchiha, it's not like they had never seen her before. The most important thing is Jin's ideological level. Honestly, even now, she still can't figure it out. As a result, he never received an elite education, and he was just average in the ninja school, and I never saw him studying specifically. So, why? How did this guy learn his strategic skills? Uchiha's Mangekyo itself made them feel pressured, and now they discovered that this Uchiha actually had a mind and calculation similar to that of the Nara clan. Paralyzed. Are you going to let people live? Well, Kaharu is right. Mitokado Homura said coldly. Uchiha Jin must be killed. Even if you pay some price, it's worth it in my opinion. If he continues to live, it will have a huge impact on the village. I suggest that even if you pay a little more benefit, send this guy to the front line as soon as possible. It is best to let him accidentally break into the core area of Cloud Shinobi. Whether you encounter the son of Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, or you encounter the third Raikage Eye, then even if you can't kill him, you can still destroy his Mangekyo. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Yes. Through this incident, they have fully realized how difficult Uchiha Jin is. Now they have only one goal. Even if the war is harder, we must find a way to kill Uchiha Jin. Danzo snorted coldly in response. I have long said that Uchiha will be a disaster if he remains. When we got rid of the Senju clan, we should have killed Uchiha in one go. Even if the reputation is a bit bad, there are ways to recover afterwards. You guys just don't believe me. Now, do you regret it? Everyone else was silent. They didn't know how to respond to Danzo's accusations. After all, who would have thought? Would such a person suddenly appear among the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He glanced at the three of them briefly, and then spoke slowly. It seems like everyone has reached a consensus. In that case, let's stop talking nonsense. Since Nara Shikaku, the Jonin class leader, is not here, but he gave me the right to temporarily convene the Jonin class in the envelope. So, please inform me. The Jonin class meeting will be held in 2 hours. All Jonin who remain in the village must come to participate. Yes, in the special world of the ninja world, although the Hokage is supreme, it is not always true. The gap between him and the Emperor in Jin's previous life is really not that big. Just like before my eyes. If you want to hold a Jonin class meeting, you need Nara Shikaku's authorization. From this, you can imagine. When Hitaki Sakumo held the Anbu, Jonin class, interrogation and torture class, and was awarded the Hokage half-sleeve by the daimyo, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not panic? Okay, I'll inform you right away. Udatain Kaharu nodded immediately. Mitokado Homura, of course, has no objection either. Only, Danzo, after seeing the posture in front of him, he immediately said with disdain. You are responsible for this. I have no interest in participating in such a shameful thing. Anyway, one sentence. You are responsible for getting Uchiha Jin to the front line. When the time comes, I will naturally let the root take action and let him enter the core camp of Cloud Shinobi. Even if he can avoid this disaster, the rumors about him defecting to the enemy and rebelling against the village will spread throughout Konoha. At that time, there will be no justice. I don't think other Uchiha dare to protect him blatantly. Then I hope you, Hiruzen, will directly declare Uchiha Jin a traitorous nin. It's best to find your 3 disciples, as well as Namikaze Minato and Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Gather all your abilities and kill Uchiha at all costs. 0. After finishing speaking, Danzo turned around and left without any hesitation. Yes, just like he said, although he has been hiding in the dark for a long time, he is essentially a shameless person. The Jonin class will be held later to apologize to Uchiha in front of all Konoha. He, Danzo, couldn't do it. I can't even stand watching it, so don't join in the fun. Otherwise, he is really scared. I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear it anymore, and then I will take action against Uchiha Jin. So, he left. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not hold back. After all, we have been friends for so many years, and no one understands each other. So, after Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke quietly. What Danzo said actually makes sense. This guy Uchiha Jin can't stay any longer. He must be dealt with at all costs. How to deal with him specifically, just leave everything to the roots. But under what pretext is Uchiha Jin allowed to enter the front line? This is what we need to worry about. You two, think carefully. It's best to finalize this matter directly at the Jonin meeting later, without giving Baoji wrong any time to think. Even if I use force, I have to force him to the front line. Otherwise, if we let him stay in Konoha for one more day, it will cause an extremely heavy price to us. Afternoon, 2 o'clock, Uchiha clan land, Uchiha Jin family courtyard. He and Itachi had just finished eating and were sitting in the small courtyard eating. Teacher, I also heard my father say a few words at home about the recent affairs of the police department. But, I can't figure it out. Although the village does not allocate funds to the police department, it should not transfer its grievances to the civilians, right? I can't figure it out. Why? Since I can think of everything, it's impossible for you, teacher, to think of it. So why did it? Itachi frowned slightly. It can be seen that he must have been thinking about this matter for several days. Honestly, he also had a lot of contact with Jin and knew that his teacher was essentially a kind person. Otherwise, he had already, 070, included Uchiha Jin on his enemy list. So during this period, he tried not to think about the plight of the civilians, but hoped to understand why his teacher behaved like this. But, it's a pity. No answer. As a child himself, it was difficult for him to hold his heart in for a long time after he had someone to talk to. So today, he still asked. And, the other side. Uchiha Jin heard this, but his face remained calm. He had already had a premonition about this scene. Itachi, he is essentially a kind-hearted child, but of course he cannot accept his behavior. In fact, he has been thinking about it these past few days. If Itachi couldn't hold back and asked, how should he explain this to him? After pondering for a long time, he decided. Be honest. Lies cannot last. Sooner or later, there will be a day when it is exposed, and when that day comes, it will be the day when their master turns against him. So it's better to just tell the truth. Now, seeing that Itachi finally couldn't help but ask, he felt relieved. After thinking for a moment, Tuan spoke. I will tell you the answer to this question later. Now, let's think about it first. Why did second Hokage Senju Tobirama hand over the police department to us, Uchiha? You know, he hates Uchiha so much. When Konoha was not yet established, Hashirama and Tobirama had 3 younger brothers, and they all died in the hands of our Uchiha. Even after Konoha was established, Senju Tobirama always called us the evil Uchiha. Later, Uchiha Madara's departure made him wary of Uchiha to the point where it was difficult to attach any importance to him. In this case, he still gave the police department to Uchiha. Tell me, why? Uchiha Jin faintly opened his mouth. Considering that people in this ninja world do not pay attention to the education and inheritance of history. So, he first briefly explained to Itachi the grudges between the Uchiha and Senju clans, especially the reason why Senju Tobirama hated Uchiha, and then asked his question again. Itachi looked confused. So, is that so? In the first 2 generations of Hokage, there were 3 dear ones. And they still died at the hands of Uchiha. It makes sense that Senju Tobirama hates Uchiha. But why? If you hate Uchiha so much, why would you hand over the police department, a department with real power, to Uchiha? After pondering for a long time, he still shook his head. I don't know, Itachi said directly. Repay the order. Uchiha Jin nodded. He didn't expect Itachi to be able to answer. He just hoped that by using this statement, Itachi could have a deeper understanding of the deeply hidden grudges and entanglements in the village. This ensures that he will not be easily fooled in the future. This is enough. Thinking of this, he spoke directly. First of all, Senju owes Uchiha. Although the Hashirama brothers had 3 younger brothers, they died at the hands of Uchiha. But, at the same time, Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, also died at the hands of the Senju clan. The feud between the 2 races for thousands of years is essentially a confusing account. There's nothing to say. Do you think Madara, who was the head of the Uchiha clan at the time, didn't hate the 2 brothers Hashirama and Tobirama for the Senju clan who killed his own brother? I can definitely say, I definitely hate it. But Madara was convinced by Hashirama, and eventually formed Konoha with Hashirama. The wood of the Senju clan and the leaves of the Uchiha clan are actually the origin of Konoha village. But you also know Madara's character. When Konoha ran for the first Hokage, naturally no ninja clan would be willing to let Madara be elected. So Hashirama promised at that time that the second Hokage would be Uchiha's. But, it's a pity. Even after Hashirama dies, the Uchiha of the second generation will still be Toyoma. The Senju clan broke their promise, so they handed over the police department to Uchiha. Actually, we Uchiha are stupid. You have to know the authority of the police department. In fact, it is ridiculously large. As long as it can be operated well, it will be difficult to compete with fire. After all, the police department holds legislative power, interrogation and arrest power, and subsequent trial power. You think about it. The police department has the right to modify the laws of Konoha. If you say you are guilty, you are guilty. How powerful is this? This is also the reason why Uchiha accepted it in the first place. Otherwise, how could it be so easy for the Senju clan to break their promise? It's just Uchiha Tenma. I didn't realize at all that the powerful energy contained in the police department was just manipulated into being at the bottom of the 7 major departments in Konoha. The original responsibilities of the police department were almost completely divided between Anbu, the interrogation and torture department, and the administration department. Why? It's not the fault of the Senju clan. After all, the rights have been given to you Uchiha. It's just you, Uchiha, who doesn't know how to play. But, second point, and more importantly, the police department also dug a hole for Uchiha. Although the police department has ridiculously large powers, it is also the department closest to the lower class civilians. The common people at the bottom are ignorant and have a serious tendency to follow the herd. Because people have little exposure to high-level information, it is easy for them to follow others' opinions. Uchiha is also a proud clan. Uchiha doesn't bother to explain, so he often does bad things with good intentions. In addition, Konoha's top management spread some rumors, so this led to Uchiha's reputation getting worse and worse. This is the complicated grudges and resentments between the top management of Konoha village, the police department, the Uchiha, and the Senju clan. You understand these first, and then I will answer your questions. This is what I want to teach you. Don't look at the surface when looking at things. Analyze the essence and look at the problem with a dialectical mentality. Everything in this world is complicated. If you don't fully understand the causes and consequences, you can easily come up with an answer that is completely opposite to the truth. Uchiha Embers, follow the guidance. For a genius child like Itachi, on the one hand, he cannot be fooled, otherwise he will be easily fooled by the enemy. But more importantly, you still have to be patient. No matter how talented he is still young after all and his mind is not yet sound. So, if you want him to truly understand this, you must break things apart and break them into pieces, otherwise he will not be able to understand you at all. But, no way. In order to prevent this, filial son, from going the same way as in the original work. As a teacher, he can only talk more. There is nothing we can do about it. Who told Fugaku, a father, that although he is great at giving birth to children, he is nothing but a loser when it comes to educating children. And the other side, Uchiha Itachi, was at a loss. He felt that his 3 views had been shattered several times after coming into contact with this teacher. But, this time, it was still scattered all over the floor. This is completely different from what the clan taught before. However, he did not deny it. He understood his teacher's temperament and had no interest in lying in this regard. There are previous records in the family. Although it may seem messy and complicated because there is no one to clean it up, as long as you really calm down, many things can be found out. So lie to yourself, there is really no need for. Therefore, when he got this information for the first time, he immediately ignored his question and began to think quietly. He needs to fully understand all the information he heard. Time passes slowly. Uchiha Jin didn't bother him, just sat next to him and basked in the sun. Probably, half an hour later, Itachi opened his eyes again, and then looked at Jin solemnly. "Teacher, you're back." Uchiha Jin nodded. He didn't look too surprised. After all, Itachi was a genius and could understand something in half an hour. Well, that's normal. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly for a moment before he rubbed his brows and spoke. "Okay, then continue. Through what I just explained, I think you can understand the advantages and disadvantages of the police department. The next step is to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power and became increasingly wary of Uchiha. Relying on Uchiha's simple mind, he used the police department as the core to completely disconnect Uchiha from the village. In the end, it turned into what you see now. In the entire Konoha village, although Uchiha holds great power, he is not close to the ninja clan, and even the civilians boycott Uchiha. Under normal circumstances, I have no interest in taking care of it. After all, you also know the teacher's situation. To put it bluntly, I have no relationship with my clan members. But, you are a thief. First, you gave me the dividends from the Uchiha Caravan's shares, and then asked you to become my disciple. So, here's the problem. I can't let Uchiha die, otherwise my annual dividends will be gone. Secondly, it's you. Since I have accepted you as my apprentice, and people are emotional creatures, how can I really not care about you? So, no way. I took over the position of police minister, but whoever expected to take office was tested by Sarutobi Hiruzen on the first day. I think you heard the inside story of the thief incident from your father, right? In response to Uchiha Jin's question, Itachi couldn't help but nodded. Of course he heard it. After all, Dad is the patriarch, and many things may be considered secret from the outside world. But for him, the son of the patriarch, it is something he can hear every day. Uchiha Jin shrugged after hearing this. So, that's it. The Hokage tested me by harming the interests of civilians, and I in turn used the civilians to fight back against Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even second Hokage Senju Tobarama, who decided to hand over the police department to Uchiha, wanted to use civilians to deal with Uchiha. This is the truth. The Hokage doesn't care about civilians, the ninja don't care about civilians, and neither does Uchiha. Civilians are just dispensable pawns to us. As long as we can hit our opponents, no one cares whether they live or die. Actually, I don't look down on civilians. I was even raised by civilians. Whenever possible, I hope to be nice to civilians. It's just, no, if I don't do anything with my hands tied, I can only be killed by the Hokage. So, got it. This world is not black and white, and there is no justice or evil. It doesn't even have anything to do with right or wrong. Only, the positions are different. There are only winners and losers. History is written by the victors. If the Hokage wins, Uchiha will be defined as evil. On the contrary, if Uchiha wins, the Hokage will become the source of evil. And the years that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage will be characterized as the years of evil rule in Konoha. That's my answer to you. I know the civilians are innocent. But, calendar, if I don't take action, Uchiha will be eliminated sooner or later. For the sake of the Uchiha caravan's dividends, and for your lovely apprentice, I can only help your father. I have no choice. Uchiha Jin, with a faint tone. He didn't clear himself or discredit the Hokage. Some are just calm. But it was this bloody true thought that also caused a nuclear attack on Itachi. Yes, he was completely stunned. What I had been thinking about for so long but could not figure out, is the truth so simple? Why is this? Itachi said with a slight pain, the world shouldn't be like this. Can't everyone live in peace? Uchiha Jin, still silent. Seeing Itachi's face full of pain, he did not comfort him. Because, this is what he chose. If he didn't ask and acted like a normal child, then Jin would certainly hope that he would grow up happily. But, no, he is too genius and too naive. In order to prevent Itachi from going down the same old path, he could only tell him the truth. Even if this truth is full of stench and blood. He was a little silent. After Itachi gradually became calmer, he continued to speak. Although I don't want to offend you as your teacher, it is my duty to teach you and resolve your doubts. I can only tell you, no. The reality is so cruel. The resources of the entire ninja world are limited. Is Konoha willing to hand over the rich fire country to the poor wind country and water country for free? Are you willing to hand over Uchiha's wealth to other ninjas for free? No one wants it, but resources are limited. If Uchiha takes one more bite, others will take one less bite. There is actually no difference between humans and animals. Do you remember what I taught you before? Wolves eat sheep to survive, and sheep eat grass to survive. This is the law of the jungle, the strong survive. In order to snatch resources, people actually have no lower limit. When I was on a mission a few months ago, the mission completely failed because of a useless member. Do you know how my friend from the Nara clan solved this problem? We embezzled supplies and put the blame on the trash. And you know what they said to me? Every time there is a war in Konoha, it is when the major ninja clans get rich. All the supplies from the frontline camp were embezzled, and then when the enemy village launched an attack, they took the initiative to destroy the place where the supplies were stored, and then went to the village to report that the supplies had been destroyed by the enemy village. Hokage, I won't check. Because the Hokage's Sarutobi clan is actually the most ruthless embezzler. So, do you understand? This is true for all ninja clans, even more so for ninja villages, and it is also true for enemy ninja villages. This is a worse world than anything else. Uchiha Itachi, sweating profusely. After listening to Jin's words, he felt that the whole world was different. How so? This is nothing like what he imagined. Use civilians as chess pieces to attack each other. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is a Hokage, is actively embezzling the village's finances. All of this made it difficult for him to accept it for a while. But, same thing, he is a very smart child, so he can naturally see that what Uchiha Jin said is definitely not a lie. Benefits, resources. In Jin's words, the resources of the entire ninja world are limited. If you take one more bite, I will take one less bite. So, for their own interests, fighting and scheming are inevitable. I know it, but I just can't accept it. Itachi, do you know? Actually, this is also the reason why no one of the major ninja clans in the village is willing to help Uchiha even though they know that the village's senior officials are dealing with Uchiha. Don't all the major ninja clans know the real plan of the village's top brass? No, the top management of the village has hope. In addition to their own ninja clan, other ninja clans are the targets of their elimination. Actively destroying the Senju clan, sitting back and watching the Uzumaki clan be destroyed, and now starting to deal with Uchiha. The next one is the Hyuga clan, followed by Ino Shikacho, Inuzuka, Aburame. But why can't we unite? Because I thought Uchiha was too unsocial. Everyone is colluding with each other to embezzle the village's financial assets in various ways. And, where is Uchiha? Still holding on to the thinking of the Sengoku era, he has a posture of respecting martial arts, and he is extremely arrogant. He does not look down on such despicable methods at all. Can you imagine what would happen if Uchiha learned about the behavior of these ninjas in the village? Haha, the day will definitely be chaotic. So Uchiha, who doesn't fit in with others, no one will help you even if you are destroyed. This kind of thing is simple. When the world is all black, then the existence of Uchiha in white is a mistake. Itachi, there is only silence. Because besides being silent, he didn't know what to say. We can even say, now that Uchiha Jin said these words, he has begun to feel numb. He drooped his head, his eyes dull. Even Jin didn't know what he was thinking. But, it doesn't matter. Now Itachi still trusts his honesty, so he should give him some time to think. Even if there is anything wrong from now on, I will just come back to him. Time passes slowly. About 10 minutes later, Itachi raised his head again. Teacher, this is wrong. Although everyone is doing this, I still feel it's wrong. I must change. Maybe you think it's naive, but this is my dream. Itachi, with a determined look on his face, appear. After this period of thinking, he has now figured it out. Although he himself didn't know whether he could succeed, he still wanted to do it. Because in his opinion, the world is already sick. This is not right. And, the other side. Uchiha Jin, with a smile on his face. Patting Itachi's head, he couldn't help but smile. You kid, you are really interesting. Your teacher, I'm not stupid. I can still tell the difference between right and wrong. Your idea is right and I support you. But, there is one thing. Although the future is bright, the road is tortuous. Before you are not strong enough to ignore everything, then you must not expose your thoughts, as that will only make you the target of public criticism. Be like the light and dust, hide yourself. Be as strong as possible, and then understand the enemy as much as possible. Know yourself and the enemy, and your team will be victorious in every battle. Don't tell anyone about your little thoughts after you walk out of the teacher's door. Do you understand this? Itachi nodded. He was obviously very happy at this time, because the teacher did not deny his ideal. Not only support yourself, but even teach yourself how to do it. He was really happy to have such a good teacher. But, he didn't know. In Jin's opinion, this is already good. Even if Itachi is allowed to become a reformer in the future, it is better than being a descendant of the Will of Fire, and then being deceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen and directly killing the entire clan, right? This result is already very good. And, at this moment, Uchiha Tiehuo suddenly broke in. His face at this time was very solemn. There was no greeting after coming in, and he spoke immediately. Grown-ups. Just now Anbu came to the police department to explain that Mr. Hokage obtained the authorization from Jonin squad leader, Nara Shikaku's letter, and decided to hold a Jonin squad meeting in 2 hours. Master Hokage told me, Uchiha Jonin, those who have no mission must go. After finishing speaking, after Uchiha Tiehuo saluted respectfully, he stood aside and waited quietly for Jin's arrangements. When Uchiha Jin heard these words, he frowned slightly and his brain began to think quickly. Jonin class meeting. This circle is interesting. Almost without thinking, Uchiha Jin was sure that Sarutobi Hiruzen had found a way to fight back. Otherwise, he would not have held any Jonin meeting at this juncture. Only, isn't this too fast? Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to fight for power has reached this point? No answer. But no matter what happens, they have found a way to break the situation. But how exactly is the opponent going to break the situation? Trying to put into Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, Uchiha Jin is also a garden water. But, forget it. As for the specific situation, you still have to go and see for yourself. Oh, that's interesting. I really didn't expect that our Hokage-sama is really quite powerful. To think that Hao Jiao found a countermeasure so quickly makes me a little curious. Go and inform the clan leader and Uchiha's Jonin. We will go to the hospital together later. Uchiha Iron Fire nodded. Knowing that time was tight, he naturally didn't waste any time and left Jin's courtyard immediately. Seeing this, Itachi couldn't help but speak. Teacher, are you in trouble? Uchiha Jin couldn't help but smile. Touching Itachi's little head, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of haki. It's just Sarutobi Hiruzen, I haven't taken it seriously yet. Don't worry, the worst case scenario is that you will lose. We, Uchiha, can't afford to lose. Now the village is not ready for a full-scale war with Uchiha, so even if we Uchiha lose, the village will not dare to attack us easily. This is still the worst-case scenario, not to mention I don't think I can beat Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, don't worry about shipping. Uchiha-jin, full of confidence. Regarding Konoha's current situation, he is still confident in his own judgment. At least, during a war like this, as long as Konoha is not crazy, it will have to swallow it even if it is deflated, and it is impossible to completely fall out with Uchiha. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, Konoha itself is the strongest ninja village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage. Although what his teacher said made sense, if the village could confront each other, he would be lying if he said he wasn't worried. Time passes slowly. About 20 minutes later, he walked in again. Grown-ups. The leader of the Fugaku clan said he will not participate. You can make the decision for him. Jonin, who is currently staying within the clan and has no mission, has now been gathered together. We are all our own people, and in the end we support you, sir. All those who oppose you have been assigned tasks by the clan leader in the past few days, and it is impossible to rush back to the clan in a short time. So don't worry, you have full authority to represent Uchiha in this Jonin meeting. Uchiha Iron Fire spoke respectfully. After following Jin for such a long time, he has obviously made great progress. At least, a lot of things. Uchiha Jin can get things done in advance without any special instructions from Uchiha Jin. Well, very good, Uchiha Jin said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. In that case, let's leave. Look what surprise Sarutobi Hiruzen has prepared for us. He spoke softly. Then he first arranged for Weasel to practice well, and then left the small courtyard directly. While walking in the clan area, he still couldn't help but turn around and take another look at his small courtyard. In his eyes, he was quite humble. If possible, as a homebody, he would not even leave the courtyard. But, no way. Now that Uzumaki has been involved, and his surname is Uchiha, there are many things that cannot be avoided. Soon, the two of them arrived at the gate of the clan. Nearly 70 Uchiha Jonin were standing at the gate of the clan waiting for him. Seeing him coming at this time, he naturally bowed and spoke. I've seen it, Elder Jin. Well, let's go, because many people in the clan have not joined the police department. Therefore, unless he is in the police department, he will generally be called Elder. Only people like Tiehuo who have completely joined his faction will call him an adult. Uchiha Embers, with medicine in the corner of his mouth. Looking at the many Jonin in front of him, it is one of Uchiha's heritage as a wealthy family in Konoha. You know, this is still part of Uchiha. Many Jonin are no longer in the clan due to various reasons, and some die-hard radicals are now firmly suppressed by Fugaku. Added together, this is the true power of Uchiha. And, still, Uchiha has been suppressed by the Hokage line for so long, and after so many Uchiha died, there is still so much power left. It was precisely after seeing this that Jin couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the higher-ups in Konoha are so unhappy with Uchiha. 20 minutes later, Hokage Building, Jonin Conference Hall. By the time Uchiha and his party arrived, Yin Ningbing had already sat down for the most part. Considering that most of Konoha's elites are now fighting on the front lines, there is a high probability that all Jonin who are still in Konoha have arrived. Just when a group of people pushed the door open and came in, everyone looked at Uchiha and their eyes suddenly became quite strange. They are very curious. How come Uchiha, who has always been stupid, suddenly enlightened this time and was able to fight such a beautiful counterattack? Yes, as a member of the Konoha shinobi clan, he may not be as good as Uchiha. But the basic judgment ability is still there, and Konoha has been in such chaos during this period. Everyone knows who Uchiha is targeting. Only, no one came to say hello to Uchiha's arrival. This is also normal. After all, Uchiha is hated by everyone in Konoha. Coupled with the targeting of Konoha's top management, everyone may not dare to provoke Uchiha, but they will not get too close to Uchiha. Otherwise, the next moment, perhaps they were the ones targeted by Konoha's top brass. It's really weird. For such an important Jonin meeting, Fugaku, as the clan leader, didn't come. The young Uchiha who led the way, will be the Uchiha Jin next. It's hard to imagine being so young. You can't tell me, when I was this BFAF old, I was just a chunin, and everyone became an Uchiha elder. Comparing people with each other is so annoying. Uchiha, it's normal. As soon as you open Sharingan, your strength will instantly soar. Not to mention Uchiha Jin, the one who awakened was Mangekyo, the ultimate power emperor of Ningxia. As expected of the most powerful clan in Konoha, it's so terrifying. I heard that there was blood in front of the police department some time ago. When Uchiha Jin opened Mangekyo, more than 20 Jonin couldn't even hide. This thing is true. My home is next to the police department. I saw this thing with my own eyes. Hiss. It's really scary. Why else would Uchiha be called the most wealthy family in Uchiha? Compared with Uchiha, Hyuga's hips are a bit stretched. There is no comparison. On the battlefield, I would rather my teammate as Hyuga. Everyone present was talking a lot. Everyone's voice was very low, but everyone here was Jonin. Even if the sound is low, how can you not hear it? So, that's why everyone in the Hyuga clan looked a little unhappy. After all, everyone knows that Hyuga has been competing with Uchiha for the reputation of the #1 wealthy family. It's strange that he feels better when he is looked down upon like this. Especially, Hyuga Hiyashi. Some time ago, the heavily guarded clan was turned into a no-man's land, and 7 or 8 Hyuga clan members were directly killed. Because of this incident, Hyuga became the laughingstock of Konoha. Never thought about it. Not long after this incident, I was compared with Uchiha again. Really, but, I'm so ungrateful. Uchiha's Sharingan, they roll their eyes and are not really afraid. Only, Mangekyo. In the classics of their Hyuga clan, it is recorded that Byakugan can also evolve into Tenseigan. But it is different from Sharingan. Among the Uchiha clan, a Mangekyo occasionally pops up. But looking at the Hyuga clan, no one has ever evolved Tenseigan. This made them lose confidence, and they even began to wonder if the clan's classics were written incorrectly. Think of this. Hyuga Hiyashi looked worried. Turning his head to look at the angry clan members, Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but speak softly. Give it all to me, be careful. Now that there are so many Jonin in Konoha, don't embarrass the Hyuga clan. As Hyuga Hiyashi opened his mouth, others, although they were unhappy, could only choose to shut up. On the other hand, on the other side, the Uchiha clan is very proud. Mangekyo Sharingan is their pride. Only, Uchiha-jin. His face was calm, and there was a smile on his lips. The whole person seemed very humble. His time to become Jonin was too short, and he became Elder Uchiha right away. He didn't know any of these ninjas in Konoha. Iron Fire, Thunder Road. This is my first time here. I don't know where our location is. Hearing this, Tiehuo quickly led the way. All the Uchiha's faces were full of defiance, so they surrounded Jin and came directly to Uchiha's position. Uchiha Jin, with a smile on his face. Unlike other Uchiha, he appears to be very humble. Even when someone looked at him, he would respond with a smile. Only, he turned a blind eye to the unruly behavior of many Uchiha and had no intention of correcting them. There are 2 reasons. First of all, he really can't change, as he has said many times in the clan before. But, it's really useless. Uchiha's pride is something engraved in his bones. As the saying goes, a country is easy to change, but a person's nature is hard to change. He couldn't even change his #1 admiral, Uchiha Iron Fire. Not to mention other people. Actually, don't talk about them. Just looking at Uchiha's genius, Uchiha and Itachi seem to be easy to talk to. No matter how kind and humble they are on weekdays, they appear to be very talkative. But in fact, Uchiha Jin, who has the most contact with them, knows better than anyone else that they are actually prouder than anyone else. Even among the group of Uchiha behind them now, there are no Shisui and Itachi. Only, unlike this group of Uchiha, Shisui and Itachi's pride is engraved in their bones. On weekdays, most people really can't see it. Shisui considers himself a genius of Uchiha and a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, so he is so proud that he ignores everyone and directly cares about changing the family. No one can change it. No matter how difficult it was, even death could not change his original intention. Weasel, even more proud. In the original work, except for Shisui and Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is ignored by everyone. Act like you don't understand anything, I'm too lazy to communicate with you, just follow my arrangements honestly. Especially when facing Sasuke. I've thought everything out for you, you don't need to think about anything, just follow my arrangements without thinking. As for whether you accept it or not, joke, I'm such an awesome person and I've given you such good consideration. Why don't you accept it? This is also the fundamental reason why Sasuke loves and hates Itachi in the later period. On the one hand, this brother is really good to me, even the eternal Mangekyo has been considered. But he is riding a horse. As an Uchiha, Sasuke has a crazier mentality than Itachi. Coupled with the influence of Indra Chakra, it is strange to be able to approve of Itachi's approach. So, summary, Uchiha guys are the typical long Aoshin template. Want to change them? Pull it down. I guess even Sage of Six Paths can't change this deep-rooted thing. Of course, more importantly, during this time, Uchiha Jin thought about it carefully, and it seems that Uchiha has a good personality. The most powerful family in Konoha, so awesome and awesome. If you want to implement Nara Kazama's plan in the future, then Uchiha's posture will definitely be able to suppress a large number of people. I have Mu Chang in my heart. Of course, the premise is Uchiha Jin can really control Uchiha, and this card can make a big difference if used well. As long as no one controls this big ship, Uchiha can collapse himself without anyone else taking action. The reason is simple. Uchiha is really mentally abnormal, and his outward manifestation is that he is full of rebels. The far one is represented by Uchiha Madara, and the near ones include Obito and Itachi. These people are going crazy. Who cares about the Uchiha clan? Let's see. Madara wants to kill Uchiha. Obito wants to kill Uchiha. Itachi even took action himself and killed Uchiha directly. Why? Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but sigh. Also, at this time, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, escorted by Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, they went straight to the hall minister. Lord Hokage. Everyone stood up and spoke respectfully. Even Uchiha Jin, although feeling disgusted, still stood up and made a respectful gesture. This is impossible. Since you want to play within the rules of the game, you must abide by the rules of the game. Numerous Uchiha, too, were reluctant. But seeing Uchiha Jin standing up, naturally he had no choice but to stand up and speak. Okay, everyone, sit down. Since we are in wartime now, I won't talk nonsense. First of all, I want to apologize to Uchiha. I won't go into details about the specific reasons. In short, due to various reasons, the police department has been in arrears for many years in a row. It is precisely because of this that the members of the police department have begun to be unable to afford food recently. I even heard that because of this, people in the police department are panicked, and no one can even calm down and come to work. Every day I think about how to do a side job to make money to support my family. This is what I, the Hokage, am not doing well. So, I must apologize. So taking this into consideration, after discussions with several elders, we decided to make up for the arrears of the past years to the police department as soon as possible. Of course, considering that the amount is too large, it certainly cannot be paid off in one go. According to village regulations, the annual allocation of the police department million taels under normal circumstances. This time I propose to first spend a total of 1 billion taels over 3 years. The funds are allocated directly from the Ministry of Finance, and Elder Uchiha Kaharu also stated that there is no problem and the funds can be allocated at any time. But, the Ministry of Finance's annual budget is limited. If the police department is given 3 years of arrears all at once, it will definitely affect other departments. It's just that I hope everyone understands. You know, the police department has been responsible for other departments for many years. No nonsense now, let's just show our hands and vote. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone calm. He didn't mean to find fault with Uchiha at all, and even said good things for Uchiha in his words. Yes, this is his character. Now that he has decided to do this, he will not hesitate. The title of Nin Shang is not given in vain. If he loses, he admits it. So after saying these words and expressing his attitude, he was the first to raise his hand. It can be picked up and put down. Obviously, he also made up his mind to completely wash away the stains on his body this time. At least, Can't give Uchiha the next chance to take advantage. And the other side. Along with the opening of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Although I felt extremely unhappy, it had been decided long ago, so naturally there was no trouble. He just gave Uchiha Jin a sinister look, and then raised his hand numbly. For a moment, the entire conference room became audible. Everyone was dumbfounded. Naturally, everyone is aware of the fight between Konoha's top brass and Uchiha. But medical, they came to see the Hokage series counterattack. What, did you admit defeat? Everyone can't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing. Although Uchiha's behavior this time is a bit strange, it's still far from the point of admitting defeat, right? At least, in the eyes of these ninjas, there is no choice but to run out of ammunition and food. Although it is troublesome to solve, there are many ways. So, why? Everyone is a little confused. Lord Hokage, what are you doing? I can't understand this. Anyway, I think it's not simple here. I think so too, the Hokage must be planning something. Forget it, why do you care so much? Don't tell me, it has nothing to do with us. Since Mr. Hokage has raised his hand, it seems that this time it is for real. We can just support it directly. No matter what Hokage-sama wants to do, that's Uchiha's business to worry about. Everyone, whispering, but, same thing, just like they discussed, no matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to do, at least it has nothing to do with them. What we should really think about is the Uchiha clan. So, no hesitation, everyone raised their hands in agreement, although other departments' budgets will be smaller today. But as Hokage said, I owe Uchiha too many years. 3 years of one-time compensation is really not much. It can even be said that this number is still quite small. In this case, there is nothing to say. High speed. Seeing that everyone raised their hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen automatically ignored Uchiha. Seeing this scene, he immediately spoke. Okay, the proposal is approved. The police department will go directly to the finance department to get the money. But now that the funding issue has been resolved, I hope the police department can resolve the issue of village riots within a week. Okay, yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone was flat. After settling the matter completely, he got up and left the conference hall without any other nonsense. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura naturally did not stop at all. In a blink, as the Hokage and the elders left, the ninja naturally began to whisper. Then, he looked towards Uchiha. Those eyes are full of weirdness. Everyone is thinking. However, considering that Uchiha was not mentally right, everyone did not talk much, but just left in pairs. Obviously, they needed to find a secluded place to discuss the matter. Almost, in the blink of an eye, the entire conference room began to become empty. Only, Uchiha. But at this time, everyone in Uchiha couldn't help but frown slightly, and everyone began to think. Yes, they are just arrogant and proud, but they are definitely not stupid. After all, any normal person would be able to tell that something was wrong with the posture in front of him. Sir, what is going on? Is Hokage crazy? He didn't even resist and just gave in. I still feel a little unreal. Could it be that we just won? You idiot, are you too stupid? I mean, even I can tell that this thing is weird. This is so abnormal. I think there must be a conspiracy, but I can't figure out what it is yet. You don't have to say it, who can't see it? Uchiha. Everyone was talking about it. Obviously, even they could see the weirdness of today's incident. Just, finally, they still couldn't come up with a result from their discussion, so naturally they could only look at Uchiha Jin. After all, in today's Uchiha tribe, regardless of whether everyone has taken refuge in Uchiha Jin, one thing is unanimously recognized by everyone. That is, in terms of IQ, Uchiha Jin is the best. So for this kind of incomprehensible matter, everyone naturally looked at him. Uchiha Jin frowned slightly. In fact, he has been thinking about this matter from just now to now. Only, in fact, let alone this group of Uchiha, even he looked confused. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision really caught him off guard. Are you just giving up now? He is difficult to understand. After all, in his mind, it shouldn't be like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what on earth are you thinking? Yes, there is little need to doubt that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have other plans. It's just daytime. He really couldn't figure out what the Hokage family wanted to do. Is this Sarutobi Hiruzen really that powerful? Even he, who received a complete 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, can't even understand his operation. He doesn't believe it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't be so strong. In this ninja world where power struggle is still in its infancy, is there no soil for cultivating power struggle masters of this level? Could it be? Are you overcomplicating the problem? Following this train of thought, after thinking for a while again, a smile appeared on his lips. Well, got it. Thinking of this, he immediately took a deep breath. Okay, let's go back first. If anything happens, I'll tell you back to the police department. ... Please like and subscribe. Chapter 111. Police Department, Office of the Minister. Not long after Uchiha Jin came back and sat down, Fugaku hurried over in a hurry. He frowned. His eyes were full of worry, and the moment he saw Jin, he couldn't help but speak directly. Jinjin, something is wrong. The Hokage this time is too abnormal. He shouldn't have reacted like this, and he shouldn't have given up so easily. I have been in contact with him for a long time, and I know his character fairly well. He definitely had a conspiracy to do this, but for a moment I really couldn't imagine what kind of counterattack he would have. Fugaku, looking worried. After all, it involves the village and Uchiha, and a failure will have a great impact on the ethnic group. So, although he did not show up today, he is still paying close attention to this matter. The moment the meeting just ended, after he learned the specific situation, he immediately felt something was wrong and rushed over. Uchiha Jin, his face calm. Fugaku didn't show any surprise when he suddenly appeared. Although he supported himself for the time being, it was because he really had no choice. In addition, Uchiha Jin's words gave him a glimmer of hope to break the situation. Therefore, he can only gamble. Now that I saw something was wrong, I naturally couldn't sit still on the spot. Patriarch, don't worry, Uchiha Jin said with a smile. Whenever big things happen, you have to be calm. The bigger the problem, the more calm you have to be. Panic can't solve anything. The more you face this kind of situation, the more you need to calm yourself down. So don't worry, drink a cup of tea first. Sit down with Fugaku and make a cup of tea for each of them. Then, after raising his glass, he began to taste the tea leisurely. Fugaku, although anxious, but I think what Mr. Jin said seems to make sense. So I took a deep breath, sat down and started drinking tea. Have to say, smelling the faint fragrance of tea, and having a cup of tea after, 403, I really felt a little calmer. Even the brain began to become clearer. After feeling that he had truly calmed down, Fugaku continued to ask. Jinjin, do you have any ideas? What exactly does Sarutobi Hiruzen want to do? Yes, even though he has calmed down, he is still very concerned about this matter. If he didn't have a definite answer, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. I don't know, I can't figure it out. Uchiha Jin said quietly. I feel confused too. Puff. After hearing these words, Fugaku spit out the tea he just drank. Everyone is stupid. Good guy. Uchiha Jin is so quiet and confident. Fugaku thought that he had already figured everything out, but he never thought that Uchiha Jin would say that he didn't know either. Paralyzed. All of a sudden, I almost choked myself to death. After he coughed for a moment, he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Jin next to him with a resentful look. Jinjin, Chief Fugaku, you are still in such a hurry. Uchiha Jin said quietly. I told you before, this matter cannot be rushed. Why can't you listen? If something big happens, you have to calm yourself down first. Jin, so sincerely, he really does it for Fugaku's good. After all, he is a clan leader, the leader and superior of a clan. Even when Mount Tai collapses in front of you, your face remains unchanged. Is this considered the basic operation of a superior person? After all, when something happens to you, you panic first, so what will the group of people following you do? Why? Jin sighed helplessly, feeling it more and more. Fugaku's character is pretty good, but in terms of ability, he's really not that good. Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't even made a move yet, he just puts on an offensive posture, which scares you into this posture. How to fight this battle? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but persuade. Clan leader, you are really not good at this. You are the head of the clan, the supreme leader of Uchiha. Others can panic, but you really can't. Even if you are going to die in the next second, you still have to put on a posture of being as stable as a mountain so that the people below won't panic. The Hokage hasn't taken action yet. You've scared yourself to death. What do you want the rest of the tribe to think? The clan leaders are scared, what about them? If Sarutobi Hiruzen saw you like this, they would probably die laughing. So, change it. Even if you are panicking to death, at least don't show it. Uchiha Fugaku, the corners of his mouth twitched. Being taught a lesson by a child, he is really in a state of confusion now. But, I have to admit it. What they said really made sense, which made him very proud. After shaking his head, he could only speak. This, I know. I will definitely change it in the future, but let's talk about the matter at hand first. There's something very wrong over there at Hokage. What do you think, Mr. Jin? Obviously, what he was most concerned about right now was Huo Lily's movements. Uchiha Jin, really helpless. But it seems that there is no way to change Fugaku in a short period of time. Therefore, I ponder the film. After taking a deep breath, he said helplessly. Chief Fugaku, there is really no need to worry. Although I don't understand what the Hokage wants to do, there is one thing I am very sure of. Now, it's war time. Until the war is over, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen hates us, he will never dare to attack Uchiha. The reason is very simple. We are still fighting the 3 great ninja villages on the front line, and we are going to fight Uchiha later. Even if Konoha is the strongest ninja village, can it really withstand it? Even if Uchiha can be destroyed in the end, will Konoha, which is so dilapidated, still have the strength to deal with the giant ninja village? If this really happens, even if Mist Shinobi signed a peace treaty, there is a high probability that he will tear up the agreement and declare war on Konoha again, right? After all, as long as Mist Shinobi is not stupid, he will never give up on this kind of thing. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think he can't even think of such a simple thing? Although I keep my heart in my heart, I am sure that the village will not dare to take action against Uchiha. In that case, what are you afraid of? As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen dares not take action against Uchiha, even if he can only use some methods such as wooing and smearing, on the one hand, he will plunge Uchiha into civil strife, and on the other hand, he will spread rumors about Uchiha in the village. As for such a trivial matter, you can just deal with it as soon as you see it. So, understand, what Uchiha wants now is to calm down and not disrupt our own rhythm because of the actions of the village. When soldiers come, they will block the water and the earth will cover them. Don't be intimidated by the other side. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. We must not scare ourselves half to death before the enemy attacks, and the whole Uchiha itself will be in chaos. Neither Uchiha nor the village wants to just flip the table right now. In this case, it's all about patience. Whoever messes up first will die. Uchiha embers, bitter words and sincere heart. In order to comfort his clan leader, he almost lost his temper. It's so tiring. But wait, at this stage, I am competing for patience, so, Suddenly, he seems to understand a little bit Sarutobi Hiruzen's routine. Thinking of this, he fell into silence. His brain began to work crazily, trying to deduce this based on the clues he thought of now. And, the other side. Fugaku didn't notice this. On the contrary, he was completely lost in thought. Uchiha Jin's words had a huge impact on him. We can even say, Jin taught him these things that he had never told him since he was a child. The teachings of the Uchiha clan have no such thing at all. Uchiha, it's very simple. Make yourself as strong as possible, then activate Mangekyo Sharingan, and finally restore Uchiha's glory. Defeat your enemies and become a Hokage. As for how to achieve this, it is still a matter of old talk. Become stronger. I can't say that this is wrong. If you can reach the peak of pure force and can match Senju Hashirama, then it is really not difficult to become a Hokage. But, the problem is, since the emergence of ninjas until now, how many people have been able to reach that point? Fine, the sky never ends Uchiha. It was actually given to the Uchiha clan, such a genius. Not only is his personal strength strong, but the key is this way of thinking, which is what Uchiha lacks the most. After listening to Uchiha Jin's lectures for several lessons, he really felt that he had become different. Especially his understanding of strategy and human nature is simply far ahead of his previous self. Jin, you were right. I have finally recognized my mistake and will work hard to become a competent clan leader in the future. After your analysis, I also found that I am indeed anxious. The village will not dare to attack Uchiha until the war is over. Yes, no matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks, we just have to go at our own pace. Thank you again, you have been of great help to the tribe. Uchiha Fugaku sighed quietly. Yes, when he came into contact with Uchiha Jin before, his idea was actually very simple. The first thing is to find a reliable enough teacher for my son. As Uchiha Jin who can unlock Mangekyo, it is naturally his best and only choice. As for becoming an elder, being a member of the police force, and receiving dividends from the Uchiha caravan. This is the rule of the tribe. Any Uchiha who can evolve Mangekyo can obtain these things. But, I never thought about it. With the step-by-step contact with Uchiha Jin, his mentality began to slowly change. Even now, although Lord Jin is his son's teacher, in fact, even he himself vaguely regards Lord Jin as his teacher. And most importantly, he did learn a lot. Well, that's good. Uchiha Jin nodded slowly. There's no need to be anxious in the first place. In this ninja world, to put it bluntly, the strong are respected. Things like strategies must also be supported by strength. Uchiha is the strongest ninja and has something like Sharingan. As long as he doesn't make some basic mistakes, it will be difficult for the village to kill Uchiha. So, there's no need to worry. Just go and do whatever you have to do. As for the village, just pay a little attention to it. Actually, don't say it. After chatting with the clan leader, I really have a clear idea of why Sarutobi Hiruzen did what he did this time. Speaking of this, his tone was relaxed. Fugaku's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he became impatient. Although he had begun to calm down after being comforted by Uchiha Jin. But, same thing, he is still very concerned about Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Oh, Taijin, please speak. Fugaku said quickly. Uchiha Jin did not hide this, and started talking immediately. Do you remember what I just said? The only person competing at this stage is Wan. Since I understand this, there is no reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen not to understand. If you think about it this way, temporary success or failure is actually not important. On the contrary, this matter has turned into a quagmire. If Sarutobi Hiruzen gets involved in this matter, the longer it goes on, the worse it will be for him. Even if he wins in the end, his reputation will be ruined. Because the village lacks funding from the police department, he cannot deny it. In this case, it's better to let go. It's just a simple admission of a mistake. For a superior like him, it actually means nothing. After all, what is shame? If this thing costs £1 more, I can sell it all to you. As long as we can win, nothing else matters. So, it's easy. Anyway, this game is already in chaos. Even if we continue to hold on, even if we win in the end, we will still be in trouble. Then it's better to just admit defeat, end this game, and then start the next one. If you set up your own situation, you can take the initiative. And this also has the advantage that it can completely wash away the stains on the body. Honestly and proactively admit your mistake and pay the police in full. This way, even if we are fighting with the village from now on, we can't make a fuss about this matter. I have to admit, this old guy is really awesome. Uchiha Jin, Rizao sighed. After all, the word, willingness, is the most test of people's hearts. Ordinary people, who can understand? We all know that only by giving up can we gain, but when things really come to pass, most people are reluctant to give up. But, I have to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen did it. Although he seemed to have lost a lot of money, he improved his golden body. This deal is indeed a good deal. But Fugaku, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but feel numb after hearing this. He just felt that these people were really evil. Such a small thing can directly make a difference. Thinking about myself in the past, I really didn't lose unfairly. Hey, what a headache. Fugaku couldn't help but said. Why does it have to be so complicated? Not worthy. I admit that I'm not that good at it. This kind of thing should be a headache for you, Mr. Jin. Now that this matter has come to an end, what I am more concerned about now is, what are we going to do next? You'd better just tell me, and then I'll go for you. Yes, Fugaku, I really have a headache. He really didn't want to participate in such a troublesome matter. Anyway, since there is a genius like Uchiha Jin in the clan, it's better to just follow his orders. Uchiha Jin, the corners of his mouth twitched. He really didn't know how to complain about Fugaku's brainlessness and trust. But, forget it, for his own plan, he really couldn't let Uchiha die. But, how to do it? Uchiha Jin's brain began to work crazily again. Because, he knows, he couldn't stop, he had to try his best to find trouble for the village's senior officials. We can't let the village's top officials sit idle. Otherwise, with the temperament of these guys, they will find new ways to deal with Uchiha once they are free. Passive defense is not his style. This time, he will take the initiative to attack. After pondering for a moment, he spoke quietly. First, third. The foundation is the most important. The villages we want to fight must ensure internal unity. Try every possible means to unite the ethnic group. Even if you take a step back, even if you don't join us, you can't cause us any trouble. Then, let the wind go. Let's just say that the police department has considered that after so many years since the village was established, many situations are completely different from when the village was first established. In order to better serve the villagers and make the village better. So our police department is preparing to change the law again. Of course, the police department is fair. This time the law is revised, all residents of Konoha village are eligible to participate. Now the police department has open access and everyone can make suggestions. When our police department integrates all the suggestions, we will naturally issue new laws at that time. This kind of thing, motto. Then I will write a special explanation, and then I will just let Tiehuo publish it directly. As for the clan leader, as long as you can do a good job in the clan, it will be a big help. Everything, please. Fugaku, confused, listening to Uchiha Jin's words, his whole mind went blank. Rectifying Uchiha, this is understandable. But, changing the law. What's the use of this? Isn't this a thankless effort? Yes, he can't understand. As the clan leader of Uchiha, Fugaku has stayed in various ministerial positions for a long time. Of course he knew in his heart that the police department had the right to amend the law. But he never took this matter to heart. He almost saw it and immediately forgot about it. So, he really can't understand it. But he also knew Uchiha Jin's temper. Since he said it so directly now, it proved that there must be something he didn't understand. Don't be ashamed to ask, he can still do it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak. Jin-jun, don't show off. What benefits can we get from amending the law? Is it necessary to do this specifically at this juncture? Yes, in Fugaku's opinion, Lu Uchiha is the Hokage. Then he doesn't mind specifically changing the law and making the people of Konoha village live a better life. But now, Uchiha and the top management of Konoha are almost losing their minds due to the fight. How can you find the time to do such a thing? So, he is really curious. How can Uchiha Jin use such a useless ability? Uchiha Jin, his face calm. He gave Fugaku a slightly strange look, sighed softly, and then spoke calmly. The iron ore business is concentrated in a certain ninja clan, which can easily form a market monopoly, which deprives the people of Konoha village and the ninjas of their right to choose. So I am changing the law. Strategic resources such as iron ore cannot be controlled by one ninja clan. Today's iron ore industry must be split up, and at least 5 ninja clans must participate. This will make it easier for prices to come down for kunai, senbon, shuriken and other ninja tools, and even farm tools used by villagers. This is even more important to the villagers and ninjas. Clan leader, what do you think? Hiss. After hearing what Uchiha Jin said, he took a deep breath. Paralyzed. You must know that the iron ore in the Fire Country is basically controlled by the Sarutobi clan. Even if the daimyo wanted to purchase it, he would have to negotiate with the Sarutobi clan. Your reenacted law is going to directly dig into the roots of the Sarutobi clan. You can imagine, if Sarutobi Hiruzen learns of this, he will definitely kill Uchiha Jin directly. He had a cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at Uchiha Jin in front of him, chills ran down his spine. Really, because of the wolf. He never thought that the police department was just a. He didn't bother to pay more attention to the amendment and enactment of legal rights. Uchiha Jin can just play with it. But, I have to admit it. Uchiha Jin is really strong, and the gap between him and me is too big. Isn't this bad? Fugaku frowned and couldn't help but say. Like the Yamanaka clan's flower shop and countless hotels, the Akamaiki clan's barbecue restaurants, the Nara clan's deer antlers, the Hyuga clan's wine shops, hot springs and other industries. If you go by what you say, they all belong to monopoly industries. Don't even talk about other ninja clans. Even we Uchiha control the entire Fire Nation's gambling stalls, brewing, and half of the ninja tool industry. If you really do this, what will we, Uchiha, do? He was really a little panicked. After all, Jin's methods were a bit too cruel, and he wanted to offend all the ninjas. Actually, Uchiha Jin, I'm really a little dumbfounded. Yes, although he has dividends from Uchiha's industry, he actually doesn't know what Uchiha's industry is. In the past, he was too lazy to care. After all, in the ninja world, the most important thing is to improve combat power. But now, after actually learning about Uchiha's property, he was completely dumbfounded. Good guy, is this still the Uchiha I despise? Paralyzed. The entire gambling stalls and brewing business in the Fire Country are all owned by Uchiha. Even in the ninja tool business, Uchiha accounts for half. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh. Uchiha, they really deserved to be a wealthy family the year before last, and now he has fully seen it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask. How come there are so many industries in Uchiha? What about the Senju clan? The Senju clan with the same name as Uchiha, what was their previous industry? Fugaku, slightly more complicated. He really didn't expect that this genius in the clan was very powerful in all aspects. But I know nothing about such basic things. He shook his head helplessly, but still said directly. Real estate. The Senju clan is in the real estate business. 80% of the entire Konoha land is almost entirely owned by the Senju clan. Even in the big cities in the Land of Fire, basically half are the ancestral properties of the Senju clan. Even in the capital city where the daimyo is located, nearly 1/3 of the land is owned by the Senju clan. Uchiha Jin was really dumbfounded. Good guy, it was such an eye-opener for him. Unexpectedly, Senju Hashirama, who has thick eyebrows and big eyes, turned out to be a real estate tycoon after a long time. No wonder Tsunade gambled every day and had various debts in various countries. But all the bosses were still willing to receive her, and even gave her the title of Big Fat Sheep. So, that's it. Although the Senju clan is gone, most of the Senju clan's huge assets have been divided up by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But, the rest, it was enough for Tsunade to squander it all. And, Uchiha isn't bad either. It is worthy of being an existence that can compete with the Senju family. Although it has stretched its hips a lot over the years, this industry is still so huge that it makes people jealous. I guess the people who came to the village were eager to kill Uchiha were also eyeing this huge industry, right? Take a deep breath. After pondering for a moment, he regained his composure. Do it, we must do it. Uchiha has been forced to this point. Now that he can't find a way to fight back, he can only make the village worse. The more this happens, the crazier we should be. I dare to take down the great name even if I am willing to be killed. We just want to send a signal to the outside world. Uchiha will do anything if he goes crazy. If your life is too late, just flip the table. Since you don't want Uchiha to have a good time, then no one else should have a good time. Isn't it aimed at Uchiha? If I can't kill you, I'll break all your teeth. Spread the news directly. At least on this matter, countless civilian ninjas and villagers will definitely be on Uchiha's side. Even because of this incident, Uchiha's reputation will be much better. Besides, we can still talk. When those ninjas can't help it anymore and drop their tactics to visit, the specific conditions can be relaxed. If we can take advantage of this opportunity and win over a group of ninjas, Uchiha's life will be much easier in the future. The village may be more wary, but after all, now, everyone is a sniper, and I am a fish, right? Fugaku, silent. After a long time, he nodded solemnly. After taking a deep breath, He also spoke coldly. Jinjin, I believe you. Uchiha Jin, showing a smile. Immediately, he didn't have any nonsense. He immediately picked up the pen and wrote a notice directly, and then called Tai in. Tiehuo, stick it out. Our police department entrance, Konoha Village Bulletin Board, Hospital, Ninja School, Mission Hall. Every place with high traffic must post a copy. I want to let everyone in Konoha know about this in the shortest possible time. Uchiha Iron Fire nodded. He didn't think much about it. Picking up this notice, I was ready to turn around and leave. But, when he casually glanced at the notice, he was stunned. Even if he chose to be loyal to Uchiha Jin and actually became Jin's retainer, the content of the notice in front of him still made him feel chills running down his spine. Sir, this. Taihuo couldn't help but speak. But before he could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Uchiha Jin. Just do it. The clan leader also agreed to this. Fugaku heard this and did not hesitate. He nodded directly and spoke to Taihuo. Do as Lord Jin says. Iron Fire, sweat on the forehead. This matter was so important that it made him feel a little guilty. But, Uchiha Jin and Fugaku both nodded, and it could be seen that Uchiha was ready to be serious. Taking a deep breath, he nodded solemnly. Immediately. Just turn around and leave. Chief, this time, Uchiha Jin said in a low tone, we have no way back. It is conceivable that what happened this time was due to God. There will definitely be opposition within the clan, but for our grand plan, in order to be able to fight against the village. In our Uchiha clan, we can only have one voice this time. Because only through unity, the regiment has the confidence to confront the village. I will be responsible for this side of the village. As for the Uchiha clan, it all depends on you, clan leader. Fugaku, the point is real. Of course he knew about this and how big a storm it would cause. But, no way. Just like what Uchiha Jin said, Uchiha can play very few cards, so he must be ruthless. Passive defense is not a long-term solution. As long as the final victory can be achieved, it doesn't matter even if the family property is lost. Otherwise, when Uchiha is really finished, these industries will still not be saved. Look at the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Hitaki Tsukumo. The fate of these ninja clans and individuals is enough to prove the ruthlessness of the village's senior officials. Although Fugaku is not a time traveler, think of Senju and Uzumaki, and that Konoha's White Fang. At this moment, he decided. Give up all illusions and start preparing for war with all your strength. No problem. Leave it to me within the Uchiha clan and I guarantee there will be no problems. This time, I will really kill someone. 4. Uchiha. A few words that speak loudly. In the past, he might have been wavering, looking forward and backward, and hesitating, but that was because he couldn't see the way forward clearly, and he always had some illusions about the prosperity of the village. But, it's different now. The appearance of Uchiha Jin completely made him see everything clearly. Since there is no way out, he is naturally willing to give it a try. Like he said, it's all for Uchiha. Fugaku, the evil eye, is back. Well, for Uchiha, Uchiha Jin, smiled and spoke. Immediately, the two of them raised their teacups at the same time and touched them gently in the air. And, the other side. Uchiha Iron Fire is already busy. After making a lot of copies of Jin's notification letter, a true confidant who was willing to believe in Jin came. Everyone, after seeing this notice, they were at a loss for a while. But under Taihuo's explanation, he slowly gained some understanding. Then, his eyes became serious. Maybe they still don't understand it a little bit, but they are still willing to believe Uchiha Jin. So there was no nonsense, everyone took action immediately. In just half an hour, this notice was plastered all over Konoha. Groups of ordinary villagers and ninjas gathered in various places and began to study the notice carefully. This is a good thing. You can't tell me, there used to be only one ninja shop, and discounts were a no-brainer. Why? It would be a great thing if there were more ninja shops in the future. Uchiha really did a great thing this time. Uchiha Jin, it's really good. He really thinks about us civilians. Although something happened some time ago, it was because the village owed the police department too much money. This cannot be blamed on the village really has no money. This Uchiha is such a good man. Support, Fully support. Everyone was talking a lot. Almost everyone expressed support for the police department's move. Civilian, plaque. Even though Uchiha Jin actually didn't do much practical work, he even took advantage of it a little bit. But as soon as this notice came out, the little unpleasantness before was completely forgotten now. Even his good reputation is on par with the Hokage. Only different from these ordinary people. After the various ninja clans learned about this notification, all the ninja clans were horribly silent. But in this silence, there is huge anger. Yes. Unlike those less knowledgeable civilians, how could these ninjas fail to see that Uchiha was digging their roots this time? Joke. How can the ninja clan cultivate more ninjas? In addition to their own family secrets, the second reason is to rely on huge resources. Where do resources come from? Doing monopoly business and embezzling village finances. But, what now? Uchiha posted such a notice. If Uchiha is really allowed to do this, will the ninja clan be able to have such brilliant achievements in the future? No, this matter must be stopped. With almost no thought, this is their first thought. But, at the same time, although everyone hated Uchiha in their hearts, no one dared to go to the police department to settle accounts with those Uchiha. Yes, regardless of how miserable Uchiha has been in the past few years, he has been squeezed out by the village. Against. But Uchiha is still the #1 wealthy family. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do it for a while, let alone ninjas like them. What to do? After thinking for a while, these ninjas all remained silent in the end. Because they know that those who are really anxious at this time are Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha senior officials. So, don't rush. Let's first take a look at the village's higher-ups to figure out how to solve the problem next. This is indeed the case. As the top management of Konoha who keeps a close eye on Uchiha, Enbukyugen directly passed the message to Inlu almost as soon as Uchiha made a move. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept smoking, frowning, and started puffing away. Mitokado Homura's face was also livid. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. Only, Uchiha Kaharu. She had already smashed Hokage's desk with a slap, and her whole body was roaring like this. Those evil Uchiha, do they know what they are doing? Break the monopoly and benefit the common people. The village's finances should be open and transparent. Every year's daimyo allocations should be announced to the entire village. Uchiha, seeking death. Hiruzen, we can't wait any longer. No matter how hard we try, no matter what the cost, Uchiha must be eliminated. These evil Uchiha, the teacher was right, these psychopaths should not exist. Uchiha Kaharu, roaring. It could be seen that she was going crazy. As for everyone else, now, no one is going to comfort him. Instead, he is really thinking calmly about the feasibility of forcibly attacking Uchiha at this time. Yes, this time, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, a forbearance hero, is a bit tolerant. Paralyzed. The first initiative is to split up the iron ore industry. This is to dig out the roots of the Sarutobi family. My uncle can bear it, but neither can my baby. Uchiha, that's too much. Yes, those who can become high-level people have almost no heavy goods. No matter how good Uchiha's notice was, it was all about benefiting the villagers, but in essence it was all bullshit. Uchiha's goal is very clear, which is to directly target the high-level officials of Konoha. Can the village finances be made public? Absolutely not. If this was directly made public, how could they, the top leaders of Konoha, benefit their own families? Without these village finances, how could their ninja clan develop so much? As for splitting up the ninja industry, there is no need to even think about it. This is the root of each ninja clan. If there is no industry, how can we cultivate family ninjas? How can the family survive? Uchiha's behavior this time is simply worse than digging up ancestral graves. This cannot be tolerated. Uchiha-jin, Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, it's interesting. Originally, I wanted to give you some benefits first. After stabilizing you, I will fully support the war with the enemy village. I will settle the score with you after the war is over. But, I never thought about it. You Uchiha are so dissatisfied. Just after you have settled your finances, you continue to trick me again. The one who rides the horse is not willing to stop even for a day. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm about to vomit blood. Ever since he was persuaded by Nara Shikaku, he was ready to take a step back and explore the world. In the battle with Uchiha, you must put yourself first. He makes the move, and Uchiha takes the move. Only within his own designated rules can he have more initiative. Just admit defeat and it won't affect the overall situation. But, I never thought about it. Uchiha Jin, an old silver coin, didn't give himself any time to prepare. I just finished the last move. Not giving you time, not allowing you to react, just the next move. It makes you so exhausted that you have no time to think about anything else. What kind of defense is best is always attacking. With such an insidious and vicious trick, even he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is now a little bit off guard. What a evil. Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't figure out how on earth this kid Uchiha learned these tricks. It's too insidious. Is this really an Uchiha? Nara is nothing more than that, right? But, he knew. Even if I am so angry now, this matter must be resolved. We cannot let it ferment, otherwise once it really becomes a trend, no matter how powerful he is, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be able to fight against the fierce public opinion. What to do? His brain was running wildly, but this happened too quickly. For a while, he really had no idea. Hiruzen, stop feeling emotional. Udatane Kaharu said hurriedly. These Uchiha are getting more and more excessive. We can't dwell on it too much. Even if it affects our reputation, we must kill them. One more day that Uchiha exists is one more day that we are in danger. This time Uchiha has completely offended all the ninjas. Invite all the ninjas directly, and we don't need to talk so much nonsense anymore. We can go directly to the Uchiha clan. Kill all these evil, and then we will slowly consider other things. People are all forgetful. As long as Uchiha can be completely killed this time, we will have plenty of time to slowly restore people's livelihood. I can't hesitate any longer, I have to do it even if I lose my reputation. Udatane Kaharu, really scared. Yes, don't look at her being so crazy now, but she is actually hiding her panic. Uchiha-jin, that's awesome. This guy's methods simply astonished her. 1 second, Sarutobi Hiruzen tested him with the thief incident, and the next second he asked Uchiha to mess it up in order to completely destroy the security of Konoha, thus leading to the fact that the village owed funds to the police department. Be cautious, clear-headed, and ruthless in your methods. More importantly, one link within another. Fortunately, the village had spies in the police department, so they knew Uchiha Jin's plan in advance. Otherwise, if he didn't take this matter seriously at first, and allowed Uchiha Jin to really control public opinion and come directly to make trouble in front of the Hokage building, the Hokage's prestige would definitely receive a major blow. But, what about this time? I just decided to give in a second ago, which solved the problem. But, what then? Not even a day had passed before Uchiha Jin thought of another move. Change the law. The tactics were no different from the last time. They still used the method of coercing public opinion to threaten them, the top leaders of Konoha. This time, it's even more ruthless. If this is not handled well, the family business will be completely destroyed. This is the second time. Udatane Kaharu couldn't help but start to think that even if he could find a way this time, he could destroy Uchiha Jin's plan. So what? People turn around and set up a game for you. When the time comes, you will still have no temper. This Uchiha is different from the Uchiha I have encountered before. Not only is this guy strong enough, he is also resourceful and vicious, and every move can hit your vitals. More importantly, he has a strong perspective on the situation. People can clearly see the true relationship between the village and Uchiha. He knew that this side of the village would definitely destroy Uchiha. So, he never considered reconciling with the village, he only wanted to fight with the village. This is really useless. Being targeted by such a sinister, unscrupulous, strategist, and clear-headed Uchiha, Udatane Kaharu said in his heart that he was afraid it was a lie. Considering this, she really didn't want to play anymore. I don't care about the rules of the game. Even if her reputation is ruined, even if she spends everything she has, she will completely destroy Uchiha. Even if Uchiha cannot be killed, Uchiha Jin must be killed. This guy is too dangerous. Kaharu's one thing, I agree. Mitokado Homura said solemnly. Uchiha Jin is too dangerous, and he does things more and more excessive every time. We cannot let him continue to live. We must do our best to kill him directly. Even if it costs a lot, it's still worth it in my opinion. Hiruzen, do it. Just like what Koharu said, before Uchiha could react, he secretly contacted all the ninja clan in Konoha and killed Uchiha at once. This time Uchiha went too far, even those ninjas couldn't tolerate them. In other words, you will lose some reputation among civilians, but compared to the benefits you can gain by killing Uchiha. Haha, worthless. Ordinary civilians are forgetful, and strength is the real king. As long as they have the strength, they can turn the world upside down. Sarutobi Hiruzen, still silent. He himself admitted in his heart that what his two old friends said was right. This time, the opportunity is rare. If you can control it well, you may be able to deal with Uchiha in one go. This temptation is too great. Really, the opportunity is rare. You know, Uchiha this time has offended all the ninjas. However, I am really unwilling to do so. Is it possible that the good reputation that I have built for so many years can really be lost this time? Boom. At this moment, the office door was kicked open. Danzo walked in with a gloomy look, and immediately opened his hands. Hiruzen, you are so cowardly. Koharu and Yan are right, this is the best opportunity to deal with Uchiha. As long as you are willing to speak, I believe that all the ninja clan in Konoha will definitely choose to support you. So, don't hesitate. Although doing so will weaken Konoha's strength, in my opinion, if all the ninja clans work together, there won't be a big price to pay. As for the war front line, there is no need to worry too much. Recruit more family ninjas, just take the opportunity to weaken these people more. So many benefits, just for the price of some fame. What a bargain, Hiruzen, you won't refuse it, right? Danzo, his face was grim. He just stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes flashing fiercely. Yes, among the entire group of elders, he is the most serious about dealing with Uchiha. Since he had such a good opportunity this time, he was unwilling to give up no matter what he said. Not to mention, it would be great for him to take this opportunity to ruin Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation. You know, the Hokage position. This is the saddest part of his life. He was just a little bit worse back then. Just because the answer was a moment late, otherwise Hokage's seat would have been taken by himself. Now, the opportunity is rare. While being able to kill Uchiha, he can even stink up Sarutobi Hiruzen. This way it will definitely become easier for him if he wants to ascend to power in the future. To hear, his heart became more and more excited. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he frowned. Looking at Danzo in front of him, he was even more silent than before. He could guess pretty much what his old friend was thinking. Ruin your reputation. If my reputation is not bad enough by then, I think this old friend of mine will definitely be willing to help for free. The worse his reputation is, the happier he will be. But, everyone is right. This opportunity is indeed rare. As long as you can seize it, it is not difficult to kill Uchiha. He was indeed moved. So, after pondering for a long time, he nodded slowly. Okay, I agree. Uchiha has really gone too far this time. Even if I want to keep them, all the ninjas will not agree. In that case, how can I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, be reluctant to give up my mere fame? Go and inform the major ninja clans secretly. There is no need for Anbu to go this time. You three elders will go in person. Let them secretly come to the conference hall above at 9 o'clock in the evening. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. Yes, although if you choose to do this, it will definitely have some impact on yourself. Maybe even Danzo, the knife in his hand, might attack him. But, it doesn't matter. He knows Danzo's methods very well, and he is more confident and sure enough to defeat Danzo again. That being the case, so be it. After saying these words, he lit his pipe again and started puffing away. In the mist, his eyes were unclear and uncertain. Only, at this time, Danzo and the other three elders could not care about this and fell directly into ecstasy. Yes, for them, this situation is a sure win. The most important thing is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without his Hokage taking the lead, other ninjas would not dare to really participate even if they were tempted. But, it's good now. Regardless, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This is enough for them. Okay, I'll go right away. I am coming too. I'm also willing to help, let's discuss who we want to visit. Danzo and others are no longer talking nonsense. They immediately started chatting with each other, and after assigning their respective tasks, they immediately opened the door and left. Yes, they are just anxious. They didn't want to wait a minute and wanted to attack Uchiha directly tonight. Uchiha, it's too dangerous. If you wait one more day, you will face more variables. It is better to take this opportunity to cut the knot quickly. After they leave, in Hokage's office, it became extremely quiet again. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. His brows were frowned, and his face was extremely gloomy. In the midst of the smoke, he began to think about whether what he was doing was right. Shikaku, why aren't you here? If you were here, I would be able to relax. But, yes, now that the decision has been made, nothing else matters. Uchiha, don't blame me. Originally, I wanted you to live longer, but who allowed such a weirdo to be born in your clan? It seems like I can't keep you here anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke quietly. Obviously, in this case, what he missed most was Nara Shikaku. Although he is not a core member of his own small circle in the true sense. But he really can't live without his wisdom. Not to mention, Ino Shikacho's philosophy is very clear to him. As long as he remains in Hokage's position, Ino Shikacho can be completely trusted. If Nara was here, he wouldn't have to be so entangled now. But, there is no way. Today, Nara Shikaku is still on the front line of the land of grass. This matter is too urgent. There was no time to notify them. At last, after shaking his head helplessly, he didn't bother to think about it. Late at night. In the Uchiha tribe's small courtyard. The two of them, who had just finished eating, stayed in the small courtyard to eat. Even Itachi didn't practice, but his complexion was much better than before, at least he didn't have that pale feeling, but became very rosy and shiny. Obviously, this is all thanks to Uchiha Jin. Naturally, this physical change cannot be hidden from Itachi. It was precisely because he was aware of this change in his body that he was now willing to listen to Jin's arrangements. Teacher, I will start school in a week. It's really boring to think about it. I don't think I can learn any useful knowledge in ninja school. Do you think I can apply for graduation directly? Money is good. Uchiha Itachi spoke softly. Yes. The thought of going to ninja school to study in the future made him feel very uncomfortable. Itachi knew better than anyone what the situation was like in the ninja school. With his current strength, if he really applied, he would really be able to meet the graduation requirements. So, after seeing the teacher in front of him, he couldn't help but ask. And, the other side. After hearing Itachi's words, Uchiha Jin immediately fell into silence. He really didn't expect that before he knew it, Itachi would be going to school. If you say so. It has been 8 years since I traveled through time. Very beginning. There is a sense of separation between him and the whole world. This is actually the reason why he doesn't want to make friends and always stays alone. But, I never thought about it. After graduating from ninja school, in such a short period of time, he not only had a group of friends. He even has an industry, subordinates, and even apprentices. Especially for Uchiha, a ninja clan that he has always looked down on, he even has the slightest sense of belonging. However, this is normal. After all, humans are social animals, and with so many bonds, he doesn't know whether it's good or bad. The only thing I know is that he is now completely integrated into this world. Why? With a slight sigh, he couldn't help but sigh. According to the original work, Itachi only stayed in the ninja school for 1 year and will graduate early next year. It was during this year that he completely believed in the will of fire. Subsequently, Itachi, who had just graduated, was noticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Fugaku also began to let him be a spy, preferably to penetrate the core of the Hokage. Immediately afterwards, Itachi, who was brainwashed by the will of fire, told Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took advantage of the situation and transferred Itachi directly to Anbu. In short, normally, Itachi would join Anbu next year. This also means that the Third War is almost over. Graduating early is not okay. Although ninja school can't teach you anything, it can help you make friends. I'll give you a mission. First, get a girlfriend. Second, learn about the will of fire. This can be regarded as extracurricular homework for you. I will check it from time to time. Don't take it seriously. Uchiha Jin faintly opened his mouth. His tone was quite serious, but when Itachi heard these words, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? The corners of his mouth twitched violently, and he kept rolling his eyes. Teacher, you. Itachi couldn't help but hold his forehead and said helplessly, can you be more serious? He was really helpless. Although he has not gone to school for the time being and the clan does not teach such things as the will of fire. But the problem is, this concept is too popular. In the entire Konoha village, everyone is talking about this thing. Of course he has heard of it. Very beginning. He also liked this concept very much and even studied and thought about it specifically. But since I became a teacher of Uchiha Jin and was exposed to deeper concepts and ways of thinking, I immediately discovered the loopholes in this system. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Konoha shinobi burns himself to protect the village's new seedlings. This concept is so good. But the problem is that taking this war as an example, it is the students who have just graduated who really burn themselves. Even many students who had not yet reached the graduation season were chosen by the village to forcibly graduate before they submitted their graduation applications. Then they were thrown directly into the war without basic training. This teacher of mine, Uchiha Jin, is one of them. Also, the ninja school talks about cultivating bonds and valuing companions, but Hatake Tsukumo saved his companions, which led to rumors and eventually killed Konoha's White Fang. At this time, it has become again that the ninja should have the first task. Good guy. In the words of my teacher, does the village have the final right of interpretation? There is gold and jade on the outside, but there is decay on the inside. Itachi obviously scorned the things promoted by the village. There are many similar examples, but these are the things that completely changed Itachi's true thoughts. To put it bluntly, this kind of conceptual thing. It's just a tool used by the village to rule the lower classes. But, what now? My own teacher asked me to study. Also, what kind of BFD is it to have a girlfriend? Is this considered a mission? He didn't quite understand. Itachi, I am serious. Uchiha Jin, Takumi said, you are still too naive. The will of fire is a good thing, it just depends on the angle you look at it from. If you think this thing is a cancer, that's because you're not standing at the top of Konoha. At least Konoha can have its current cohesion, and this will of fire has made a great contribution. Even other villages have something similar to the will of fire. This cancer-like thing in your mouth is indeed the basis for a village to unite. I call it ideology. What you should do is understand it thoroughly, and then use your thoughts to integrate a better set of things. Your idea is not world peace. Having extremely powerful force is only the basis, and it can only allow you to forcibly unify the entire ninja world. But this peace is just a false peace. Just like Senju Hashirama, why was there peace when he was there, but the ninja war broke out instantly as soon as he died? It's simply because he is strong enough that no one dares to start a war while he is alive. But he didn't pay attention to ideological issues, so everything changed when he died. So if you want to achieve peace, you first need to have strong enough force to eliminate the top leaders of each village and completely unify Nin-Si. Promote a more appropriate ideology and let everyone agree with what you are promoting from the bottom of their hearts. Only in this way can long-term peace be guaranteed. Now do you still think that learning the will of fire is useless? Uchiha Jin looked helpless. The ninja world is very strange. Ideology has obviously been developed, but no one digs into it deeply. It is simply used as a set of tools. This is simply a waste. Anyway, Itachi has this idea, and he doesn't mind cultivating it a little. Itachi was stunned. He really didn't expect that the seemingly absurd learning task also contained so much truth. Teacher, I was wrong. Itachi could only nod, but he was still confused. What about having a girlfriend? Yes, this is what he doesn't understand the most. When Uchiha Jin saw this, he said helplessly, first of all, I won't assign you a task. With your temper, you will never think about it in your lifetime. Secondly, only when you get married and have a wife and children will your perspective on problems become more comprehensive and cautious. Your thinking seems very deep, but in fact it is very broad. It's like a tall building. It looks majestic, but in fact its foundation is unstable. It will collapse immediately when the wind blows. Teacher, I am here to lay a solid foundation for you. He really didn't lie. Although Itachi is smart, he is considered a genius. But, same thing. Precisely because he is so talented, he basically jumps along many roads and cannot stay down to earth at all. The arrangement he is making now is to stabilize him. Of course, there is more to come. Jin is also sure that this guy can have a girlfriend. After all, he is also his apprentice now. As a teacher, he naturally has to think more about many things for his students. He is not a guy like Fugaku who only gives birth but cannot raise children. Okay. Although Itachi was still a little awkward, now that the teacher had said so much, it seemed to make sense. So, after hesitating for a moment, he agreed. Just when he was about to say something, Taihuo ran in anxiously. Sir, this situation is not good. The person responsible for surveillance has received news that the three elders Udatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo secretly visited the heads of the major ninja clans today. Now the heads of the major ninja clans are all secretly heading to the Hokage building. I'm afraid this is going to happen to me, Uchiha. He had sweat on his forehead. The whole person's face began to turn pale instantly. Even the tone of speaking now has begun to stutter. Yes, he is not stupid. The actions on Hokage's side have shown that something is wrong. The major ninja clans did not refuse. Instead, they all went to the Hokage building at this time. Thinking of the notice issued by the police department today, Taihuo immediately understood that this move must be to deal with Uchiha. Also, at this time, Fugaku also ran over in a hurry, with many Uchiha elders following behind him. Even Uchiha Setsuna, the guy who was most unhappy with Jin, is now following him. Itachi frowned slightly. Although he was still very young, he knew that the current situation was not good, so he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Jin nervously. Uchiha Jin, his face calm. His eyebrows only furrowed slightly for a moment, and then calmed down again. Yes, he was also a little confused. He thought that the Hokage and even the ninja would be panicked to death if he used this move. It's a little bit of a trick, and that's understandable. But, because I only posted the notice in the afternoon, and started gathering secretly in the evening. What do they want to do? As long as you're not stupid, you can see it. But why? Uchiha Jin is a little confused, now during the war. Although he was a little shocked, as Uchiha's current boss, he definitely couldn't panic. Otherwise, if others don't say anything, Fugaku will panic first. Jinjin, please think of a way quickly. This time it seems that the Hokage family is determined to destroy Uchiha. I suggest organizing personnel as soon as possible. Whether it is a head-on confrontation or making up your mind to run away, you must make a decision as soon as possible. The time left for us is running out. We can't run away, there are too many people in Uchiha. Ninjas are okay, so many civilians. Everyone present was talking a lot. They all started to make suggestions, as if they were frightened by this heavy incident. I didn't say anything, let's fight. Uchiha said immediately. Those guys at Hokage will not leave us a way to survive. Although I hate Uchiha Jin to death, this is not the time to talk about this. Infighting can happen at any time, but the most important thing at the moment is to work together to deal with it. Fugaku, his face gloomy. He glanced at everyone first, but finally looked at Jin. Yes, although there was something wrong with Jin's trick this time, it did not achieve the expected effect. But he still believed in Jin's ability. Jinjin, what did you say? As Fugaku opened his mouth, everyone couldn't help but look at Uchiha Jin. Their eyes are complicated. Maybe they don't approve of Uchiha Jin, but they still see Uchiha Jin's recent actions. They recognized Jin's ability. But, he is still young. What we did this time went too far. However, no one spoke. Because no matter how much resentment there is in his heart, Uchiha is still Uchiha. At this critical moment, what is needed most is not a strong man like him. Uchiha Jin. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at everyone present indifferently, but couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. Although they are usually divided into several factions, they are in chaos with each other. But when faced with a desperate situation, even Uchiha is willing to let go of his grudges and choose to be consistent with the outside world. Uchiha, it's still possible. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. Everyone, don't be impatient. The enemy hasn't attacked yet, why are you all in chaos? I promise I won't start a fight today. I'll solve the matter later. Of course, Jingzi must be prepared for the worst. If the Hokage is determined to destroy me, Uchiha, then first of all, our Uchiha will definitely lose. This is absolutely certain. So before we die, we must make Konoha pay the price. Mobilize all the Jonin in the clan and secretly sneak into the clans of each clan, especially the Sarutobi clan. Chief Fugaku, you go there in person. As soon as the village takes action against Uchiha, you will immediately attack each ninja clan. The first target is a genius from any ninja clan, followed by the high-ranking families of Konoha, especially children. Anyway, the entire Konoha shinobi clan cannot protect so many women and children for Uchiha. So, just give up. If we have this time, we might as well kill a few more of the enemy's family members. After you finish all this, run away towards Konoha village with all your strength, and you'll pay back everyone you can. Then when the rebel ninja hides, he waits for an opportunity to take revenge on Konoha. As for the ethnic group, I'll be fine by myself. I will resist the high-level officials of Konoha, and I will kill as many strong men as possible. Then, I'll run away. Uchiha Jin spoke indifferently. Although his tone was very calm, everyone could hear the murderous intent in his words. Moment. Everyone in the entire courtyard took a breath of air. Jin's plan was ruined by the wolf. This is to completely abandon the Uchiha clan, thereby killing other ninja seeds as much as possible. I agree, Uchiha said instantly. They all have to die anyway. If you fight the enemy head-on, even if you can kill a few ninjas, it won't do any harm to other ninjas. It's better to take the opportunity to kill the geniuses, high-level family members, and relatives of other ninja clans. Even if Uchiha dies, he will still make them suffer. Yes, Uchiha moment, I really can't stand Uchiha Jin. If possible, he would even want to kill him directly. But, same thing. When faced with threats from foreign tribes, as an Uchiha, he naturally knows what choice to make. Others also nodded slowly. Although Uchiha Jin's methods are cruel, at the last minute, this is also the best way to take revenge. Even Fugaku nodded. Okay, I agree. Everyone reached a consensus on this matter. Subsequently, Uchiha Jin wrote another letter and then gave it directly to Tetsumi. Tai-Huo, please make a trip. Give this letter to our Hokage-sama, I believe he will make the appropriate choice. Go and come back quickly. Tai-Huo was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect that after everything happened now, why would he still write to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Although I couldn't figure it out, I still agreed. Yes, sir. 0. After receiving the letter respectfully, I no longer hesitated until death. He immediately turned around and disappeared in a few flashes. Jin-kun, Fugaku couldn't help but say, what did you write to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Others, he increasingly, yes, no one would have thought. We have already reached this point where we will not stop fighting, what else is there to say? But, about this, Uchiha Jin smiled and shook his head, and then said with a relaxed expression. Actually, it's nothing. To put it bluntly, it's just a threat. I'm going to imitate our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. It's okay if the village is willing to live in peace. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't agree, I will escape from Konoha and hide. With my Mangekyo ability, I will do my best to kill the Konoha shinobi. Before I defect tonight, I will choose to attack the Sarutobi clan. I won't fight head-on. I'll take one shot and change the ground. I would like to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen will choose. Okay, that's it. Now let's start planning based on the worst-case scenario. Let's all arrange Jonin from the clan to go lurk in each ninja clan. As for Fugaku and I, we will go to the Sarutobi clan. If Hokage chooses to take action, I guarantee that the Sarutobi clan will be exterminated and I will be buried with Uchiha. Hiss. As Uchiha Jin opened his mouth, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. This method is too cruel. This is using the Sarutobi clan to threaten Sarutobi Hiruzen. But, I have to admit it. Although this method is inferior and despicable, it might actually be useful. Immediately, everyone stopped talking nonsense and immediately began to prepare for the guests. The night was as dark as ink, and very cold and quiet. Konoha village is like a paradise, and most of the villagers have gone to bed at this time. Only, among the Uchiha tribe, the number of defense personnel began to increase rapidly, and countless chunin began to gather and began to take action one by one, occupying various places around the clan. A pair of blood chakra eyes unfolded, looking extremely monstrous under the night. As for the Jonin, under the arrangement of Uchiha's senior management, they began to take action one by one, trying their best to hide themselves in the core of the major ninja clans and clans. They began to wait. As long as the signal flares are raised in the Uchiha clan, they will launch bloody and ultimate revenge on each ninja clan. Even Fugaku and Jin secretly came to the Sarutobi tribe. Obviously, at this moment, Uchiha's madness is fully demonstrated. The Uchiha tribe has basically no defense power. Doesn't your village want to kill 030? Then let you kill as many as you can. But, same thing. As long as the other side of the village dares to take action, they will also launch the same bloody revenge on all major ninja clans. Hokage building. At this time, the lights are brightly lit. The clan leaders and principals of each ninja clan are among the distinguished ones. Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura kept talking on the stage about the impact of allowing Uchiha to continue to exist on the village. Although the major ninja clans were reluctant, everyone still chose to nod. No way. This time Uchiha really went too far. If their plan really succeeds, then none of the ninjas present will be able to escape. With their nods, Danzo immediately stood up. Hiruzen, you saw it too. Uchiha is a cancer that no one can stand. So, give the order. Get started now and eradicate Uchiha. Danzo waved his hand and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only, even though things have come to this, he is still a little undecided. Because, I don't know why. There was a hint of uneasiness in his heart, but he could not figure out the source of the problem. This made him very distressed. If Nara is here, he can ask his military advisor. But Worthy, I don't think there will be any accidents. After all, the village is very well prepared this time. So, amidst the smoke, I put down Bingdu. Just when he stood up and was about to speak and give the final attack order, an Anbu suddenly rushed in. Lord Hokage, Deputy Chief of Police, Uchiha Tetsumi is here. He brought a personal letter from the Minister of Police, Uchiha Jin, which needs to be delivered to Lord Hokage in person. Anbu, get down on one knee. After finishing the matter, he bowed his head and remained silent. His brows were covered in cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling. What is the purpose of the meeting here? He knew it very well. But at this moment, Uchiha Jin's letter was delivered. Even if he had never seen the handwritten letter, he could still imagine the confrontation hidden in it. Presumptuous. Didn't you see that we were discussing important matters? How dare you bother us just because of a mere Uchiha? Quit now. Danzo, first. Yes, he didn't want to see any Uchiha tribesmen before completely entering the Uchiha tribe's land. After all, he knows Sarutobi Hiruzen's temperament better than anyone else. The devil knows. Will there be any other changes after reading Uchiha Jin's letters? Well, step back. Uchiha Kaharu said. The Uchiha clan is about to become history. A mere Uchiha tribesman has no right to meet the Hokage. Although Midokado Homura did not speak, he still nodded. The same goes for his thoughts. It's just a pity. They are just elders, not Hokage. So, Anbu did not leave, but turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he suddenly realized. He ignored everyone and fell directly into deep thought. No wonder he always felt that something was wrong before, but now he finally understood it. Yes, I forgot about Uchiha Jin. This guy's planning IQ will definitely not be lower than Nara's. The last temptation was enough to illustrate this point. So, would Uchiha Jin not be able to think of something that he could think of? If that's the case, why would he dare to do such a thing? Forget it if it's another Uchiha, after all, Uchiha has no brains. But, Uchiha Jin is different. As a smart person who can compete with him, would he not know that his behavior would offend all the ninja clan in Konoha? Originally, he should have thought of this problem a long time ago, but he was quarreled by Uchiha Kaharu and 3 others, and was forced by Danzo, plus Nara Shikaku was not around. So for a moment, he ignored them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I think Uchiha Jin's confidence lies in this letter. Thinking of this, he immediately spoke. Let Uchiha Iron Fire come in. Hearing this, Anbu bowed and left. Only Danzo and the other 3 elders couldn't help it, and immediately started admonishing. But it's a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't listen to them at all. He waved his hand and let Anbu go out. Yes, he valued Uchiha Jin very much, and he really didn't dare to give this order until he understood his confidence. Nara has been away for a long time, so he must be more cautious. Otherwise, it will be heavy. He couldn't imagine it. Just as Danzo and others were questioning, Uchiha Iron Fire walked in. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking disdainfully at the ninja leaders present, he immediately bowed and saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, this is a personal letter written to you by our police chief, Uchiha Jin. After finishing speaking, he immediately raised his hands high and trusted the autograph. Sarutobi Hiruzen, without hesitation. After giving a signal to Anbu who was leading the way, Anbu took the autograph letter and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was solemn, and he immediately opened the handwritten letter. Then, his big face instantly turned livid, and he almost broke the table with a slap in his face. A handwritten letter is very simple. Uchiha Jin didn't have too many polite words, he simply wrote out Uchiha's layout exactly as it was. Then, let's talk briefly. The police department changed the law not to break up with everyone. But Uchiha has too few allies, and hopes to win over some allies, hoping that Mr. Hokage will not be impulsive. Certainly, afraid that the village would take some drastic action, Uchiha also took some action. The specific layout is very simple. Completely abandon the Uchiha tribe's land, and all Uchiha tribesmen will be killed and slaughtered by the village. All the Jonin of the Uchiha clan were now broken into pieces and secretly sneaked into the major ninja clans. As long as the village dares to take action, the Uchiha tribe's signal flare will rise. Then the Uchiha clan Jonin will take the lead in launching a bloody massacre of the geniuses, elites, high-level leaders of the major ninja clans, and the wives and children of Jonin of each ninja clan. This is called, Jade and Stone will be destroyed together. Finally, I would like to remind him that Uchiha Jin is the Mangekyo. Together with Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, he is now lurking in the Sarutobi clan. After killing the Sarutobi clan, Uchiha Jin will defect. Words after that, he will keep his secret dormant, and for the rest of his life he will keep looking for opportunities to intercept and kill everyone in Konoha. At last, I sincerely hope that Mr. Hokage will be careful and never give orders in excitement. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sweating on his forehead. Looking at the handwritten letter in front of him, his mind went blank. He never expected that Uchiha Furnace would be so decisive. But, thinking that he was preparing to destroy Uchiha, it was understandable that he would just flip the table. What a ghost. According to normal people's thinking, the first time when encountering such a thing is not to try to protect the whole clan. Either go head to head with Konoha's top brass, or find a way to break out. Abandon all civilians in Uchiha, even Chunin and below, as cannon fodder. What would happen if all the Jonin were broken into pieces and they tried their best to kill the high-ranking relatives and genius seeds of the guest ninja clan? Is there something wrong? Especially you, the owner of Mangekyo, do you still have some pride in being a strong person? Instead of fighting head-on with me, the third Hokage, I would rather fight at the door of my own family. Paralyzed, do you still want some face? But, after sighing helplessly, he smiled helplessly. He knew it in his heart. Today's raid on Uchiha seems impossible. If such a handwritten letter comes over, as long as the major ninja clans see it, their attitudes will definitely become ambiguous. Yes, people were willing to participate in the strangulation of Uchiha, but they were frightened by the changes in the law. As long as you know the truth and know that Uchiha has no intention of overturning the table. They just want to negotiate with the ninja clan and win some allies for themselves. In this case, facing Uchiha who abides by the rules of the game, even if they do not form an alliance with Uchiha, they will not easily choose to become their enemy. Of course he can also destroy this autograph letter, but the question is he willing to give up the Sarutobi clan? Unwilling. You know, Uchiha Jin, this shameless old silver coin, is now guarding his door. Once he gives the order, the other ninja clan will not talk about it for the time being. My own Sarutobi clan will definitely leave no chickens or dogs behind when the time comes. He has been greedy for the village's finances for so many years, and the Sarutobi clan he has devoted all his efforts to cultivate must not be lost in a place like this. Yes, he can firmly hold the position of Hokage, and the Sarutobi family is the basic base. The three clans, namely, the Transfer Bed, the Mito clan, and the Shimura clan, are willing to support him to become the Hokage precisely because he has the support of the ninja clan behind him. It's because he became Hokage, Ino Shikacho, that he was willing to follow him. So, if the Sarutobi clan is destroyed, his base as a Hokage will be gone, and he will become almost like a commoner. Who will support him? Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly. This time, he was hit hard. Uchiha Jin, really awesome. Not only did a letter break the village alliance, making the major ninja clans afraid to choose to support him, but even he, a slow pig, was threatened. Even when people directly stated that they wanted to find allies for Uchiha, he couldn't think of a way to refuse. Just like last time, this time it's still a conspiracy. Even though I told him clearly, he still couldn't find a way to stop it. What to do? How to break this game? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain was running wildly, but in the end it was not a sigh. He can't help it. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to get Nara Shikaku back. For this Uchiha who doesn't play according to common sense, his Hokage rank is really not enough. Hiruzen, you detained Koharu couldn't help but ask, what happened? She looked solemn. She knew her old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen quite well. One look at this posture and it was clear that things had changed. Mitokado Homura, same thing. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but speak. Hiruzen, you have to be careful. No matter what Uchiha Jin said, now we have to shoot. We can't give up at this critical moment. Only, Danzo. He knew Sarutobi Hiruzen best, and even when he saw the posture in front of him, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to give up. No one can persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen from the decision he made. Neither can he. Although I don't know what Uchiha Jin said in the letter, these things are no longer important. Really, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unreliable. To deal with those evil Uchiha, Shimura Danzo really has to rely on him. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Danzo stood up and walked straight out of the conference hall without saying a word. Yes, since you are not going to deal with Uchiha, then why are you still here? He wants to go back and make a good layout. To deal with this group of evil Uchiha, we still have to rely on his roots. All the major ninja clans looked confused. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone looked at each other with blank expressions on their faces. What are you doing? Dealing with Uchiha is a serious matter. Why are you doing it now, like a child playing house? Only, although they were confused, they did not speak. He just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously, silently waiting for his explanation. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura wanted to stop Danzo, but gave up in the end. At last, all he could do was look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wants an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows what he means. After sighing helplessly, he handed the letter over without any hesitation. Next, the entire conference room began to become commotion. Everyone looked surprised and then started to look at the letter. Then, after everyone read this letter, their faces looked like they were dyed with dye. Surprised, angry, scared, happy. All kinds of things, just to name a few. But, the same thing is. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and the whole back was filled with cold air. Some people's bodies even began to tremble slightly. Uchiha Jin, because of the wolf. This is to sacrifice the entire Uchiha clan, and to burn with them completely. Almost, conceivably, if they really decide to destroy Uchiha tonight, then they can really succeed. But, the price is. The geniuses, high-level officials, and jonin of their major ninja clans, including their wives, children, will all die tonight. Of course, this moment. They also understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to make this public. Because Uchiha Jin, the Mangekyo Sharingan, is now dormant in the heart of the Sarutobi clan. As long as they attack the Uchiha clan and wait for the moment when the signal flare takes off. The other ninja clan are fine, but the Sarutobi clan is dead. To know. Some time ago at night, Uchiha Furnace used Mangekyo ability. Forget it is weird and powerful. Most importantly, there is no solution. There is no chakra fluctuation at all, and there is no way to defend against it. So, you can imagine. Uchiha Jin, an old silver coin who tramples the dignity of the strong under his feet, if he directly kills the Sarutobi clan. Hehe. There is no need to think about it at all, the Sarutobi clan is destined to be exterminated. Uchiha Jin also said that after killing the Sarutobi clan tonight, they will turn around and become rebel ninjas. From now on, keep an eye on Konoha and kill everyone you see. Faced with this crazy and powerful, despicable and shameless Uchiha Jin, they really have no way to deal with it. Even if there are many strong people in Konoha, they can even call back Konoha Sanin. But strong men like them can't keep an eye on everyone in Konoha 24 hours a day, right? Talking about it, I can't even keep an eye on him. Everyone who figured this out naturally understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. Tonight, this battle can no longer be fought. The conference hall was silent. Everyone looked solemn, but no one spoke. On the contrary, each ninja clan has begun to have other thoughts in their hearts. To know, Uchiha has made it clear this time that the purpose of revising the law, this time is to win allies for his family. Well, you can imagine. If he chooses to get closer to Uchiha next, he will definitely gain a lot of benefits for himself. Of course, there are problems. Choosing to stay close to Uchiha means becoming an enemy of the village. If it were the past, they would definitely not choose Uchiha. After all, Uchiha's brain is different from that of normal people, so he is not a good choice for an ally. But, it's different now. Now, it is Uchiha Jin, the old silver coin, who is in charge of the overall situation of Uchiha. His planning and layout ability is not inferior to Hokage's at all. Even Nara Shikaku is nothing more than this. Besides, in addition to being ruthless and powerful, this guy is also cautious and cautious. This is a man who does great things. With such a powerful, courageous and resourceful person, and the support of the Uchiha clan behind him, maybe things can really happen in the future. Think of this. The ninjas present began to weigh things up in their hearts. No one paid much attention to the matter of amending the law. After all, Sleepy Leaf was founded in the early days. The police department itself has this authority, but the former Uchiha didn't know how to play it. But now, with a talented person like Uchiha Jin, it is conceivable that there will definitely be no bigger disturbances in the police department in the future. These high-ranking ninja clan officials have a ruthless vision. The police department not only has judicial power and can amend laws on its own, but also has major powers such as arrest, interrogation, sentencing, and execution. To know, in Uchiha Jin's previous life, various countries implemented the separation of powers. The three powers are legislative power, executive power and judicial power. However, I was vomiting due to sleepiness. The police department not only has three major powers at the same time. Even, spend a little time playing. The police department can even create a ninja force within Konoha openly. Yes, you need to know the full name of the police department, but it's called the Konoha Police Force. You heard it right, accompany the team. As long as they maintain public order in Konoha, the police department has the authority to recruit Konoha shinobi. So, think about it. The police department is not just a police station. It is a complex of police, courts, procuratoriates, detention centers, prisons, and even some powers of the Senate and House of Representatives, and finally the right to form an armed police force. Do you think it's okay or not? This shows how much the original second Hokage Senju Tobarama paid a heavy price to appease Uchiha Madara, who did not become Hokage. It's just a pity. Uchiha are just a bunch of idiots who don't know how to play. If it were another ninja clan, the police department alone would be able to turn a small ninja clan into a big ninja clan in a short period of time. Hence, this moment, maybe everyone has not yet decided whether to go to Uchiha or choose the Hokage series. But, there are white spots. Attack Uchiha tonight. No ninja is willing to participate. After all, Uchiha didn't break the rules of the game, so now it's still a fight between Hokage and Uchiha. It actually has little to do with these ninjas. So, now everyone is just thinking about which side to defect to next. Okay, let's say everyone understands. Quote, let's end the attack on Uchiha today. As for Uchiha Iron Fire, tell Uchiha Jin for me. Tomorrow morning, I will visit him. Let's adjourn. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with difficulty. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then walked outside with a lonely face. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura wanted to say something, but in the end they chose to give up. No way, just think about it. There are still Uchiha Jonin dormant in their clan, waiting for them to attack their clan members. Are you scared? So, they sighed helplessly and finally chose to shut up. They are older. Although he also wanted to deal with Uchiha, he didn't want to risk his own clan. After a while, as Konoha F4 left, all the ninja clans looked at each other and sighed helplessly. And their eyes have now begun to become more complicated and weird. Obviously, even if this meeting ended in vain, the test for them had just begun. In the upcoming battle, who should choose a side? And, the other side. The Sarutobi clan was wiped out. Uchiha Jin and Fugaku were hiding in a big tree. Both of them are waiting. As long as a red signal flare is raised in the direction of the Uchiha clan, they will rush in directly and kill Sarutobi Hiruzen's family first. Immediately afterwards, they will start branch house and raid the entire Sarutobi clan. There may be many ninjas in the Sarutobi clan, but in fact, neither Jin nor Fugaku really pays attention to them. Although thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage, the Sarutobi family embezzled countless village finances. But, same thing. Ninjas who are fed by resources and ninjas who often go to the battlefield to see blood are essentially not on the same level. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, if they want to. Once Mangekyo is opened, it only takes 10 minutes at most. The entire Sarutobi clan will be massacred by these two people. Yes, just now, when the two first joined the Sarutobi clan, Fugaku had a showdown with him. He, too, is Mangekyo. Two Mangekyo come to deal with the Sarutobi clan, and they are worthy of this Hokage. Hi, Taijin, are you sure about the letter you just wrote? Do we really have no way out? Fugaku couldn't help but speak. Yes, even though he had made his choice, he was still in pain. To know, after the signal flares come together, they will certainly be able to kill the Sarutobi clan. But, same thing, the entire Uchiha clan will also be completely destroyed. His wife, children, hey, Manos. Thinking of this, his face was full of bitterness. And, the other side. Uchiha Jin, with a calm face. In today's Uchiha clan, he can be considered a loner. The only pity is that Tiehuo, his subordinate, and Itachi, his apprentice. Only, he has no choice. Now that we have reached this point, even if we don't choose to go crazy, Uchiha will be destroyed. At least, if he follows his plan, even if Uchiha is destroyed, he will not become rich and meaningless. Chief Fugaku, don't worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer young, and he is no longer the shinobu hero he used to be. There is a high probability that we will win. You should be more open-minded, Uchiha. We don't have a choice in the first place. If we don't want to be wiped out by the village's warm water frogs, then we have no choice but to fight to the death. Not crazy, not live. All we can do now is to survive in death. No matter what the cost, the army. Uchiha Jin didn't lie. There are only a few roads left for Uchiha. This Uchiha itself is the place where the village of Konoha was built, so it can be said that it holds the king's bomb. Even if he loses to Senju, he is still among the top. It's just a pity. Regardless of Senju or Uchiha, their descendants are each more stupid than the last. Senju clan. Tobirama is the last strong man. After him, there is no one who takes the lead. Instead, they are a group of people who were fooled by the will of fire. Under the deception of Sarutobi Hiruzen, one by one died on the battlefield. Even Tsunade's younger brother, Senju Nawaki, is the best among them. He is the one who believes in the will of fire the most, and he is also the one who has been tricked the most. A bunch of detonating symbols killed him directly. Tsunade, on the other hand, is a love brain. If she can provoke Senju in time, then as the granddaughter of Hashirama, the princess of the land of fire, she will be the personal disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Look at the Buddha's face without looking at the monk's face. As long as she really chooses to be tough, Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't dare to go too far. This is impossible. Senju Hashirama is the founder of Konoha, and Tobarama is the second Hokage, his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. More importantly, when Konoha was first established, the Riku clan and the Fire Nation daimyo had a marriage alliance. The daimyo himself had a hint of Senju blood. This is the real reason why Tsunade was canonized as a princess herself. As long as she is willing to take the lead, she will definitely choose to support her because of her reputation. Although the presence of daimyo in the ninja world is not high, they are not even considered ninjas. But, at the same time, this kind of world similar to the Japanese country inherits the same things as the Japanese country. The Japanese emperor had no real power, but the prime minister still did not dare to go too far. Otherwise, the entire Japanese people will not let him go. Ninja world, the same reason. Maybe the daimyo is just a mascot, but it is the spiritual symbol of the entire Fire Nation. With so many trump cards in hand, Tsunade really wants to lose. But, it's a pity. The deaths of Senju Nawaki and Kato Dan completely broke her inner defense. She is a bad match. And without her help, the fate of the Senju family can be imagined. Without Tsunade to protect him, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more aggressive. In addition, Danzo, an old silver coin, went crazy to capture the Senju clan for experiments in order to study Hashirama cells. Then, the huge Senju clan collapsed. The Senju clan is like this, and the Uchiha are similar. Since Uchiha Madara left, the entire Uchiha clan seems to have had its backbone taken away. All kinds of sexy operations are happening one after another. Under the pressure of Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Hokage groups, they are now on the verge of annihilation. Without Uchiha Jin, Uchiha's demise is already certain. As for the Nine Tails Rebellion, that's just a trigger. Just like the Ming Dynasty, it seemed to have died in Chongzhen, but in fact it died in Wanli. Uchiha, same thing. Even before the Nine Tails Rebellion, he was ostracized by the entire village. All ninjas were unwilling to interact with each other. In fact, they had been isolated for a long time. There is no powerful figure in the Uchiha clan. Unable to unite and fall apart, Uchiha has long been meat on the village's chopping board. Even without Shisui, Itachi and the like, Uchiha would have already decided. The chaos of Nine Tails. It just sounded the death knell for Uchiha. The night of genocide is just the result. Itachi's actions only accelerated this result. You can imagine, in this messy situation, Uchiha-jin wanted to change everything, so naturally he couldn't do it slowly. Although the strong medicine hurt his body, he had no choice. Of course, there is a bright side. After all, the ninja world is a world of high martial arts, which is different from the world of non-demon. In a world without demons, we can only engage in conspiracy and plotting secretly. The ninja world is different. In various high martial arts worlds, personal force determines everything. Although it is not like the world of fantasy, fairy tales, and mythology, it can still play a fundamental role. Although Uchiha is rotten, a few nails can be hammered into a rotten ship. At least, as long as he can twist Uchiha into a rope, he has the ability to flip the table. I hope so. Fugaku scratched his head and said helplessly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, please don't go crazy. I don't want to kill your whole family either. Speaking of which, although Fugaku looked helpless, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Yes, although he is usually submissive, it is for Uchiha. But, same thing, if you really push him into a desperate situation, you won't be able to kill him. He will let everyone understand how Fugaku's reputation was earned. Boom, right now, on the Uchiha tribe's side, suddenly BFEA, a green signal flare was launched into the sky. Fugaku was excited when he saw this. Is this successful? You must know that the green signal flare means that Tiehuo's side is successful. Very good. Jinjin, have you seen it? The Tiehuo side succeeded, but the village side gave up. We succeeded. Lord Jin, your plan really came true. Fugaku spoke softly. He looked very excited and even had tears in his eyes. He should be happy, because this means that his wife and children can survive. Certainly, he still has basic sanity. Knowing that the Sarutobi clan was in front of me, I deliberately lowered my voice even if I was excited. Actually, don't talk about him. Even Uchiha Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He is also gambling. After all, to be blunt, if he had a choice, he wouldn't want to become a traitorous ninja. To know, different from the peaceful era of the previous life, if you want to be able to live peacefully in the ninja world, you also need a stable environment. In the entire ninja world, is there a more suitable place than Konoha? But, even when he saw the green signal flare rising into the sky, he still maintained the necessary caution. After thinking for a moment, he calmly spoke. Chief, please go back. The current clan needs someone who can take charge of the overall situation. I'll just treat it as a backup and continue to stay with the Sarutobi clan for one night. If nothing happens, I will go back tomorrow. Another point. If there is a ninja clan visiting tonight, please remember to help me to stay. You can spend the night at my house tonight. I will go back tomorrow and receive you personally. Fugaku, confused. The signal bomb has been launched into the sky, can this still be false? Only, considering that this matter is too important to Uchiha Jin should also be cautious. Okay, please excuse me Lord Jin. Fugaku immediately said, then I'll go back first, and we'll see you tomorrow. Uchiha Jin nodded. After Fugaku left, he immediately turned on his sight, sat cross-legged on a tree branch, and closely monitored the entire Sarutobi clan. Time passes slowly. About an hour later, the king came to his senses. I found that Sarutobi Hiruzen looked exhausted, and quietly returned to his home under the strict protection of 4 Anbu. Under the sight, hearing and color, nothing can be hidden. And although Uchiha Jin is not a Grandmaster Genjutsu, he is Mangekyo Sharingan after all. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to find him, but it was impossible. It seems that it is indeed over. But just in case, it's better to have a hard night. Hey, it's really troublesome. I think I am a fat nerd myself, and the awakening system is also a loser. Why are you so tired after living day by day? As the saying goes, choice is more important than hard work. As long as I travel to a generally peaceful world and have a slightly ordinary identity, I won't have to be so tired. But, forget it. There's no point in worrying about it, just accept it slowly. Uchiha clan place. When Fugaku returned, he found that many Jonin had now returned. The entire clan is filled with joy. We really won. Elder Jin is indeed strong enough. In such a desperate situation, he actually has a way to make a comeback. I'm so excited. This is the arrogant and domineering Uchiha. It doesn't mean that I was really depressed before. The patriarch is back. Clan leader. Many Jonin spoke one after another. Their faces were filled with smiles, and they all talked about the joy in their hearts. Yes, Uchiha tonight is indeed qualified to be excited. Although there was no actual war, they did suppress the village's senior officials. And the other side, Fugaku looked at the group of familiar faces in front of him, and at this time he was filled with emotion. Just a little bit different. But without Uchiha Jin's letter, he would not have convinced the Hokage family. So, after tonight, the Uchiha Jonin in front of me might not survive even 1/10 of the night. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. It's okay now, we Uchiha are safe. Let's all go back and rest. We'll talk about anything tomorrow. Fugaku, one child on the right hand. After asking everyone to calm down, he spoke softly. After hearing these words, everyone started cheering. This night, the entire Uchiha tribe was completely plunged into a sea of joy. Even Uchiha Satsuna couldn't help but smile happily now. But, thinking that Uchiha Jin's momentum would become even greater after this incident, his heart began to feel heavier. Yes, facing Uchiha's life and death, he doesn't mind cooperating with Uchiha Jin. After all, Uchiha is finished, and his end will not be much better. However, once the foreign enemy is eliminated. But within Uchiha, they are life and death enemies. This cannot be changed. After all, it was he who gave the order to kill Uchiha Jin's parents with his own hands. Snort. It's still unclear who will win. Let's wait and see. After muttering to himself, he snorted coldly. Immediately. Just turn around and leave. As for everyone else. Under Fugaku's arrangement, small groups of 3 gathered together and walked towards their homes with a smile. You can imagine, even if they get home, they will be too happy to sleep tonight. In contrast, it is the entire Konoha. Except for the Uchiha tribe, everywhere was eerily silent. It's just that you can see the elephant. Hidden under this calmness is an increasingly turbulent undercurrent. The Hokage family headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen will never let go of the Uchiha family. 20 minutes later, the Uchiha tribe began to become quiet. After sending these people home, Fugaku couldn't help but sigh, and then happily returned to his retainers. Father, you are back. Fugaku, are you okay? He has just arrived home. Uchiha Makoto and Itachi's mother and son immediately came forward to greet them. The faces of mother and daughter were both worried and cautious, but after seeing Fugaku, they turned into relief. Yes, they know the inside story. Even before Fugaku came back, he was ready to die. After all, once Uchiha-jin's plan fails, no one except a very small number of top jonin will be able to escape the siege of the village. But, fortunately, since Fugaku is back, it means that Jin's plan was successful. Well, I'm back. I'm sorry Makoto and Itachi for making you worry. Let's go home. Fugaku smiled and touched Itachi's head, and comforted Makoto. He also touched Makoto's swollen belly again. In my heart, I felt indescribable. Fortunately it worked. Otherwise, not only their family of 3, but also the second child in Makoto's belly would die. The struggle for power is so cruel. But, no way. Who made them Uchiha? Just like Jin said before, Uchiha is too strong. Subsequently, after the group returned to the living room, Makoto made Fugaku a cup of tea. Great hero, you are tired. Makoto smiled and said, drink some tea to calm down. By the way, where is Lord Jin? Why didn't you see him come back with you? Speaking of this, Makoto was confused. To know. When Fugaku was talking to the clan member Jonin just now, she was actually observing at the door. But, I didn't see Pin Zebojin. Fugaku, with a wry smile on his face. But he didn't refuse and directly took a sip of tea. Jinjin, I'm a little worried. He was afraid of being cheated in the village, so he stayed with the Sarutobi clan. Tomorrow morning, take the ride. When Makoto and Itachi heard this, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Uchiha Jin, too cautious. But, it must be admitted. Having such a cautious, powerful, and invincible clan member is very important to the Uchiha clan. Thank you for your hard work Lord Jin. Makoto sighed with emotion, and then couldn't help but say, today is a good day, let's take this good opportunity to give the child in your belly a name. Oh, the name. Fugaku pondered for a while, and then couldn't help but said, then let's call it Sasuke. Uchiha, Sasuke, yes. In front of Sharingan, it is more powerful than the X-ray machine in the previous life. As early as when Makoto's belly formed, Fugaku determined the gender of the child. Therefore, when choosing a name, Anshung will naturally not be considered. Sasuke, what a good name. Makoto touched his belly. I hope this name can bring good luck to Sasuke. Even Itachi. He looked at his mother's belly, his eyes full of adoration. Brother, is your name Sasuke? Itachi spoke softly. Makoto couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Itachi must take good care of his brother, you know. Yes, I will. Itachi nodded solemnly. Just as the family was enjoying themselves, the servant of the Uchiha family came in. Clan leader, Madam, young master. There is a visitor outside, and the visitor is the leader of the Aburame clan. Aburame Shuei, old servant, bowed and spoke. Fugaku frowned slightly when he heard this. He remembered that before he and Jin parted ways, he was sure there would be visitors tonight. I never thought that it would actually come. Jin, you are so awesome. Even if you haven't returned to the clan, you have already settled everything. This kind of strategic ability is really terrifying. I'm so lucky that Jin-kun is Uchiha. Fugaku spoke softly. Makoto and Itachi couldn't help but sigh at how powerful Jin was. Itachi, in particular, looked proud. This is his teacher. Fugaku, get busy. Makoto smiled and said, Itachi and I are going to rest first. After you finish your work later, remember to take a rest early. Fugaku heard this and nodded. After Makoto and Itachi left, he asked his old servant to invite the Aburame clan in for a talk. When the old servant heard this, he bowed and left. After a while, a man wearing a gray windbreaker and black sunglasses walked in slowly. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.